Hey y'all, hi. It's time for another episode of New Makeup Hot Takes, and for me, this is the video that's kicking off the new year. This is my first time filming since taking a little bit of a production break for the holidays. You might have noticed there was like a week-long gap in videos. If all has gone as planned, we should have posted the Lisa Eldridge eyeshadow review on Wednesday. That would be the first video on the channel for the new year, and that was the last video that I filmed in 2022. And now I'm back to let you have it. I wanted to start with New Makeup Hot Takes because it's a video that we can turn around quickly. We don't want to let it sit in the editing phase for too long because, you know, it's fresh news, and if you wait too long, it can become irrelevant. But I was like, I feel like I just filmed this. Probably nothing new has released. Everyone's been taking a break over the course of the new year, but of course that's not true. It was just me. I checked Trend Mood, and it's like full of interesting things, bursting with new makeup on which I am prepared to give hot take after hot take. And, you know, as it has been the case many times, every time, these are hot takes. I really am giving like my first reaction. And as is always the case, I am really looking for a reason not to buy these things. If you're new here, that's often the MO over here on my channel. I try not to promote overspending. I love beauty passionately. This is a beauty channel, but I think you can love beauty without overspending on it and without having way too much stuff. Even more so this time though, because I viciously decluttered my entire makeup collection down to an extremely tight edit at the end of 2022. And I'm currently feeling bulletproof against new launches because I just feel like nothing could be better than what I already have. So that's the spirit with which we're going into 2023. That's the spirit with which we're taking on these new makeup hot takes. If you're new and you like this, I hope you'll subscribe. And now let's go ahead and get into the meat of the video. Okay, so I'm looking, oh, I forgot to scoot to the side. Joe, before he left, after he turned on the lights and everything, he was like, don't forget to move to the side. He's really on board. He's on the team. As you can tell, I'm in my soft clothes today. I feel like I'm only about 65% back. I was like, I'll film a video, but I'm not going to put on hard clothes. I did put on a little makeup, some things that I'm currently testing. Already testing makeup for January review, but when it came to the clothes, soft clothes. Okay, so I'm looking at Trend Mood 1, an Instagram account that posts about new makeup releases. And in the top row, going in reverse chronological order, so the newest things first, there is one thing that is begging me to give a hot take about it, and that is this color corrector launch from e.l.f. Is it just my intense interest in color corrector, or are more brands hopping on the color corrector train like over the past 6 months? Maybe it's just my intense interest. Like, it's something that I always notice. In the last new makeup hot takes, Givenchy had announced that they were releasing a new range of concealers, just regular concealers, but augmenting that with some color correcting concealers. And now e.l.f., which I feel like they should have had one, but they didn't, right? I would have tested it if they had had one. So there are a couple of things that interest me about this. One is that there's a green one. I use green color corrector every day, pretty much, when I do my makeup. It really allows me to use way less foundation or concealer, whatever I'm using. And that's always my goal, right? To get a clear complexion with the least amount of makeup possible. So, you know, I'll pick this up at some point. I'll test it. I'll report back. There are actually 3 things that intrigue me. One is that there's a green. 2, it's only $4, which is, I mean, I know that that's e.l.f.'s MO, but if it's good, that'll be wild. It'll be great. And 3, this blue color, that is really intense. It says in the listing, blue visibly offsets orange and yellow tones in the skin. I imagine that that would be great for people who are struggling with, I mean, maybe. I don't know enough about color correcting in different tones and about the different makeup needs of different skin tones to be sure of this, but it seems like maybe a rich blue like that could possibly serve the purpose that sort of a pale green color corrector serves for me, for people with much deeper skin than mine, especially if the concern is more about a redness that like leans orange or causes like a yellow tint to the skin if that's not your natural skin tone. This blue would definitely help to counteract that the way that green helps counteract redness on my very fair skin. I hope that that's what this is, and that this is a sign that e.l.f. has actually tried to diversify their offerings in this little release. I've seen a lot of color corrector launches that include like this deep sort of coral red, which is specifically designed to counteract dark circles on deep skin tones, which is great. I'm glad that brands are doing that, but I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing this deep blue. My hope is that it's another step in that direction. So e.l.f., I'll be following the future career of this product release with great interest. All right, I have a bunch of mixed up feelings about this Makeup Forever lipstick launch. I almost didn't decide to talk about this because it feels a little bit close to the ho-hum line, but it just got me because I love lip products and I feel like these neutral lip products that really are in the neutral realm, or they're designed to help a person create a pretty natural look. I don't know. I'm into that, right? So it sort of got my attention when I was scrolling through. It's the Rouge Artist Velvet Nude Soft Matte Lipstick. It got my attention just because of that, right? Because it's the kind of thing I'm into. And then I was like, all the colors are the same. And it's maybe just because the packaging is a single color, right? They just picked this one mauve for all of the packaging. But the bullets, the lipstick bullets, they're all really close in color, at least according to these pictures, which are probably digital renderings, and that's maybe part of the problem. But in this imagery, they all look like almost the same color as the packaging. So right off the bat, it's like maybe just a little bit of a misstep with this imagery, and it's like Makeup Forever do better. But then when you scroll over and you actually see the colors, yeah, they're different. Like one is a rosewood and one is a taupe and one is a brown and one is a little bit more of a red. And the one called Cozy Taupe and the one called Comfort Brown, both of those really do attract me because they look like kind of milky, mid-toned, if not slightly pale versions of taupe and brown lipstick, which those things can be a little bit hard to find, and I'm always on the lookout for those. So, on a personal level, I'm like, oh, okay, now that I see the swatches, each color is slightly different, and there are a couple that I'm interested in. But the listing says 7 matte shades for every skin tone and undertone. And I'm over here, white as a sheet of paper, being like, the darkest, brownest one is the one that's of interest to me. So is it really 7 shades for every skin tone and undertone? Is it? Maybe there's something I don't know about the way the formula works. Maybe it's semi-sheer and it really is designed to be more universal than one can tell from these swatches, but I don't know. It's a little bit of a do better moment in a couple of ways. MAC caught my eye a little bit with the Lunar New Year release, the Lunar New Year collection. And as always with MAC, I just sort of am appreciating it in an academic way. I'm like, oh, interesting to see what MAC is doing with my monocle. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'll never think of MAC as anything other than a makeup brand that other people buy that I never buy. And I'd like to keep it that way because, as I said in the introduction, I am really looking for a reason not to buy any of these things. So rather than being like, what's the big deal about MAC? I'd like to really get in amongst it and understand what other people see in it. I'm like, no, let's preserve this strange distance between this brand and myself. I'll just keep admiring it from afar. And I feel kind of similarly about the Charlotte Tilbury Hollywood Glow Glide Face Architect highlighters. Every time she comes out with something, I feel like she's already used that name for something else and also already released the product. I already talked about this recently in a New Makeup Hot Takes about how it's one of those brands that's sort of become a parody of itself, And I think that works really well for some people and works really well for some brands. It's the basis on which they make their sales. People know what they're getting. They have this pretty narrow comfort zone and they stay in that zone. But for me, as a makeup reviewer, a wide-ranging makeup lover, somebody who's paying attention to the entire scope of the market, it's just a brand that's kind of slowly losing its spark for me, And so this is what will happen, right? This product will come out. I'm happy to see that there's a range of shades because this was announced before the new year and there was just one in the image. And I was like, for what you're saying this is, it seems like there should be a range. It turns out there is a range. And I like this, okay? So it says, brighten, lift, and sculpt the look of your skin without creasing, caking, or settling into fine lines for a confidence-boosting glow, darling. It's basically a slightly illuminating powder that you use for the kind of sculpting that's sort of all over the face, the kind of illumination that softens lines rather than potentially enhancing texture. And I just tested a powder that's kind of like this. It's doing what this says that it will do. It's from Chantecaille and it was PR. I tested it in a video at the end of last year. I really liked it. I'm learning more about powders with every passing month and I really liked it. I understand why one might have an interest in this kind of thing. So I appreciate it. I think it's really pretty. I like the star motif. I feel like Charlotte Tilbury makes really high-end makeup. I bet it's a great product. I bet it performs well. And I just personally have no interest in making a purchase, right? And buying a thing like this. But I do appreciate it. I can easily appreciate it for what it is, again, from afar. Ooh, this is maybe the thing that's the hardest. Although I have a solution. Other than buying it, I mean. But this, weirdly, is maybe the thing that's pushing my buttons the most. Tom Ford Cherry Smoke. So I have a bit of a history with Tom Ford fragrance. I I've never owned like a bottle of Tom Ford fragrance, but I've owned hefty samples of some of the intriguing like old school Tom Ford fragrances like Oud Wood. Is that what it is? Oud Wood? Yeah. Created some real scent memories attached to that fragrance back in my frivolous youth. And I am kind of into the new fragrances that Tom Ford has been releasing. So Lost Cherry, I smelled like an empty bottle of it in the store one time and it really intrigued me and I had to wait a really long time to get a tiny sample of it. I like it, but it goes very cologne on me. I like androgynous scents or like fluid scents, but it's not even that. I really do smell kind of like a European man when I wear it. It's a bit of a bridge too far for me personally. So I've been around, right? There was a while when I was like, Lost Cherry, it's the unicorn. And then I wore it a little bit and I was like, no, it's not for me, but I have an appreciation for it. Bitter Peach, which is the other one that's been released sort of in this vein pretty recently. Simber gave me the candle. I fell in love with the scent, got a tiny sample of it, wore it as a scent, and now it's like on my lifelong bucket list to have a small bottle of it. I really, really like Bitter Peach and I would love to wear it. And this one, it's just giving me things I didn't know I wanted and things I've always known that I liked. So the thing I didn't know I wanted was another cherry fragrance from Tom Ford, but that's not Lost Cherry, right? So it's like cherry redemption or a possible cherry redemption for me. It's like try again with cherries for Hannah Louise Posted. Maybe she'll like it this time. And the thing that, what is it called? A nose. It wouldn't make sense to just straight out say the thing that a nose can do that will make me the most likely to like a fragrance. But when I say a nose, isn't that what they call people who make perfumes? A perfumer. The thing that a perfumer could do that would make me the most likely to like a fragrance is to put a little bit of smoky, kind of like incensey burning wood smell in it. I'm just a sucker for that. And that's what this says that it is. Cherry smoke plays with fire, bursting with the scent of dark cherry, ignited by seductive osmanthus. I don't know what that is. And smoldering smoked woods in a luxe deep red of the iconic private blend bottle. I'm not going to buy this $390 fragrance, sight unseen, smell unsmelled. And even if I did smell it and it was the greatest scent I'd ever smelled, I still wouldn't buy it. It's too expensive for me. But you know, I just want to smell it. And the thing about perfume is you can smell it without buying it. So I am very much looking forward to smelling cherry smoke in a Nordy's sometime over the next 6 months. And you know, if I love it, I'll just get a little sample of it. And it'll probably end there just the way that it did with Lost Cherry. Quick mention of this really cool product, the Make It Pop Sun Gloss for Lips by Black Girl Sunscreen. I have heard of like lip balms that are sunscreen or chapsticks that have sunscreen in them before, but I don't think I've ever seen an actual lip gloss that's like a crystal clear gloss that's designed to be applied and worn as a lip gloss that also provides SPF 50 coverage. Pretty cool. I rarely go out into the sun, so I won't be buying it myself. At least these days. I never see the sun. But it's a good reminder, right, that when you are going out into the sun or even a cloudy day going out into the world, your lips can get sunburned too. Protect thy skin. Why did I pick this to talk about? I just picked it in order to say, why is it like this? Talk about becoming a parody of yourself. Here's the thing. I don't feel mixed feelings. I know how I feel. It's just ironic. This is ironic. I'm talking about the NARS Orgasm Collection, inspired by their best-selling blush. But have they not done this? Like, I feel like every time, every year, NARS comes out multiple times a year with a product or a collection inspired by their best-selling blush. So this was the time. This was the straw that made the camel laugh. You know what I mean? This was the straw that broke the camel's credulity. I saw this and I was like, is this a joke? Is it April Fool's? You know? All the other ones before this, I was like, okay, I get it. It's your best-selling thing and it always does well. And this time I was just like, who's buying this? It made me think what it always makes me think, which is just that I don't know. We don't know. Like those of us who are really into beauty, who are on beauty YouTube watching beauty videos, we don't know. I think most of NARS's clientele probably isn't here watching beauty YouTube, and they are probably just waiting with bated breath for the next Orgasm Collection to be released because they're like, I love that color, you know? That must be the case because otherwise why would they keep doing it? And then the other thing is, and this is the irony, the eyeshadow palette that's part of this collection. I own a NARS palette. It was one of the 5 eyeshadow palettes that I kept in my vicious declutter, and I'm wearing it today. Ever since I decluttered my makeup collection, I've been getting a lot more use out of those 5 palettes that I kept, and I've been wearing that NARS palette and really, really enjoying it. It always pushes the looks a little bit more in like the slightly orange direction than I would myself probably choose, all things being equal, but it goes in this kind of fire orange direction with like a fiery brown grounding base, and I always end up liking it. I never end up feeling like my eyes are unflatteringly orange. I like the way the shadows apply. I like the textures. I like the packaging. I just really like it. So it's hard for me to sit here taking myself seriously, besmirching this collection, especially this eyeshadow palette, which honestly looks like it has 9 eyeshadows in it that are taken straight from my palette, Summer Unrated. Like, I'm literally wearing the brown in the bottom right-hand corner. That's my favorite shade in Summer Unrated, or looks exactly like it. The sort of sparkly peach in the middle, there's a similar shade to that in Summer Unrated that I have on the center of my lids today. So I'm not saying it's ugly and useless and nobody will enjoy it. Clearly, no, I'm not saying that. And you know, Summer Unrated was limited edition, so maybe there are people who really wanted a brown like that and they didn't get it and now they can get it. It's just, could they not have done it in a little bit more of an original way? I guess they couldn't. I guess the answer is no, they couldn't have, because I feel like if they could have, they would have. A quick moment for the absolute serve that is Pat McGrath's Lunar New Year collection. I just love red. I love this red, and I love it in packaging. I love an engraved lipstick. She really did it right. And it's small, you know what I mean? Like, this is a little collectible collection, just a couple of little pieces. Very sweet, versatile, wearable, very much about the packaging, but I feel like given that that's the case, it makes sense what's inside. The quad looks like it has at least one very dynamic shade in it and a really pretty matte. However, am I going to buy this? No, I don't even want any of these things. Again, because I'm feeling very happy with what I currently own. I have great red lipsticks that I love. I have dynamic eyeshadows. I have beautiful mattes, and I don't fancy adding another little thing into my eyeshadow drawer because it's just right as it is. So this is one of those things that I'm looking at and I'm going, yeah, it's really beautiful. Let's have a moment to appreciate how well curated it is, how beautiful it is, how well executed it is. You know, good decisions all around, including my decision not to buy it. I pulled up this Kosas release to discuss. It's like a sneak peek thing. Kosas looks like we're going to see new baked blushes. A clean, silly, smooth powder blush. That's what it says. That's what Trend Mood wrote. A clean, silly, smooth powder blush baked with skincare actives. Really? Like, if they were active before you baked them, don't you think baking them would have deactivated them? A clean, silly, smooth powder blush baked with skincare actives in dimensional color duos. So I think they're saying that because it's like 2 colors swirled together. Moisturizes and balances. And the color that it's showing here, which is called Hype, I hate. It's like really orange. And so that's not the one for me. But the reason I pulled this up is that I like Kosas. I became aware of it in my year-end declutter. I just like a lot of the things I've tried from Kosas this year. I didn't keep absolutely everything in the declutter, but I feel like Kosas made an impact on my year, like a makeup impact. I did a bit of a brand review at some point. It was like one of my self-sponsored reviews, and I just purchased a little collection of Kosas makeup and then did my best to review them all. And the conclusion was it's like a better brand than I thought. Like, the makeup it's better than I thought it was based on the marketing and the packaging. I feel like it's more high-end than it sort of chalks itself up to be or markets itself to be, which might be strategic. They're trying to make you feel like you're not buying something high-end, so they're trying to make you feel like it's accessible and affordable even if the prices are just as high as equally high-end brands. But the main takeaway from that video was like, this is quite good makeup. And I don't have very many powder blushes. How many did I keep in my declutter? 1, 2, maybe 1 and a couple bronzers. I don't wear them all that often. I don't feel like I need more. So I'm not out here chomping at the bit to like buy one of these when it releases. I'm just genuinely following Kosas' future career, right? So So when they release something, I'm like, oh, kossis. I bet it'll be great. Like, that's how I feel about it. So that's why I threw it in this video. Okay, here's a classic case of it kind of makes me want to buy it, but I have a really good reason not to. The Sephora Favorites Perfect Pout Lip Set, which this is the kind of thing that Sephora releases around the holidays, and this was posted like right before the new year. So they're clearly dragging the marketing for this kit through into the new year. Maybe they released it like at the end of December rather than the beginning. This is the kind of thing that really gets people, and that gets me a little bit, or kind of tries to get me, because I love lip products. And this is the Perfect Pout Lip Set. It seems to be built of extremely wearable, like natural lip products, which is what I'm really into right now. So there's a Black Honey, a Clinique Black Honey, the Laneige Lip Treatment Balm, a great product, NARS Laguna, which is like a brown leaning balm treatment product from NARS, a really pretty looking Charlotte Tilbury, again, it's a balm, the Hyaluronic Happy Kiss Lipstick Balm in Pillow Talk. And then there's a lip liner, which is a great companion to all of these, and it's from Rare Beauty, which is a brand that I'm really interested in. I've never tried. Right. So it's like they really knew what they were doing. They put it together to get me to sit up and take notice. But all the products except the Charlotte Tilbury and the Rare Beauty lip liner are minis. And there is nothing that I dislike more in a makeup collection, like kicking around in my drawers, than a mini of a bullet lip product. Just like this tiny little pill-sized piece of cream makeup crammed into a rickety ghost of a bullet, like a twist up bullet. It always just gets rattled, crushed, smeared, can't really be applied effectively. It's like, to me, one step away from just having a smear of the product inside a sample card. And worse, because then you've got this object and it's like fraught. It has baggage attached to it. It's like hard to get rid of because you feel like it's special in some way or you should be using it up, but it's like hard to use and it's just totally ungratifying. You know, I'm over here feeling like life is short. Figure out which lip product you really are going to love and use and just get the full size. I much prefer that to a drawer full of little tiny ineffectual minis that I didn't even choose rattling around. And this is the kind of thing that brings those things into one's life. I would actually rather buy, if I wanted it, which I don't, the Charlotte Tilbury Happy Kiss and Pillow Talk and the Rare Beauty lip liner. I would actually rather buy the two of them full size and pay full price, which would probably add up to more than the $28 that this set costs, and just have those two full-size products. I would rather do that than buy this kit for $28 and have all of those little minis. So I very quickly go with a thing like this from being like, ooh, what a great deal, I want it, to being like, no, 1,000 times no, you can't give it to me for free. I thought it was only fair, since I talked about cherry smoke, to mention that Replica has released a new fragrance. It's called On a Date. It says, inspired by a magical date on a late summer's evening overlooking the magnificent vineyards of Provence at sunset. Florals, warm florals, blackcurrant, rose, patchouli. Probably not for me. I don't like florals in a fragrance, really, quite at all. Patchouli is the only scent in here. I don't mind blackcurrant sometimes. It's interesting. I am looking forward to smelling this because it is something that I could see if it's gone a certain way. If the florals are really downplayed and the warmth and spiciness is really what you're smelling, and if that's how it goes on me, I could even see myself wearing it. But at first glance, when they're talking about a warm floral fragrance that has rose in it, probably not. It's not like I don't like rose as a fragrance. It's just I'd rather smell like a bonfire. Okay, this kind of makes me want to try it. This is rivaling, weirdly, it's like, who am I becoming? But this is rivaling cherry smoke for a place in my heart, in my affections, in my sights, you know? NARS is releasing a multi-purpose skin perfecting powder that blurs imperfections, smooths the look of skin, controls shine, and sets makeup. So it's a setting powder, medium coverage with a matte finish, and it's a coverage product. And that's what intrigues me because I'm trying to understand powder more. I am a makeup reviewer after all. I have a couple powders, some of them on the packaging say, I have 3, I think. Is that right? 2 of them on the packaging say that they're setting powder, but they're tinted, but they're semi-sheer. They're like translucent setting powder. And one of them on the packaging says that it's finishing powder. And And it's also a colorless or like slightly color correcting. I used to have a powder like this that was like a coverage product from ColourPop. They had sent it in PR. It was a pretty good match for me and I lost it. I don't know where it is. And I actually miss it because I found that it was really useful for when I had stubborn blemishes or little spots, which I actually have one right here right now. It's like to get it really covered, it's like a healing blemish that was really bad that's taken a long time to heal. I put a little bit of concealer on there and then tap a little bit of powder and then a tiny bit more of concealer and then tap a little bit of powder. But no matter how much I do that, it sort of just, the powder just like absorbs into the skin and absorbs into the concealer and it still looks like a slightly different color from the rest of my skin. But when I had that ColourPop, when I had that, I'm like, what's that brand called again? That brand from the 2000 teens? When I had that ColourPop powder, I would just get a little bit on the poof and press it over a spot like that and it would really blank it out. It would blank it out and blend it into my skin and it would really be imperceptible, at least on camera. So I miss it. I don't know where it is. I haven't seen it in months. I think it might truly be gone forever, especially because I just decluttered and like cleaned out everything. And now here comes NARS, which is a brand that I, again, have kind of mixed feelings about, but I think they make really good makeup. Releasing a product that promises to do the same thing with this model looking absolutely gorgeous in the shade Seafront. I mean, beautiful before and beautiful after, and you can't trust a before and after by a brand. It's all just technology, but still, if this is what they're claiming that it does, you can like see the coverage, but you can also see how skin-like and beautiful it looks. That is what I want since my ColourPop one went away. So not only that, but the lightest shade, which is called Cliff, looks really desaturated and neutral and almost olive. And I know that the lightest shade in NARS is usually okay for me, a little bit yellow, but okay. But in this case, it actually looks like they went even lighter and more neutral than Chantilly, which is the lightest shade in the concealer. So, gosh, I'm really talking myself into it over here, aren't I? The thing that makes it harder to resist than other things I've discussed today is that I have a legitimate hole in my collection that was left by that ColourPop powder that I lost. And literally today when I was doing my makeup, I was like, ugh, I wish I had a powder in it with some coverage. I'm fine without it. Here I am looking fine. And even if you can see my blemish, I don't care. But maybe if there's interest in this for review, maybe if it comes out and other people review it and it's great, maybe if I see it in store and the color really is amazing for me. This one is a little bit of a live one, We'll see. We'll report back. And finally, probably the most buzz-inducing release since my last New Makeup Hot Takes, the really weirdly named and marketed Natasha Denona mini pastel palette. Like, in what world are these pastels? We've got a dark blue, a dark navy blue, a rich saturated teal, a shiny mid-toned teal, a bubblegum pink, and a color-shifting bronzy gold. In the swatches with the reflect, with like the strong bright reflect in the shiny ones, I'll give you that a couple of them have pastel bits like in the swatch. But this isn't a pastel palette. These aren't pastel colors. What are you talking about, Natasha? And again, it's supposed to be like a companion to the pastel palette that she released. And maybe it makes sense, that being the case, that these are richer and more saturated colors to supplement the extreme actual pastel quality of the pastel palette, because the pastel palette really was pastel. I mean, I guess that is the point of this. It's like everyone knows this is supposed to be a companion palette. I just feel like it's a bit of a stretch. Even if that was the thinking, even if that was how this came about, the thing that came about is quite awkward. And I would have gone about it a different way, I think, because it just doesn't make sense. I'm generally a fan of these mini palettes from Natasha Denona. I like the Natasha Denona formula, and I really like that there are all these mini palettes out there and you can get, 5 shadows and test out the formula for $25, which isn't a very, very, very low price for eyeshadow, but it is a low price for 5 Natasha Denona shades, even though they're really tiny. To me, it feels like something that would be absolutely worth it if I, had never tried these shadows, or I was really interested in just a couple colors and I didn't want to spend the amount that a whole Natasha Denona palette costs. Who knows, maybe now that I've decluttered all of my Natasha Denona palettes because of age, just to be clear, I loved them and I used them all relentlessly, but they had all gotten really quite old. But now that that's happened, maybe I'll take an interest in some of these mini palettes and I'll just have a little Natasha Denona collection of mini palettes. Not anytime soon. I'm really happy with the 5 eyeshadow palettes that I have, but I could see that happening down down the line. However, this one's a no for me because I don't really wear these blues and greens. The only shadow in here that interests me is the color shifting bronze, but even it is a little bit too kind of light and yellow leaning for me. It's an easy pass color-wise. The Pastel Plexi Glow highlighter, a translucent alabaster base enveloped in a wash of shimmering pink, golden champagne, and icy mint gel powder formula, does for some reason really make me want to touch it and buy it and own it and wear it. Like, of everything that's here, I'm like, I want it. Totally irrationally, because I have an incredible color shifting highlighter that I kept. It was from, I think, an Odin's Eye collection a while back that I kept in my declutter because I just love this kind of thing when it comes to texture. And I was like, I just have to have one thing like this that really does the most in terms of iridescent, like rainbow soap bubble cheeks. I'm glad I have it. I'm very happy when I think about it, and I'm looking forward to wearing it, I think, someday soon. But I don't need another one because I wear it so infrequently. I mean, it's really just about having the option, which isn't my favorite thing for my collection. I rarely keep something just to have the option. I try just to keep things that I know that I'm going to use a lot. This rainbow soap bubble highlighter thing, it's kind of an exception. Whenever I see one that's released, I'm like, I want it. Against all rational thought, I want it. And so having one then helps me be like, oh, but I already have one, so I definitely don't need it. And that's how I feel in this case about this one. And that is it. Those are the bits of new makeup of note that have been released since I last filmed one of these videos. And those are my hot takes about them. I hope you enjoyed watching this. It's good to be back. It's weird to be back. Happy New Year. Don't really know quite what to expect here in 2023, but I'm looking forward to finding out along with you what it is going to be like. Hey y'all, hi. It's time for another episode of New Makeup Hot Takes. I didn't know it was gonna be such a party. I just filmed another video, and usually I change my tops between videos so that we'll be able to see easily at a glance in the footage, like which footage goes with which video. I forgot to bring another top down, so I just put on one of the dresses that I had hanging in the background. It's this Kemi Telford dress, which is my Christmas dress. I actually don't know why I haven't worn it for a video before. And I'm actually not really feeling like it's a party because when I sat down to prep this video, like I went through Trend Mood 1, the Instagram account that posts about new makeup, seeking new releases that are of interest enough to be worthy of my discussion on this channel. It could just be my mood. I was like in my feelings and just everything looked bad, boring. And I think upon reflection that it's just that a lot of things aren't to my taste. And that doesn't mean that I can't talk about them. So I'm kind of rallying. I'm going to take a deep breath and make it work, as they say. But I think it's going to be a lot of me talking about why. I mean, it's kind of what I always do, talking about why I'm not going to buy something. But in this case, it's very like petty reasons why things aren't to my taste. I think that that's the vibe. Last time I filmed New Makeup Hot Takes, there were a lot of things that I kind of had to talk myself down off the ledge about. And this time it's like, where even is the ledge? We're like in the middle of the desert. No ledge in sight, which is fine. If you've never watched my channel before and you're just here because you're like, I like new makeup and I like hot takes, I certainly hope you enjoy it. And I'm so glad that you clicked on this one. My name is Hannah, and this is a beauty channel that has a thread of conscientiousness about overconsumption running through it. I myself am on a journey away from overspending on beautiful things, so I try not to promote overspending. And in that spirit, I usually approach new releases with a bit of a grain of salt, trying to find a reason not to buy them, which hopefully will be easy today. Perhaps if you like it, you'll subscribe to my channel, and let's find out. Let's go ahead and get into the meat of this video. Okay, so initially I scrolled and scrolled looking for something that was worth a mention. And I finally kind of scraped it together by seeing that there are like a lot of complexion products released, which usually does intrigue me. I have become a makeup wearer who has a vested interest in fresh formulas for the complexion, especially because complexion is kind of my main agenda with makeup. I mean, I love eye makeup, I love blush, I love lip products, but if I'm gonna do one thing on any given day, it's gonna be cancel out my redness, conceal my spots, even out my skin tone, try to make my face match my neck. Complexion's kind of like the main gig. So why is it that I was just scrolling past all of these new complexion releases without giving them a second glance? Actually, I was giving them a glance and I was like, boring. Annoying. Maybe I'm just in a bad mood. This is what it looks like. I know you can't tell. It's because I'm a professional. This is what a professional YouTuber's bad mood looks like. No, the reason is this. I have become highly attuned over the past 2 years to the nuances of my own complexion. I used to just think, oh, I'm so pale and neutral, and so it's really hard to find stuff. It's hard to find base products. But it's not just that. I've learned that skin tones aren't just light to dark and pink to yellow, right? That's what most brands, they're like. We've got light to dark, and at each level of value, we've either chosen golden undertones or pink undertones, which are sometimes called warm and cool. But it is just not how it works. I think that is sort of like a piece of the pie, right? Those are two of the spectrums of complexion, but there are way more undertones than just golden and peach. My undertone, for example, is olive, and all of the undertones can be present in very light and very deep skin, not just in certain mid-tone shades. There's also, I think, an under-recognized spectrum, which is the spectrum of saturation. Two people can have basically the same undertone and even kind of basically the same value of their skin, like around the same range in terms of the light to dark spectrum, but just a different level of saturation of pigment to their skin. And when I figured this out, it made so much sense because I realized that, especially back in the day when there were way fewer choices for complexion, the battle that I was always fighting, it wasn't necessarily just that everything was too dark or that everything was too pink or too yellow. Everything was also too saturated. Clearly, I am up on my soapbox. Not 5 minutes into the video, I'm up on my soapbox about complexion. Maybe now you can tell that I'm in a mood because this is the left turn we've taken. This is all just to say, because I have gone on this journey and I've gathered all of this knowledge, when I see a shade range that has launched with what to me is like regressive representation of nuance in shade ranges, like a spectrum of light to dark with some shades yellow and some shades pink. Like when I see that, I'm like, what is this? 2005? I'm like, you noobs, like, haven't you heard about saturation? Haven't you heard about olive undertones? And it's just me, right? Like, yeah, these concepts have been around for a long time. Just because I have become aware of how one person, fit into all of this just in the past year and a half, it has, of course, not changed the way in which makeup companies are choosing to engage in these spectrums and which ones they're choosing to ignore. I have just become quickly dismissive of new complexion launches if they don't seem to have thought about the lightest end of their shade range further than just the very traditional, like, very, very palest shade is extremely pink. The next palest shade is extremely yellow, almost as pale, but extremely yellow. And then the third one is often what they're calling neutral, but it's usually not really that neutral. And what we need, the Hannah Louise Postons of the world, what we need is like gray. You know, we need that desaturation. You can't just water down yellow with white until it's pale enough. You need to mix in some gray. That's what I mean by desaturation. Oh my gosh, I have to stop talking about this and move on. I haven't even mentioned a single piece of new makeup. So Laura Mercier has released a new foundation, a weightless foundation that blurs the line between makeup and skin. Sounds great in theory, but what is going on at the lightest end of the shade range is exactly what I just described. The lightest shade they're calling a neutral, it's peach. The second lightest is yellow as a lemon. Like, it's what? And then the third one is like pink as a pig. And I'm just like, Laura, it's a no. Guerlain has released a new foundation. I want it. The perfection of a foundation. That's what the copy says. Oh, the perfection of a foundation, the lightness and radiance of a powder. That makes more sense. I thought that the tagline was the perfection of a foundation, like they'd perfected foundation. It's a long-wearing, light texture, medium coverage. Seems a little bit like that thing where they're sort of promising a bunch of stuff that's all at cross purposes to itself. But the thing that I care the most about is, again, the lightest shade looks sort of peach, and then the next 2 or 3 just look very golden. Even the models all look very golden. Their skin just looks very saturated. You know, there's nobody here with those grayish green undertones. And that's just the choice they've made, but that's the choice that makes me click away really quickly. And the same is going on with the KVD concealer, same thing going on. Makeup Forever has released a powder foundation, which I have kind of an interest right now in powder foundation. And it does look, the lightest shade looks really bright yellow, but it looks a little closer. However, However, I still really want to try the new NARS release, that powder. A lot of you want me to review it, and I want to review it too. It's just been sold out in my shade everywhere since it launched. So because that is still sort of hanging over my head, the Makeup for Everyone has a little bit less interest for me. A classic reason not to buy something. That's a little bit more reasonable than just me griping about saturation. A little bit more how I usually approach things when I'm not a fuss budget. Let's move on to talking about some regular stuff in a normal way, okay? Armani Beauty Luminous Silk Glow Blush, powder blush. So I feel like I've seen people saying like it's the year of blush or it's the year of powder blush, the return of powder blush. I'm not super mad at it. I mostly have cream blushes, but once in a while I find myself actually relatively frequently reaching for a powder blush just for ease of use. Sometimes it's the thing that's gonna be the least messy or testy, you know? And I have a couple, the colors of which I really like. I do have the cream version of this, like the, what was it called? Melting Color Balm, the Armani Melting Color Balm in a really cool like brown shade that I love. I mean, it's one of my most used makeup products and I have pan on it. And there is one color here in the bottom left-hand corner. It looks like beige, sort of like a neutral beige. That is pulling on my heartstrings. It's like, it's saying, Hannah, I would be the powder version of the one that you love. But here's the thing. No, it wouldn't. It would be like a peach. I know that it would. A powder blush that looks this color in the pan, it's telling lies to me. It would be really peach bright on me. If it were much more brown and cool toned, then maybe it would have a chance at rivaling the Melting Color Balm that I have. But overall, these colors, none of them really grip me because they're all really, really bright and saturated. And I'm just not looking to add blush to my collection that is that way, like is a statement in that way right now because I have plenty of blush. If anything, I would want the most neutral and the palest one, but I think that even it in this shade range would be on me brighter than it looks. So that is the way in which I'm swiping left. Can you tell that I met my husband before Tinder existed? Swiping it away, this release, right? Whichever way you swipe when you're not interested. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Same story with the House Labs by Lady Gaga blushes. I guess if I had ever stopped to think about it, I would have seen this coming a mile away because when she launched, there were bronzers and highlighters. I actually reviewed this brand, and the powder formulas are really great. I love the bronzer. I love the highlighter, but it had a very gold undertone. I ended up giving it away. I kept the bronzer in my end-of-year declutter, and I don't usually like bronzers because I feel like they're usually too orange. I mean, it's not just my feelings. It's facts. They usually are too orange. But the lightest bronzer in the Lady Gaga range is like kind of a special color and it really works. And I just love the kind of cream to powder, the very creamy powder. I wonder if this is supposed to be the same. It says velvety soft, buildable color, smooth second skin finish. I think it's probably more of a powder than the bronzer, which is definitely like a cream to powder. They would be advertising it that way if it were the same formula. The thing that makes this an easy pass for me though is again, the colors. Just they're all really bright and super saturated, which I know is great for a lot of people. Like that's the name of the game with blush for a lot of people. And I'm not saying that these are all trash, like not at all. I think a lot of people are gonna love these probably. And I was more favorably impressed by House Labs than I expected to be. So I'm not saying they shouldn't have done it. It's just for me, as a crabby person looking for a reason not to buy something, this one is easy. I just don't like any of the colors. In the pan, hibiscus, haze, and pomelo peach, maybe, but then in those swatches, even if they're photoshopped, I mean, I think they're photoshopped, but not the cheek swatches. Yeah, the fair and light model and all of in the cheek swatches, in every single color, she just looks like she's wearing a really bright blush and they all kind of look the same on her, you know? So the colors all kind of look not exactly the same, but kind of close to the same on all the models. Like if you look at this grid of all the models, or maybe that is just my mood talking. There are the slight nuances that one would expect if you stare at it for a long time. But my first impression looking at this grid with all the models' faces is just, these are 5 really punchy blushes and that's not what I'm in the market for, so that's fine. Swipe, swipe. I feel like this Cosmic Brushes, is that the brand of this palette? There's this palette on Trend Mood called the Muse palette. There's no brand tagged, but Trend Mood says #revealed, #eyeshadow palette, #cosmic_brushes. I've never heard of the brand Cosmic Brushes. Looks like it's based in the UK. I'm not gonna buy this. I just feel like it's worth a mention because the color story strikes me as extremely original, gripping, strong, unique. I mean, it's just jumping off the screen in and amongst all of these boring releases as a very thoughtfully designed, elaborate palette. It's inspiring, right? It makes me want to dupe the vibes. It makes me want to build a little palette of my own singles, including some colors like this. I think in cases like these, if I were considering buying it, like say there were a number of things about this, like the brand and the formula, if I were familiar with it, or if I'd been craving green and purple or something, say I really did want to buy it for some reason, here's how I would talk myself down if I was trying to buy less. By remembering that when you actually put eyeshadow on your eyes, you only ever use a handful of colors. And in this palette, there are so many colors, so many different colors. And the way that all those colors look together is what's creating the impact. So it's really this like kind of painterly 20 color party that we're looking at. You're looking at these 20 colors all singing together the way that they would if they had been all used in a painting, You look at that painting and you're like, oh my gosh, I love all those colors working together. I really love the way that it looks. And it's really tempting. But you just have to remember that the painting that you're painting on your eyes isn't going to look like that. It's not going to look like this. It's always going to be an edit of these 20 colors, just like picking one main one and then maybe a couple of accent colors. I think that a lot of times when we buy palettes like this just impulsively because you love it so much, you just have to have it. It's easy to forget in those moments that the color story as we see it here just only exists inside of the palette and it isn't really a tool for creating that color story on your body. But there is something to be said for the artistic work of putting a palette together, and I think in this case it's been done particularly well. Oh, here's more evidence of more reminiscences of my grumpiness when we were going through. So Lisa Eldridge, new gloss embrace colors, which is fine. I had one of these, I reviewed one of these. Some Lisa Eldridge makeup has impressed me quite a lot formulaically, and some of it has just felt like I could take it or leave it. And I kind of felt take it or leave it about the lip gloss formula. It was just like shiny, pretty, but a bit sticky, if I'm remembering correctly. I do like the soft mauve and the berry. I've been really into like a sheer berry for a lip gloss lately, as long as it's grounded in brown, which this one definitely is. Oh, it's sorcery. Yeah, it looks pretty. But when I was scrolling through and I saw this, I was like, all I want is for her to bring back in stock the colors of the Lucent lip color that I didn't buy because I was on a no-buy when they released, and there were a couple of colors I really wanted. I feel like she keeps saying, oh yeah, they're going to restock by the end of the year, which is so absurd for me to feel that way because I'm trying to buy less this year as it is, so even if they did restock, I probably wouldn't buy them. But I had that like petty makeup lover's disgruntled gripe when I saw this release. I was like, fine, like that's all well and good, you're releasing new lip glosses, but what about the restock of the old ones? When I see people commenting stuff like that, I'm always like, calm down, Mary. But for some reason, I'm feeling like that today. No, in all reality, these are very pretty colors. I like the sheer one, the iridescent one. I like the entire top row quite a lot. I know there are some people for whom the bottom row will be the ticket, but like assessing it objectively or as objectively as I can in this moment in my life, good choices. Like good choices if you're going to expand on this shade range. Oh, here's some hot steaming makeup tea. Some hot goss. Makeup Revolution, the dupe lab, right? Like the dupe suppliers has duped the Jones Road Miracle Balm. It tickles me because, I mean, this is what Makeup Revolution does, right? They're always launching products that are very clearly designed to imitate other products. But it's only recently that Jones Road Miracle Balm came across my radar aggressively enough that I was like, I should probably review this. Then I reviewed it, and so many people have watched the video. Like, I had no idea that there was such a voracious desire for information about the Jones Road Miracle Balm. And now, just in the wake of that having happened over here on my little channel, Makeup Revolution's like, oh, we knew, like we cottoned on and we formulated a dupe. It's the Balm Glow multi-way balm to glaze your cheeks, eyes, and lips. Eyes. You're not supposed to put Miracle Balm on your eyes, so I guess it's a little bit different in that way. I mean, the colors look pretty. I'm not really a Makeup Revolution aficionado over here. I just had to bring it up. And hilariously, Jones Road has launched a new shade of Miracle Balm, Miami Beach, which looks really pretty, but it was featured on Trend Mood like 2 or 3 posts before the Makeup Revolution announcement, so it kind of adds insult to injury. I mean, if you're insulted, like if Jones Road was insulted, if Bobbi Brown was insulted. Ooh, this This is like a classic, kind of got me where I live, and then I immediately pulled out my reason not to buy it and like swiped it away, swatted it away. Tower 28 Cream Bronzer. So Tower 28 is perennially sort of coming for my wig. Like, I love the aesthetic. I love the formulas of the things that I've tried. I love the colors. I just want and then like buy and use and love Tower 28 and be just like a Tower 28 wearer over here. However, my first foray into Tower 28 brought me up hard against the problem with Very Clean Beauty that doesn't use any kind of preservatives, actually, which is that it goes off so quickly. I've heard other people talk about this problem or like trade-off. It's like the trade-off that you make if you want your makeup not to have those kinds of preservatives in it. I've heard a lot of people talk about it, and particularly Tower 28 specifically, and how quickly things go off. And the lip gloss, which was the thing that I got, I loved that formula so much. I loved the lip gloss formula. I bought 2 shades for myself, and it was like mere months later, they were both going off, like smelling and looking weird. I think that the only way I could have really gotten anything resembling good use out of them is if I had bought just one and used only it for a couple of months until I'd used it up, which, to be fair, is the way that a lot of people use makeup. Like, a lot of people just have lip gloss and they don't have lipstick and they don't have like a drawer of lip products to select from every day the way that I do, because I review makeup as part of my job. So they just buy one thing and they use it every day till they use it up. And if that's you, then there's no problem with this Tower 28 short shelf life thing. And that used to be me back in the day. I used to just get like one blush at a time and use it up. But that is me no longer, right? I kind of require my products to have a little bit more stick-to-itiveness than that, because I'm rotating them, I'm cycling through with other things. And those Tower 28 lip glosses that I had, I only used a little bit of each of them before they started going off, whereas I have other lip glosses from other brands that have lasted for a long time. And they're, holding their own just fine, even in that cyclical environment. So that is the reason not to buy. And that is what has kept me from buying Magic Hour. Is that what it is? The Tower 28 blush, which I've swatched in store and I really want, and it looks beautiful and has been recommended to me, but I know that I won't get anywhere close to good use out of it before it starts going off. And I've heard people talking about how quickly the cream cheeks from Tower 28 go off. So every time I think about that, the desire to buy it just dies. And that's how it is with these two, because they're cream bronzer. Just the lightest shade looks pretty. I'm sure the texture is gorgeous. I'm sure I would really love it for like 5 minutes, and then it would start growing mold. A new Gucci foundation. Is this the same one? I guess this is the kind of information you are hoping to get from me. So maybe I should look it up. No, it's not the same one. So this is the Eternité de Beauté foundation from Gucci Makeup, which is my Achilles heel, for those of you who don't know. It's like a blurring, shine controlling matte foundation. And then their other one, which has been out for a long time, is the Fluide de Beauté, which is a natural finish foundation. So I've always wanted to try, actually, the other one. And it's a hefty shade range, really pretty. It's a little bit hard to tell about the lightest shades just through the bottles. I think in store, when I've swatched the Fluide de Beauté, it's been like too bright, too peach, too yellow. You know what I mean? Like, there is definitely not like a desaturated grayish olive, super pale, like a few brands these days do have. There's definitely not one here. That's the thing that has kept me from trying the other foundation, I think. And the other thing is the price. Because even for a review, it's like hard to know if it would be worth it. I mean, this one's $67. I think that's what the other one is too. Yeah, $68, $69, depending on where you get it. I don't really have anything to say. Gucci Beauty has a hold on me. I'm interested in everything they do. I don't even like matte foundation. I guess what I can say is that this is my reason not to buy, even from a brand that has a hold on me. There probably isn't a color match for me, and I don't like matte foundation. So I am observing that this new formula has been released with an academic interest. Oh my gosh, here's something though. Of all the things, this is the one that gave me that feeling. Of all the things that have been released since I last filmed one of these. Hermes bronzer. It's the Plein Air Healthy Glow Mineral Bronzer. The pans just look so pretty. Like, can we get this on a scarf? Can we get this pattern like on a dress, on a sweater or a blouse? It's just so pretty. Those like tonal shades pressed in. I would like to see this shade range go about twice as far in the deep direction as it does. It's because they're like mixed colors is a little bit hard to tell, and there are no swatches, but this definitely doesn't cover everyone, which is a real shame. As far as I can tell, I mean, there's only the pictures of the products and there's no information about how it's supposed to apply or what it's supposed to do. If it's supposed to be kind of like a sheer finishing powder type bronzer, like the Chantecaille powders that I've been talking about recently, then maybe that darkest shade could stretch, or if it's like a little bit highlighting, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's supposed to be like bronzer. And the lightest shade, I mean, part of why I respond to this is that the lightest shade has those rosy undertones that a real, authentically natural looking bronzer on me has to have, because when I get sun, I turn pink like that rather than tan or orange. That looks like it would be a really beautiful summer cheek color for me. But because it's so not bronze, it does kind of make me think that there's like a sheer wash of color on the cheeks thing going on here rather than like a true like bronze up the face thing going on. I follow its career with interest. I've never tried any Hermes makeup, but people send me the little links from time to time because it's so pretty. I would say the reason not to buy at this moment is a lack of information about what it's trying to achieve. I'm just compelled by the aesthetics. I'm just like, wow, each one looks pretty and they all look pretty there together. But that doesn't have to mean that I buy it, There's a lot of pretty stuff out there, and I'm just letting it be pretty somewhere else for free to me. Admiring it from here doesn't cost anything. All right, I've had it. Let me just knock out these last two. Charlotte Tilbury, like teeny tiny pink eyeshadows in individual compacts, just 2 colors. Ultraviolet, the bright pink it seems like a little bit of a departure for her, which I'm proud of her for. It's like go out on a little bit of a limb, but overall it's just like, why like a little tiny dinky thing? That's my hot take. That's all I got. The last thing I was going to talk about was this Guerlain release, and I think I had like a reference for this. So they really did the most with this denim and bees thing. Luckily for me, as someone who doesn't want to buy stuff right now, it's not up my alley. You know what I mean? I can do without the denim and bees Guerlain packaging. And the colors, right? The lip is too just like straightforward peachy pink for me. The primary blue, purple, yellow, brown primary colors like in that palette. No, I would maybe just use the brown. There's nothing about this that makes me want it. So that's really easy. But I threw it in here because I feel like it was sort of like I was going to comment on Charlotte Tilbury and how she just does the same thing over and over, but she doesn't. I mean, she does, but that bright pink was like a little bit of a departure. The thing that struck me in like thinking again about Charlotte Tilbury and how she never seems to stray very far. And it's not just her, it's like other things that I scrolled past, like Huda Beauty releasing another 9-pan. It's so similar. I didn't even like notice it when I was scrolling the first time. And then I was like, oh, I guess another palette from Huda Beauty, but it made no impression on me. But I feel like this, even though I'm not interested in this bright blue and this bright yellow, this is how you keep things interesting, This is how you create texture in your brand. I don't really know how recently Guerlain has released like other eyeshadows, but I imagine that there's some like neutral stuff sort of holding down the fort. And then every once in a while you make a splash with something like this. Kind of like how most of the Tom Ford quads are neutral, but then there's that one that has like bright purple and a bright orange in it. I just feel like sometimes you have to go there a little bit. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to do like denim and bees and blue and yellow and just give us a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So even though I'm not compelled to buy this, I really think it's exciting and I think it's giving us something. At least it's giving us something, And on a day when, to me, almost everything was giving me nothing, I just felt like it was worth a mention. And that's all I'm going to say. That's my hot take. I'm coming back to the middle. That is it. I hope you enjoyed your time here at my grumpy party. I mean, maybe this is the ticket for me to create convincing videos about how unnecessary everything is in makeup. It's not like I'm in a bad mood overall. It's not like bad things are happening and I'm sitting here stewing or something. I just found myself when I started looking at new releases, I found myself with pretty short patience for, dare I say, like all the BS, like all of the just same old, I was just like, give me something to sink my teeth into. And almost nobody did. I appreciate you all so much for liking and commenting on my videos and subscribing to my channel. Thank you for being here. And don't forget to take extra good care of yourself so that you can be the most effective version of yourself as you do your work in the world. New makeup, hot takes. 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 New makeup hot takes. New makeup hot takes. It's time for another episode of New Makeup Hot Takes, and there are so many things on which I want to comment today. I think it's going to have to be like a true hot takes video where the takes are sort of thick and fast. I just have one little thing to say about it, you know? And a lot of times I scroll through and I'm like, I have nothing to say about any of this, yawn. And then I have to dredge up some sort of TED talk about like one thing or one aspect of beauty, but not so today. It's going to be a feast. I'm going to have to keep a tight rein on myself to keep this video from being 2 hours long. And in terms of how good or suspect the new releases are, it's sort of all over the map. There are a bunch of things here that allure me for one reason or another. But as you know, if you've been here before, if you watch my channel, I try not to promote overspending. I try not to overspend on beauty, and I try to foster in myself kind of a healthy detachment from new releases. So I'm usually looking for a reason to not buy something or to, take a step back from like the first flush of excitement about a new release, even if it's something that's exciting. So that'll be the approach. And if you are new here and you find yourself enjoying that, I hope you'll subscribe. Now, let's go ahead and get into the meat of the video. New makeup hot takes. New makeup hot takes. All right, first up, and we're going in reverse chronological order, and Joe said he will edit me to the side, so I don't have to move to the side, which is good because the way the lights are, when I move to the side, it changes the lighting and it's not quite right. It's like a little overexposed, and I've long lamented how overexposed I look in New Makeup Hot Takes, but apparently we can fix it in post. So from here, first up, there is a shade extension of the Le Monster crayon. The lip crayon from Haus Labs. And this is the kind of thing that I wouldn't ordinarily talk about in New Makeup Hot Takes, because it's just like a random product from a random brand, and it's just a shade extension of it. But when I reviewed Haus Labs, I distinctly remember really loving this product. But I also distinctly remember that the shade range didn't include very many neutrals and shades of nude. And so I ended up choosing, I think, a red. And I remember either saying exactly this out loud or something like this. I'm not going to keep it because I have other red lipsticks that I like, and so it's just another red. But if it were in a more nuanced nude or neutral for me, it was like the closest thing they had was some sort of pink. But I was like, if they had a brown, if they had a beige or a beigey pink or something like that, this is a product I would get a lot of use out of. And just the only reason that I didn't get a lot of use out of the one that I chose for the review is that it was red. And if I'm going to wear a red, it's going to be Lisa Eldridge Velvet Dragon or one of the Merit lipsticks. So, I guess Lady Gaga was watching my video. I guess Joanne, some late night scrolling, came across that review and she was like, you know what, Hannah Louise Poston, you're right. I'm going to do a shade extension. All of these shades look beautiful. They kind of tempt me. But just because I, in the past, thought that this would be a good choice, like a good enhancement for Haus Labs, just because I had that thought and then it did come about, doesn't mean that I need to rush out and buy it. I feel like the next time I'm in a Sephora and I see these shades, swatch them, sort of get a sense in real life of the undertones. If there's one that seems just super perfect, because I know that I really like the formula, I could see myself maybe buying it. But I'm not going to rush out and order all 5 of them or 4 of them just because of that past connection. I'm happy to see it, but for my part, I'll wait. Next up, Tarte Shape Tape Radiant. So I have just like a basic hot take on this, which is, one, this is smart. I just feel like Tarte has this iconic, historical concealer, the historical concealer, Tarte Shape Tape, but it's very, very full coverage. And that isn't really the thing right now. So it makes total sense for Tarte to come out with a less full coverage, kind of radiant, light touch version of Shape Tape. So my first reaction is, yeah, this makes total sense. And then my second reaction is, but way too late. It seems like they could have gotten the clue, the idea for this 4 or 3 years ago and executed on it in a shorter amount of time. Maybe they did decide to do this when the worms started turning with concealer coverage popularity. And then it took 2 years to develop, and so now they're releasing it. But I just feel like they should have lit a little fire under that, you know what I mean? It just feels like the exact right thing for Tarte to be doing, but a year and a half too late for it to really get its teeth in any of us. Okay, Guerlain with the brown, with this beautiful brown collection for spring, summer. I live for this, especially the lip colors. Look at those lip colors. It's not just that they're brown, because lots of brands, especially this kind of brand, a lot of them come out with brown makeup. It's like the neutral, the timeless neutral. But the browns don't usually have these kind of mucky undertones, like slightly gray or slightly grayish, or pinks that have a strong brownish gray undertone rather than being like browns that have a really warm. That's usually what it is, especially with lips. And these palettes each have basically an orange eyeshadow in them. So they are leaning warm, but I'm so happy to see this beautiful range of nudie browns. I mean, makes me want to get myself a Guerlain lipstick, which is something that I don't think I've ever considered before. Oh, it says it's a fall collection. I was feeling like I was like browns for spring, groundbreaking, but it's actually browns for fall. So not as counterculturally thrilling as I thought initially, but still a good choice in terms of the shade curation. ColourPop comes out with so much stuff that I definitely don't mention every collection that they launch and everything that's on Trend Mood 1, which is what I use as a resource for these videos. It's an Instagram account that posts about new makeup releases. But I did think that I would mention today the Lavender collection. It's the newest, the most recent thing that ColourPop has launched that's currently up on Trend Mood as I'm filming this. Because I remember the last time I filmed New Makeup Hot Takes, Lawless Beauty, I mentioned them because they've only ever done neutrals like pinks and browns. They launched a lavender collection. Now ColourPop is launching a full-on lavender collection, which interests me a little bit more even than the Lawless one because, there's that lavender that's really just a shade of pink, like a shade of pink that has a lot of purple mixed into it, sort of like that fluoro purpley pink. That's one interpretation of lavender, and that's the direction in which Lawless went. ColourPop has definitely gone much deeper into that pastel bluish purple, which that's real lavender to me. Like that's what I think of when I think of lavender. And I really like their interpretation. Again, it doesn't make me want to rush out and buy a bunch of stuff at ColourPop, but I think it's pretty. And I more just brought it up to be like, is lavender about to trend? Like, is lavender the color of the spring, summer? Like, is that about to be everywhere? Because some little signs point to yes. All right, here we have something that has got me in the gut. NARS, come for my wig again. After all of these years, in the early years, I was a real NARS girl. I just could not resist NARS. I actually remember during my no-buy year in 2018, the first piece of makeup to truly tempt me, like to really hurt, the first thing that was released where it really hurt that I was like on a no-buy and I was absolutely not going to buy it was NARS. There was a long period of time there where it was probably the brand that came the closest to my ideal for makeup. And then they went through a phase of just releasing the same thing over and over again. It was all just like orgasm stuff and orgasm-derived stuff, really basic color stories and cheek palettes and eye palettes, and they kind of started losing me. But now, this thing that really makes me want to buy it is the Afterglow Liquid Blush. A lightweight skincare-infused liquid blush, and the colors just look beautiful. This looks, based on these jelly-like swatches, this looks like the NARS version of a serum blush. Like it looks like one of those skincare hybrid blushes. But the listing, or at least the Trend Mood posting, says buildable and transfer resistant, which makes me think that it does dry down or become one with the skin. And I'm very curious about it. If my only relationship with makeup was that of a consumer, I would probably talk myself out of rushing out and buying this because of the doe foot applicator. For a liquid blush, I don't know. There's something about that. It's a little hard to get a sense from these images of how big the little container is, but it does seem like with that doe foot, it could read as fiddly in real life. So that would give me a little bit of pause, and that would be enough for me to be like, I'm going to cool my jets. I'm not going to buy one literally the instant it launches. As a reviewer of makeup, though, this is like another thing in a long list of things that NARS has released over the past, I would say maybe 6 months to a year, but more like the last 6 to 8 months, that has intrigued me. It's like they're starting to pique my interest again. They're starting to reel me back in. It's been a really long time since I bought or reviewed anything from NARS, like a really, really long time. And I'm starting to wonder if I should do a video like revisiting NARS, like checking in on the things that they've created since the last time I was a NARS customer and seeing if anything has changed, seeing how I feel about it now now, given that I have so much more experience testing and reviewing makeup than I did back when I was obsessed with the brand. So for me, this product might go on that list. It might be the thing that tips the scales and causes me to make that video. But overall, I feel like we as consumers can kind of just wait and see what this turns out to be like in person. I feel like that's the thing. Like, what does it really look and feel like in person? Both the formula and the packaging. Okay, here's another thing that's got me as a reviewer, kind of got me by the nape of the neck, because it's Gucci. And you know, I've reviewed a lot of Gucci makeup. With the exception of the foundation products, I'm a resource when it comes to Gucci makeup. And I've gotten tagged a lot. I've gotten a lot of tags and a lot of DMs about this product since it was announced. The Gucci liquid face highlighter. It looks so beautiful. The packaging, the models, a natural, radiant, healthy looking glow. And you know, I'm full of questions. Like, with a formula like this that is so liquidy and it's in a dropper, I feel like the question is, does it Let's boil down the question. When you boil down the question is it makeup or is it just oil with a bunch of shiny particles floating in it? Like, does it adhere to the face and kind of dry down or mix with your makeup or become one with your skin? Does it actually enhance the skin, or is it just a vial of oil with a bunch of little shiny microparticles floating in it? I could review it and tell you. I may do that. I've already spent my review budget for April, but we're about to click over into May. So this is like top of the list of things that I might review in May. But again, if that wasn't part of my job, I would be waiting for the reviews to find out, because I feel like we got like a 50-50 chance of this just being a very expensive vial of shiny oil. Speaking of very expensive things, here's my hot take on the Lisa Eldridge skincare launch. So Lisa Eldridge has launched, I think, just two skincare products, some cleansing cloths, like cleansing and exfoliating cloths. So the skincare products are the Skin Enhancing Treatment Cleanser, basically a cleanser, a balm cleanser, and the Skin and Makeup Enhancing Mist. The cleanser, the balm cleanser, is $50 and the mist is $42. It's $49, $42. But you know, for all intents and purposes, $50 and a little more than $40. That, to me, for skincare, it's just really expensive. And I know that her makeup is not inexpensive. You know, it's a luxury line, luxury pricing. So you're paying, what is it, something like in the $30 range for a lipstick? Was it even in the $60 range for palettes? Yeah, lipsticks are $38, so $40 basically. And yeah, eyeshadow palette $62. So that's really luxury pricing. So you might think like the cleanser's $50 and the eyeshadow palette's $60 and the lipstick's $40. Like, that's all around the same kind of price point. So it totally makes sense and it fits with her brand and it fits with her general pricing. But an eyeshadow palette lasts so much longer than one bottle of cleanser. A lipstick lasts so much longer. Like, even if it's your only lipstick and your only eyeshadow palette, which for most of us it's not, but even if it were and you're using it absolutely every day, you're still going to get like months, if not years more of wear out of that makeup than you're going to get out of a bottle of cleanser that you're using every day. So to me, a $50 cleanser and let's say a $50 eyeshadow palette, even though you're paying the same amount of money to get your hands on each one of those, in that case, the cleanser to me is way, way, way more expensive than the eyeshadow palette because of its use value, its price per use. So I guess in theory, I understand why these things are priced the way that they are, but as a consumer who sometimes buys luxury makeup and appreciates it, as a reviewer who sometimes reviews pricey makeup, I feel like a piece of Lisa Eldridge makeup once in a while is something that makes sense for me, like is within my realm. And I actually have purchased some of the lipsticks with my own money from time to time, like using my own budget. I wouldn't buy a lot of them with my own budget because it would add up, but it feels okay to me. However, these skincare products feel way too expensive for me. Like, they feel too expensive for me to buy with my budget to use, and they feel too expensive for me to even consider reviewing. It's just like, for skincare, it just feels like a lot. And that's my hot take. Ooh, a really interesting new release from Glossier. I think this is the first thing they've done since the world changed and Glossier stopped being a direct-to-consumer brand and started selling in Sephora. This is a liquid lipstick, which is new new for them, but it's unclear whether it's one of those liquid lipsticks that totally dries down. It does say liquid #lipstick. In the imagery, it looks a little bit like it could be a lip mousse, you know, one of those like pigmented but soft formulas that doesn't totally dry down. It's impossible to say just looking at this listing, but you know, Glossier does a pretty good job with their makeup. I have a video from back in the day that's like 30 Glossier products in 30 minutes or something, reviewing everything I've ever tried from them. I find it pretty hit and miss. Everything's either a yes or a no, kind of. And this intrigues me. The shades also look really pretty. The packaging looks really pretty. I don't know, given that I've reviewed so much Glossier on my channel in the past, maybe I'll pick one up for review in May as well. But I have so many lovely lipsticks that me thinking I might do that isn't really coming from a place of being like, oh, I have to try this new formula. It's like, I would rather just keep wearing my lipsticks from Merit and Gucci, like my absolute favorites through the summer, than get a whole bunch more. So maybe you can let me know in the comments if this is of interest to you. Like, are we still curious about what Glossier is doing? Let me know. ColourPop again, making it into new makeup hot takes twice in 1 week, which is not what they usually do. But this I definitely feel like is worth mentioning. The Chrome liquid eyeshadows from ColourPop. They're duochrome or multichrome, not just duochrome, they're multichromes. This is like the ColourPop version of the Danessa Myricks Twin Flames. It's really, I feel like, the moment that indie vibes, multichrome magic, like this thing that's been going on for years in the indie makeup community and that indie brands have been doing and redoing and perfecting for years. And they've always been the only source for this kind of thing, right? It started tiptoeing into the mainstream a little bit with Danessa Myricks, but Danessa Myricks, after all, is still an independent brand, right? She's like been doing her own thing for a long time. She's a makeup artist. And then only over the past, was it like within the past 2 or 3 years that she got picked up by Sephora? So there have been these little inklings, like these little twinklings of multichrome making its way into the mainstream. Natasha Denona also did a palette that had one and maybe some liquids. But for ColourPop to be full on releasing multichrome liquid eyeshadows, it feels like it's happened. You know what I mean? It feels like multichromes have arrived fully all over the scene because it's ColourPop. But at the same time, I feel like the really passionate interest in multichromes, they've missed the boat, like the tail end of the boat by maybe 6 months. Maybe that's just me. Maybe a lot of people are out there still with a passionate interest. But given that ColourPop develops things so quickly and turns them around so quickly, I wonder when they started doing this. Or maybe it took them a long time to get the formula right, but it seems like if they'd done it last year, it maybe would have generated more interest. I'm very curious about how good they are, though. Like how strong the flip is, if they even hold a candle to the indie multichromes, if they even remotely do that. Because in the swatch picture on here, they just look like straight metallics, but it's very, very hard to capture an actual multichrome or like a really strong duochrome on camera. So I'll follow the future career of this launch with a little bit of interest. Tom Ford liquid lipsticks. I'm just throwing this up here because a lot of brands are releasing liquid lipsticks and it's interesting. I think it was several months ago, New Makeup Hot Takes, I saw a liquid, or maybe it was a number of brands releasing liquid lipsticks. Maybe it wasn't just one. But at that time, it felt really out of the blue to me. And I was like, who asked for this? Like, why do we want liquid lipsticks? I was really confused. It felt like it had sort of come out of the blue. It felt like a throwback to me to something that nobody wanted to come back. And you in the comments were all really incisive and helped me understand it. 2 things. You all said many things about why you thought liquid lipsticks were coming back, and there were 2 main threads that emerged. So a bunch of you were like, it's because of masks. It's because we've become this masked world. And so people want to wear a lipstick that is permanent for the day and they can put a mask on and take it off and it's not going to smudge lipstick, which totally makes sense. Like, I get it. So if that weren't enough, a whole bunch of others of you, a whole other bunch of you, many of you, the rest of you who commented on this, said that you felt like enough time had passed, that there was like a new generation of makeup lovers, like the Gen Z makeup lovers didn't experience liquid lipsticks first time around because they were still in their cots. And so the brands are like coming out with liquid lipsticks to wow these young makeup wearers because they haven't yet experienced the magic, I think one of you said. And that also makes sense to me. I'm not particularly gung-ho about liquid lipstick, not even with the masks, not even with mask culture. But because I had that experience of being like, why are these liquid lipsticks being released? And then being like, oh, now I understand. I've just been taking note as more and more brands have come out with them. And it seems like it wasn't just a flash in the pan. It seems like we're entering a new era of liquid lipsticks and everyone is going to hop on the train. I mean, you see Tom Ford hopping on a train like this, you're like, oh yeah, it's happening. Maybe it's just the advertising, but this Fenty Gloss Bomb heat has got me. I don't know what it is. I had some gloss bombs back in the day when they were first released. I really love the formula. I talked about it recently in one of my drugstore makeup videos, the drugstore dupes. I tried a lipstick that was, I think, trying to dupe Gloss Bomb, and the formula was not at all the same. And I described the Gloss Bomb formula as having this kind of oily, watery slickness, but still being really rich and present on the lips. And even just talking about describing it, I was like, oh man, it was such a good gloss formula. And it's been a really long time since I had one. And now here she comes with Clear Hybrid Lip Gloss and Plumper. So it's clear, and I love a clear gloss. I mean, I'm wearing a clear, this is like a lip treatment, but I'm wearing a clear gloss thing today on my lips. And it's because I just dyed my eyebrows and they're really quite a lot. And I also put eye makeup on to balance them out. And so there's just so much going on up here that I like did the bare minimum down here. And so for me, that means a clear gloss. And that happens to me a lot. You know, there are many days on which I get to the lips portion of my face and I'm like, clear gloss, everybody. So the prospect of a clear gloss bomb, which is the formula I already love, also plumping. It's a fine one. It's a fine prospect. However, it's $26. Wasn't the gloss bomb like $18 before? Wasn't it like a less than $20 gloss? Does plumping cost almost an additional $10? A half again as much on top of the price? Is that how much we're paying for plumping over here these days? I'm a little bit intrigued by Thread Beauty, a Black-owned, woman-led beauty brand that just launched at Target with some complexion products. You know, just complexion is hard for me. Everything's really saturated. I'm a desaturated person. It looks like the lightest shade in these complexion ranges is extremely saturated yellow, and I just don't think that it would work for me. It's funny. It's one of these situations where all of the shades that are swatched on the lightest of the models are way, way too saturated for that model's skin tone. So you look at it and you're like, well, which one would the model wear? Because like they don't. None of them match. On the other three arms, there's at least one that sort of starts to blend in. You can kind of tell which color that model would wear. But on the lightest arm, you're like, there's nothing. So it looks like yet another complexion brand that has done that thing where they just have really oversaturated at least the lightest shades. And that cools my interest a little bit. But it's exciting to see a brand like this launching in Target. Especially, it's like affordable. It's a drugstore priced, complexion oriented brand that's Black-owned. Love to see it. Rare Beauty, which I still have never tried anything from. I've had it on my list forever. Years keep passing and I keep just not reviewing Rare Beauty. They've released another thing that makes me want to try it. It's the Soft Pinch Tinted Lip Oil. You know, I love a lip oil. There's one of these shades that looks really pretty. It's the shade Honesty, the most neutral, nudie one. It looks pretty pigmented though. It looks pretty pigmented for something that's supposed to be like a slathered on lip oil. I don't know. I'm kind of interested in the product, but it's more just that it reminded me yet again that I haven't reviewed Rare Beauty. Maybe I should just do it. Oh, another thing I'm getting a lot of review requests for, the Halo Glow Beauty Wand from e.l.f. So I did all of those drugstore videos. I mean, I did a couple of drugstore videos a couple of weeks ago. That was most of my review content in April. And especially in the one where I was talking about drugstore dupes, a bunch of people were like, e.l.f. just released all of these products that are dupes for the Charlotte Tilbury Hollywood Spotlight ones and blushes and stuff like that. There's like a contour one, there's a blush one, there's a glowy one. And oh my gosh, if these had been in the Ulta that I was in when I was looking for stuff to review, I would totally have gotten them. And I'm interested enough, and you all seem interested enough that it kind of makes me want to do a dedicated video. I think my hot take from a more neutral position, like not thinking about this as a reviewer, my hot take is just that e.l.f. is kind of hit or miss. I feel like the whole drugstore is a little bit hit or miss, you know? And in my experience with e.l.f., when they miss, they really miss. Like the recent contour palette thing that I tried to review, and it was just like, I tried and tried. It was really a no. But when they hit it, it's amazing. And the prices are so low. So if you can sort through e.l.f. and find a couple of things that are really, really great for you, it's really great makeup at really low prices. So at the very least, I'm curious to see what other people say about this. You know, I wonder, and maybe people are already reviewing it and I just haven't seen it yet, but I feel like either it's going to be, well, there are going to be three things. 2 out of 3 of the following is what we'll see. 1, there's going to be a lot of influencers who are like, OMG, e.l.f. is making exciting. Hollywood Spotlight wands. It's so exciting. Look at these. They're so beautiful. Swatches, hype, without actually giving any information about whether the product is good or not, just like advertising it, So that's definitely going to happen. And then I feel like one of two other things is going to happen. Either a bunch of people are going to be like, wow, they really nailed the formulas. These are just as good as Charlotte Tilbury. It's so exciting that we have these. Or they're going to be like, they look the same, but they aren't, like they're dressed up to be Hollywood Spotlight, but they're not nearly as good of makeup as that. So I'm curious. The first thing I'll ignore. The other two things, I'm kind of curious to know which the dominating thread will be. And who knows, maybe I'll be one of the ones contributing to the stream of available information. Okay, Merit, a brand that I love, Merit lip oil, the Slick Gelée sheer tinted lip oil. So I do kind of have a hot take about this. Part of me is like, oh, I want to try it because I love Merit and I think everything they do is great. So my immediate reaction is like, oh my gosh, wow, yeah, I want to try it. And then I was like, but which color? Because there's like a bright peach, a bright pink, a bright red, and a bright berry. And I'm like, where's the brown? Where's the taupe, But Merit often does this. They'll launch an initial edit of colors of their new product and they'll all be kind of bright. And then they'll come through with the neutrals, the more nuanced tones later. I feel like they did that with the shade Slick and they also did that with the blush, the Flesh Balm. So that was my first hot take. And then my second hot take is like, this looks so similar to me to the shade Slick. Isn't that called a lip oil? Shade Slick tinted lip oil? I'm sure it's different. And so I'm a little bit curious to see what it's like in person because I'm like, what's the difference between this and the Shade Slick tinted lip oil, which is such a great product. I really, really, really love that product from Merit. So it's like, how could they have improved on that? Like, what is it about this product that looks very similar in packaging? Swatches look similar. The claims look similar. Like everything about it looks similar. What is it about this that could possibly be like an alternative, like different enough from the Shade Slick, the existing one, that it was worth also releasing it? It's hard to imagine what that would be. And that's kind of my hot take. Juvia's Place has released these beautiful liquid blushes. And, there are some on the pale side of the range that look intriguingly white-based, like pale pink. Nothing that is on the brown side of the color spectrum that has that creamy paleness, but some of the pinks look like quite desaturated, so that intrigues me. And all of the shades look very beautiful. I don't know, I haven't seen any new release from Juvia's Place in a long time that has made me sit up and take notice. But when I was in the Ulta looking for stuff to review, the Juvia's Place display really caught my eye. They have some really interesting lip colors. And I recently did review one of those lip colors in that video where I was trying to find a dupe for Gone Greige. So Juvia's Place just kind of crept back onto my radar a little bit. A buildable, radiant, pigmented, and blendable formulation to accent your natural features. Yeah, I'm curious about this. I'm curious about this Juvia's Place liquid blush formula. As a consumer though, again, getting back to kind of the core thread, this is just one in a vast sea of liquid blushes. And there are so many good ones. There's so many out there and there are so many good ones. So if you already have like a Rare Beauty soft pinch liquid blush or something, which again, I've never tried. I'm just assuming because a lot of people like that a lot. Like, don't dupe yourself. You know what I mean? Don't dupe your collection. I'm glad that there are more of these kinds of things coming onto the market. I'm glad that there are more options, like more things from different brands and a bunch of different colors. But it is also the kind of thing that you kind of only need one of. You know what I mean? Once you have one and it's in a color that's great for you, a really good creamy liquid blush is just gonna read as well as the next really good creamy liquid blush once it's on your face. I feel similarly about powder blushes, like the powder blushes that are coming out. I skipped even mentioning what were they? The Armani ones, Luminous Silk Glow blushes, partly because the shade range doesn't intrigue me that much, but also because it's just a lot of really pretty powder blushes are coming out, like a lot of really pretty compacts, And it's just, I have one or two that work for me. So as tempting as they all look, as beautiful as they all are as makeup, the thing that makes sense for me is to just keep using the ones that I have that are really, really versatile and that work well. But I had to talk about this Uoma release because they're just so pretty. The split pans, a velvety powder duo with a satin matte on one side and luminous shimmer on the other. It's kind of like a throwback for me. Like it reminds me of those old Natasha Denona split pan blushes, which just reminds me of like juicily covetable classic makeup from when I was sort of first getting into makeup or first getting into YouTube. And it's sweet to see that, especially because it reminds me of that, but the colors are so lovely, like so nuanced, designed so that there are a couple of colors, at least in the range, that will work for anyone. There's just a lot more earthiness, a lot more of that kind of creamy brown pigment mixed in color-wise to all of these shades. So the whole range, just as a range, as a release, release and the photography of it and all of that, I find very attractive. Again, not something that I'm going to rush out and buy for myself because of all of the aforementioned reasons, but just so pretty. And I wanted to kind of give it an honorable mention. And I think that that's going to be it for today. There are a lot of relatively interesting releases, pretty looking things that I might have had a little bit of a hot take on, like the Armani blushes that I just told you that I didn't mention. You know, there's just a lot. It feels like 3 times as much makeup has been released since I last filmed one of these as was released between the last one and the one before. It just feels like the market's heating up. And it's probably because the seasons are changing. And I feel like that's a time when people tend to pull out their wallets. You know, everyone's like, new season, new me, new blush, new highlight, new mascara or whatever. So I've been feeling a little bit that instinct, you know, I've been feeling a little bit of that craving. And without being too much of a killjoy, I guess the last thing I'll say in this video is if that's you as well, just make sure that that behavior, if you're tempted to display it, aligns with what makes sense for you financially. And in terms of like the amount of stuff you actually want to be collecting. When I'm getting an itch like that, the first thing I do is just go back to my old makeup and like dig stuff out of the back of the drawers that I haven't worn in a long time. And it'll often feel fresh and exciting to me. Like if it's slipped to the back of the drawer when I rediscover it, it's like, oh yeah, everything old is new again. And that usually helps to quell the urge. I'm happy that spring is in the air. I'm glad that there's a bit of a sense of change and freshness. It's really fun. It doesn't mean that you have to spend a bunch of money. Thank you so much for watching this episode of New Makeup Hot Takes. I hope you enjoyed it. If you aren't subscribed, I hope you'll subscribe. Thank you all so much for always commenting and liking my videos. I really appreciate you. Time for another episode of New Makeup Hot Takes. All of the other YouTubers in Charleston told me that intros are out. We're not doing them anymore. But I've been thinking about it and I just can't bring myself to say nothing at the beginning. But what if I just say, it is I, Hannah Louise Poston, giving you my opinions on new makeup releases without promoting overspending. If you like it, I hope you'll subscribe. And I'll just go to New Makeup Hot Takes. New Makeup Hot Takes. Okay, first up, eyeshadow. I'm kind of organized today. Sometimes I come to New Makeup Hot Takes a disorganized mess, and sometimes I come with a thesis or a series of theses, which is what I have today. Theses. Eyeshadow. Look at the trend, the eyeshadow palette trend that is happening. You know I'm so interested in trends that arise organically, especially color trends. This one is just unignorable. It's like the last 3 eyeshadow palettes on Trendmood. They're all grouped together because they all got announced at the same time, and they all look the same. There's the new Natasha Denona palette, which we'll discuss in a moment. But I just need to get this trend spotting business out of the way. There's the Nomad Cosmetics Majestic Kingdom palette. Those are the 2 that are the most similar and the closest on the timeline. They're just both, I mean, they're both even like desert inspired. And they're both doing this like shades of green, including chartreuse, grungy shades of sand, and cool toned neutrals thing. Arguably, I feel the new ABH palette, Cosmos, has a lot of the same neutrals holding down the fort. Those shades of sand and a little bit of terracotta. And then it's doing like a shiny, sparkly topper thing that the other ones aren't doing, but it's, when you see them all together, it's like they're pushing many of the same buttons. We have the Linda Hallberg Cosmetics new release, which is a palette that doesn't have those colors because it's all super neutral, but it's also very cool toned. It has some in common with the ones I've already talked about, but more in common with the new release from Melt Cosmetics, the Dark Matter palette. So it's like Melt and Linda Hallberg have both released neutrals palettes that are quite cool toned, kind of grungy. But the Melt one also has those sand colors, bringing us back full circle. The Melt one is kind of all the way around the circle, side by side with the new Natasha Denona release in terms of those sand colored neutrals, like desert inspired. So it's not as though they're all dupes for each other. It's just so many makeup artists and brands have clearly all gotten the same idea for this season, and it's kind of an unusual color idea for eyeshadow. We're going into summer. I feel like this time last year we were seeing pops of orange and blue and just kind of aggressive, bright color stories. This year, instead, we're seeing extremely grungy, earth-based, like, again, desert-inspired, earth-inspired, rocks and minerals and ore-inspired, and sort of like space rock, like metal from space and moon rock type of colors and feelings, like dark, reflective, ground-up, textured, grungy stuff palette. For summer, it seems like an extremely dark, moody direction in which to be going. And it also seems like a very neutral direction in which to be going. We'll often see color trending for spring and summer, but I'm super into it. I am really happy that we're seeing this. I like the idea that people are like, I'm going to take summer by storm with these like grungy metallics all over my eyes and like green and orange and weird and earthy and dramatic. I'm into that for all of us as a vibe, as a way of kind of breaking away from what is maybe a little bit more normal or expected for this season. It makes me feel excited about makeup and about the prospect of that kind of thing, even though I haven't been doing those kinds of looks frequently on my eyes. Like over the past year, and talk about the Natasha Denona palette. I wanted to throw all of those up on the screen and kind of compare them to each other and talk about what I'm seeing overall and what it implies to me for summer eyeshadow. I'm not necessarily going to talk about each one in detail, but I don't want to skip talking about the Natasha Denona one in detail because I know that's what you want to hear about. So what I was about to say is that I've been really into one and done eyeshadows lately. I'm not wearing any eyeshadow today, but when I do, I will often take like a cool toned metallic taupe or a really neutral metallic bronze and just put it all over my lids. And there are a couple of shades. There's one shade in the Natasha Denona palette that would be that. For me, that would work for me. It's the shade Elysian, the really cool toned taupe. Sort of a platinum, actually. And as always with Natasha, I appreciate that the dark brown in the palette is distinctly cool toned rather than leaning warm. But there's nothing else about this palette that makes me want to buy it. It has all this stuff in it that isn't in my wheelhouse and that I just am aware these days that I don't like wearing, actually. I mean, I'm totally saved from the lust for this one. Green is a great color and can even be a great color for someone with my coloring. I don't think that it looks terrible on me, but I find that it doesn't necessarily suit me. And I think that has more to do with my personality and what I tend to wear and the other makeup that I tend to wear than it does just with my coloring, all things being equal. So it took me a long time to learn that because ever since I was a wee thing, ever since I was in my cot, people have been like, oh, green is great on you, you should wear green. And I believed them for a long time. And then over the past couple of years, I've been like, I do it though, and then I see what they mean, but I just never feel my best. So moving away from green, I'm attracted in a vacuum to some of these grungier greens, but I just know that I wouldn't get the wear out of them. And then we all know that I'm always fighting things going too orange on me. So all the rest of these shades, which are pretty much orange or orange leaning neutrals, is not the thing for me. The shiny golds, which look really pretty, they all lean quite orange. So it's just an easy pass. But I think it will probably go over well because these are shades that a lot of people love to wear and that look great on a lot of people. And I think that this palette does what Natasha Denona does at her best, which is that it offers both a really dynamic color story that can be used to create those artistry looks that are kind of edgy, where there's contrast, where there's statement and color blocking. But also it's a very specific color story. It has a strong point of view. It's not trying to do more than two things. And in doing those two things, it's doing the one thing that it does. It's saying like, I am about green and orange and the way that those two colors interact. It's really just doing the one thing. And I love that in Natasha Denona. I loved that about the gold palette, especially. It was just like a deep dive into one color, one idea of color. And I feel like this is as well. I mean, there are two colors in the idea, but it's taking the idea of those two colors and doing a deep dive into that idea. Palettes usually try to do too much. That's my feeling. So I really love that. And that offers the dynamics that I was talking about, but then there are also enough shades in it that are really practical, neutral, easy to wear shades that you could also buy this palette and have it be your only palette and you wouldn't be out to dry when it comes to just neutral glam looks or everyday looks. It really does all of the things that I like for eyeshadow to do, and in that way I think that it's a smash hit. It just happens to be dealing with shades of color that I'm not interested in putting on my eyes right now, so that's why it's an easy pass for me. The ABH palette is curious, the Cosmos palette. It's curious to me because it's a departure. I feel like ABH seems to sort of hit all the same notes all the time, even if it's a different color story. It feels the same. Like the way that palettes are executed kind of always feels the same. And this is different. Those 4 semi-sheer shifting toppers, but I'm not interested in those colors. There's a pink one, a lavender, a blue, and a green, and those are just strong, bright pastel colors. And so that makes me feel like this isn't for me, even though I'm a little bit more interested in it in theory than I usually am in ABH palettes. palettes because I feel like it's doing something a little bit new for the brand. And of the other ones that I talked about, the one that attracts me the most is the Linda Hallberg palette, just because I love those grungy neutrals. And those are the kinds of shades that I tend to wear these days. Both the mattes and the metallics, both the lights and the darks. I mean, I could just see myself really getting into this palette. It's inspired by rocks, so of course I like it. I mean, it's nice to see something like this from Linda Hallberg because I have always liked her looks, her brand, and I feel like it's been a while since I've seen something from her. I'm especially interested in that like mid-toned taupey bronze. It's like a really cool toned version of a bronze, and in the really shiny looking sheer topper. It doesn't mean I'm going to run out and buy this. I'm in absolutely no position to be doing that, sitting here with no eyeshadow on my eyes today. I mean, I just have really I've been leaning into lip makeup and face and cheeks, and I have been less inclined to do up my eyes lately, so I'm letting that be a reason not to buy eyeshadow right now, even if it intrigues me. But it was fascinating to go onto Trend Mood today to get caught up with what is being released and what brands think we want right now, and to see all of these grungy, earthy color stories. It is just an interesting color moment, and I'm more interested in that than I am in buying anything right now. Oh, but I have to give an honorable mention when it comes to eyeshadow to the Clionadh palette. Clionadh is releasing a palette of multi-chromes called the Deep Sea Treasures palette. And I mean, it's a special case, right? Clionadh is a special case. They're a really small indie brand that makes the most extraordinary multi-chrome eyeshadows. Each one is literally an art supply, a jewel, a masterpiece. I mean, each one is, for me, like as good as 15 or 20 other eyeshadows in my collection, just in terms of how much use they've gotten. I have a really small, I mean, it depends on what's reasonable for you. I have about 8 Clionadh shades, and I have gotten so much use out of each one of them. Every time I build my own palette, one of them is like the crown jewel in the palette. Every time I want to do the most and really light up my eyes, I reach for one. I mean, when it comes to super dynamic, original, out of this world formulas and color shifting and light shifting formulas, in my experience, pretty much nothing tops it. I mean, Pat McGrath, in her own extremely refined way, is reaching for similar stars with brightness and glitter and just impact of formula. But Clionadh, for me, is the original, doing that in the realm of multi-chromes specifically. And I've just still never seen anything to beat that. But they've always sold the multi-chromes just individually, one by one, and they're quite pricey because of all of the expensive, rich materials that go into making each one. So it's cool to see them doing this, to see them curating a little palette that's themed and that I think contains all new eyeshadows, like new multi-chromes for them. You know, it's almost $100, but that's what I would expect it to be given how these multi-chromes are priced. I mean, if I went to Clionadh's website and ordered 8 eyeshadows, I think that's what I would be paying. Like I would be paying somewhere close to $100. So it makes sense to me for them knowing the brand and knowing their product. There are a couple that kind of make my heart double beat. The dark purple called Shipwreck. I'm like, what does that shift to? It's hard to capture multi-chromes on camera. So like, what is the whole story there, you know? But most of them have too much color for me right now. I think the multi-chromes, the Clionadh multi-chromes that I've gotten the most use out of, the ones that I own, are the ones that have more neutral shades. Like there will be maybe one color, like red, but then it'll shift to like bronze and gold or something. Like it'll shift to more neutral shades. So it's not flashing pink and purple and blue and green, but just flashing more neutral shine, more neutral kinds of shine. I think probably when making multi-chromes, it's really tempting to throw in a bright color because then you get that exciting flash of a blue from one angle that you're not seeing from another angle. But what I wish Clionadh would do is to make more neutral multi-chromes where they're grounded in a grungy color and then they just shift from like gold to bronze to silver, you know, like those are the ones that I would really love. This palette is clearly for the color lovers. So that makes it a little bit less hurty to me, and I'm not planning to buy it because I really, really like this brand and what they do. Okay, moving on. Category 2, let's talk about blush. There are a number of blush releases of note up on Trend Mood right now. And I didn't say this at the beginning because I didn't do an intro, maybe, but I just talk about what I feel is of note. Like there's a whole bunch of makeup that's been released that is just, to me, not of note, either in a good or a bad way. I'm skipping all of that. But I feel like a bunch of the listings, a bunch of the posts that are of note are blushes. One of them is this update to the Dior blush shade range, the Backstage Glow blush. So the famous one is that really bright pink, I feel that, is not a color that I want, but still somehow I want it every time I see it because of the imprint on the pan and the packaging and the Dior name and all this stuff. It's just, they really know how to brand to make you want it. And so my heart always does a little skip when I see that iconic, super bright pink Backstage Rosy Glow blush. But I think that until now they only had that, and maybe they had done a coral or something. So it's awesome to see them updating the shade range with these rich, bright shades. I mean, look at that beautiful brown. We love to see it. I've never tried this formula, obviously. I don't know, but I'm very happy to see that they did this. I feel like when a luxury brand has like that iconic one product that is all over all of the mags and the social medias, and everybody seems to have it and everybody seems to love it, or it makes a big splash. I think that the pink one, maybe a Kardashian wore it or something. Like it got famous because what's that person's name? Hailey Bieber? Maybe Hailey Bieber wore it. Somebody popular made it super popular. But there's just like the one or the two shades. And I feel like when that happens for a luxury brand, the move is to then bring out more colors to really diversify the shade range, to present us with an actual shade range of the product, even if it originally launched as just kind of like a one color thing. So I'm glad to see that Dior has done that. And actually, while we're at it, let's skip ahead to the other luxury brand that has recently done this. Chanel had just the one Soleil de whatever the business. Oh no, I'm mixing it up with Tom Ford. Le Beige, the Le Beige Healthy Glow Cream. So Chanel had forever this iconic Le Beige Healthy Glow, or maybe it was just called Healthy Glow bronzer. They had this famous cream bronzer, okay, and it only came in one color, which was just duncy all around. But for the people who could wear it, they loved it, and it got all of this hullabaloo. You know, that cream bronzer in the big pot, that Chanel pot that you swirl your big brush around and you put it on, and I always wished that I could wear it, but I could just tell by looking that it would be too orange. And there's a whole other demographic of people for whom it would be too light. So a lot of us were left out of the Chanel Healthy Glow Cream Bronzer frenzy that has been going on for years. Then they diversified the shade range. They did exactly what I was saying that I'm glad to see Dior doing with their iconic blush. They came out with, I think, 2 more shades, a deeper shade than the original and a much deeper shade than the original. So the past maybe year or two, I'm not sure how long ago that happened, they've had more options in that cream cheek product, that iconic cream cheek product, but still none that would work for someone like me. And now look at this. Le Beige Healthy Glow Cream in Rosy Beige. Where can I buy this, y'all? Because as soon as I saw this listing, I was like, I am reviewing this. You had better believe I am reviewing this. It's the moment, I won't say the moment we've all been waiting for, but it's the moment that it's the moment for which some of us have been waiting. And to be completely frank, the moment that we thought would never come. And then I went to try to buy it and I just couldn't find it anywhere. I mean, I think maybe it's like in Australia. And this announcement it feels to me weeks ago. And I'm not usually over here trying to buy things on the launch and be the first one to review them and all this stuff. And I'm not the first one because there are reviews of this already on YouTube, but where did you get it? Where did you get it, y'all? It says coming soon on their website and retailers. But let me tell you what, I checked their website and it's not there. And I checked retailers and it's not there either. Will somebody please DM me as soon as this is purchasable in the United States? Because here's what I'm going to do, review it. Also in cream blush, the first thing that has ever really intrigued me from Makeup by Mario, but even it will be something that I can pass on. It's cream blush. I mean, because cream blush always gets me where I live, you know? People love Makeup by Mario, as far as I can tell. People love the formulas. Like, it always goes over well. There's only one color in this shade range that makes me want to try it, although some of them are really pretty, even the ones that I don't want to try. In the swatches on the arms, which look photoshopped as usual, Berry Punch looks really pretty, and Rose Crush, like the 2 bottom ones, the 2 darkest ones, color-wise, they look really pretty. I'm not that interested in like the orangey pinky ones, but Barely Blushing also looks really pretty and like it would be a good fit for me. However, I can't trust this imagery. I can't trust these like AI swatches. And then when you swipe through to see them on the models, they all look really, really bright on the fair model, even Barely Blushing. Like all of the shades look really bright on her. And I am not out here shopping for another really bright blush, no matter what the undertones are, because most of the blushes that I have are really quite bright on me. The thing that I'm on the hunt for these days, the thing that feels like it would be original for me, is very pale desaturated blushes, and there aren't any of those in this shade range. But I bet a lot of people are going to love it. And I don't know. I'm glad that cream blush is still having a moment. I'm glad that it has not yet been overridden. And speaking of cream blush having a moment, Pat McGrath coming out with cream blush sticks that kind of look like ColourPop. When I first saw this, I would not have guessed that it was Pat McGrath. My guess is that they look better in person. More high-end, I mean. That the luxury quality of the packaging shows through in person. But in the images, they quite unfortunately look just like the ColourPop cream blush sticks. There also isn't a desaturated or neutral color for me, so that's getting me off the hook too with the desire for this. Pat McGrath stuff, I always want to want it. I always see it and I'm like, ooh, I want to want it so that I can want it. There are a couple things like that. I've been around the block enough with my relationship with shopping to know to be suspicious of that when it happens and to kind of spot it and be like, what is this? Do we need to listen to this feeling? So I'm not saying that I give into it every time, but it's funny because when there isn't, for example, a color for me, like there isn't a color that I think I would really love in this cream blush stick release, I feel this weird feeling where I want to want it, but I don't want it. The thing that weirdly is kind of making me want it is the double-ended cream balm thing with the highlighter. One is a translucent coral. It's just the swatch of it looks so amazing. Cyber Lotus. Translucent coral with pink blue pearls. I don't need pink blue pearls. I mean, I sometimes like pink blue pearls on my cheeks, but I have, I think, one highlighter that does that, and that's all I need. If I wake up one morning and I'm like, I gotta wear pink blue pearly cheeks, I already have something with which I can do that. So I don't need to buy this to have that, but it's just the cream swatch of that thick coral and then the swatches on the arms. They're really getting me. I want to see it in store, you know? I want to touch it in store so that the scales will fall from my eyes and I will be able to release the fantasy and realize that all that it is just a cream blush with a blue reflect, and I don't want one of those because, wow, the fantasy in these pictures is really tapping something deep inside of me. So when I was scrolling through Trendmood, I saw yet another announcement about this NARS blush, this newly released NARS blush, and I just thought I would mention it here because I just reviewed this in my video about NARS, the Afterglow Liquid Blush. And here's what I'll say. The color Behave, which in these satisfying, semi-translucent looking, gleaming, jelly-like swatches, looks like a sandy, grayish pale mauve. It is pink in person. Don't be fooled. It is pink. If you'd like to know more, go watch my NARS video. The formula is beautiful. It's just, this is a poor representation, I feel, of at least that shade, and that makes me suspicious of the way that this marketing has represented all of the shades. Oh, goodness gracious. Moving on from blush, let us talk about a despised category of makeup that I cannot believe seems to be trending. pH adjusting garbage. Like, why is this happening? You were all right in the last New Makeup Hot Takes about the Merit Lip Gelée or something. They released this product that looked exactly like the Oil Slick, which is a great product. And I was like, but what's the difference between this and that? And all of you were in the comments like, oh, it's pH adjusting. It'll just turn your lips bright pink. It didn't say that anywhere in the marketing. I wonder if they started developing it in the boardroom, and the Merit one I'm talking about, the Merit Lip Gelée, and they were like, ooh, let's do one of those pH adjusting things. Maybe they got the tip off that some brands seem to have gotten, which is a lie, that pH adjusting would be trending for spring, summer this year. And they were like, maybe we should hop on that train. Let's do a pH adjusting one. And then they got farther along the process and they were about to make it. And then they found out that everyone actually hates pH adjusting. And they were like, oh, let's just remove it from the marketing and trick everyone. Because what happened was they sent me one in a PR, the darkest shade, which I thought was the one that would be the least likely to have that horrible bright pink effect. But no, it does. It just like every pH adjusting thing you've ever put on. It just turned my lips like an unflattering shade of azalea, translucent azalea that I would never wear. But Merit didn't market it that way. I only found out because you all commented on that video about it, and I think that you only knew because other people had tried the product and found it out. So I don't know what was going on there, but they're not the only ones. Fenty has released like a cheek stick, adaptive cheek and lip stick, and the Poutsicle hydrating lip stain. Oh, maybe that's not pH adjusting. Just a new match stick. So they want you to put a pH adjusting gel on your cheeks and lips. I'll tell you, if I did that, I would look like one of those cupcake dolls, some kind of Barbie or, I don't know, Cabbage Patch thing that someone drew on with a marker. And Tarte, shame on you, Tarte. Look at this. They're releasing a pH adjusting lipstick, lip balm in all these colors like blue and green, but they all shift to pink. The copy says, shifts like magic into a custom pink shade. We all know by now that that is a lie, that there is not a thing where it's like custom to your face, like your skin, that it is a substance that will customize its color to you. We all know that that's not a thing. And it's definitely not like magic. It just looks horrible. All right, that's out of the way. The last handful of things I have to talk about is just a handful of random things that piqued my interest and about which I have something to say. First up, Tom Ford, just like the Dior, I was talking about the Dior blushes, makes me want to buy it. You know, there's something about it, the way that they put the package of luxury together, the way that they put the pieces together to sell luxury, that sort of works on me. And I'm just like, why? Because this Tom Ford release is full of stuff that is not for me. A very gold highlighter would not work on me. Eyeshadow quads that are very warm, right? Leaning orange, not for me. It's these glittery lipsticks. I like this kind of thing. And the way that they look on the models, really sparkly and gold, it would probably look bad. I can acknowledge that. The fantasy is not anything more than a fantasy. If I think about what the actual reality would be of these, it would probably look bad on me. So I'm not going to buy them or even care about them beyond this moment. I think I just like glittery sheer, like very, very glittery sheer lip products. And I like the way that this one in particular, the really gold one, looks on the models. That's all it is. The other thing though that Tom Ford has previewed, the rose lip oil tint, which is probably like $80 for a lip oil. Don't need that in my life. Look at this packaging. Look at it. This is, as they say, to die for. Like, I just feel like this somehow nails everything. It just really gets in amongst me. And again, even more than the other thing, because the other thing had all those colors that wouldn't work on me, and this would work on anyone, you know? I just have to remind myself that they're just selling a fantasy, and inside of that exquisitely designed tube is just a rose-scented oil that is manufactured in the same lab that manufactures MAC Cosmetics and a whole bunch of other makeup that cost less than Tom Ford. So the fantasy doesn't go beyond that. You know, it doesn't go beyond just how beautiful this looks. I just love this. It looks modern and vintage at the same time. It looks like the kind of thing that I would like to give as a gift, you know, but not the kind of thing I would buy for myself. Okay, two random continuing in the vein of clear lip treatment type things, which is like category to which I'm attracted these days. Two random releases that are just lip treatments. One from Rose Inc., which does kind of intrigue me because I have picked up much of what Rose Inc. has put down since the brand launched. It's the Treatment Hydrating Lip Balm with Squalane, an intensely hydrating vegan lip balm that visibly restores pillowy bounce to lips. Kind of makes me want it. Kind of makes me want pillowy bounce restored to my lips. But I just repurchased the Ilia lip balm, which is like my all-time favorite, so I don't need to be out there trying another thing that's basically exactly the same thing. And then the Refi one, I mean, it really looks like something that I used to clean. At first when I saw it, I was like, that doesn't look pleasant. Applying a lip balm with that plastic scrubber doesn't look pleasant. And then I was like, but I bet it exfoliates the lips really well. But then I bet it gets really gross. Like, you use it one time to exfoliate your lips, and then that plastic thing is all full of lip skin. The next time you open it up, it's like the lip skin is still there. I don't know. I think it's probably a miss. I bet it won't sell well because it's weird. And lastly, Rituel de Fille has released a full range of liquid foundation, which is just cool to see because they are an intriguing indie brand that I've been following for years, and they've never done anything quite like this. I think they had like a cream foundation in their range before, but this is like a foundation launch. It says it has a serum texture, but medium coverage, which is kind of promising for me. I mean, that's in the ballpark of the kind of thing that I like for my skin. But mostly I'm just intrigued because it's Rituel de Fille and because the shade range is absolutely beautiful. I mean, I'm of many minds, okay? Partly I feel this really exemplifies the fact that you don't have to have 50 shades to have an extremely inclusive shade range. It goes very, very light and very, very dark, and in 24 shades. It's great to see that. Like many brands, like almost every brand, I don't know if they've really diversified in terms of saturation. All the shades look pretty saturated, and those three very, very pale shades, which again, I love to see, they do look like one is quite pink, one is quite yellow, and the third one is quite peach, which is what we often see at the really pale end of shade ranges. And I'll put my video, I really did a deep dive on this concept in that video about my free advice to the beauty industry. Some of the more mid-tone shades look pretty olive, so it's not as though they haven't thought about olive undertones, but even those also look extremely saturated. And even in the olive shade range group, some of us are saturated and some of us are desaturated. So it looks like the desaturated among us might not be directly catered to by this shade range, but I'm still so delighted to see it. It looks like they put a lot of care and thought into it, and they've done a beautiful job with the launch, and needless to say, I will follow the future career of this product with great interest. If I ever see it in store, I will swatch it and report back, and I'll be keeping an eye out for reviews. I'm just curious to know what people say. That is it. Thank you so much for watching this episode of New Makeup Hot Takes. I hope that you enjoyed it. Time for another episode of New Makeup Hot Takes, the video in which I go through the announcements of new makeup that has been released or is going to be released and give you my hot takes. So it's time for another episode, but when I went to Trend Mood 1, which is the Instagram account that posts about new makeup releases, and that's where I get my information for these videos, it just doesn't seem like that much has been going on since the last New Makeup Hot Takes 2 weeks ago. It's like there's been a bit of a lull, and I was like, can I even film New Makeup Hot Takes? Because I only like to talk about stuff that's interesting. I mean, there are plenty of things that have been released, but I feel like why just blabber on? I just pick the things about which I feel like I have something to say, the things about which I feel like I can contribute to the conversation, which are really also the things that sort of in their way have something to say about my approach to makeup, kind of like speak to my thoughts about makeup. So it's not everything. So I started picking them out and I was like, there are only 3 things, but then I looked a little harder, I thought a little more, and I was like, I think there are enough. I can scrape it together. I have enough to say about enough new releases that we'll have a video. By the end of the hour, we'll have a video. I feel like maybe there's a big sale season coming up, and so brands don't want to release brand new things right now because they're gearing up for everything to be discounted. Maybe that's what's going on. In any case, I'll do my best. And if this is your first time to my channel, I hope you enjoy your time here. My name is Hannah, and I make beauty content all the time, and then I drop in some fashion videos from time to time. I'm overall just interested in aesthetics and trends, but I try not to promote overspending. If you like it, I hope you'll subscribe. And now, let's go ahead and get into the meat of the video. New makeup, hot takes. New makeup, hot takes. Before you even comment, I actually should have said this in the introduction because some of you have probably already commented. I'm wearing Merit Aperitif, which is the limited edition True Red in the Merit lipstick. It's limited edition for summer. I didn't know I was going to like it, and I didn't think I was going to like it. I thought it was going to go pink on me. Ever since I tested it in that video about new makeup releases, I have wanted to wear it every day. I cannot stop wearing it. There's just something very special about it. It's so bright and velvety and just wearable. Anyway, I'm happy to be wearing it today. First up, Juvia's Place Liquid Highlighter. I don't think these are in chronological order because I pulled them up in separate tabs to begin with. I use my computer instead of my phone because I'm an old, and they just got pulled up out of order. So I don't know how new this announcement actually is. The reason that it's intriguing me is partly because it looks very beautiful, and I really like liquid highlighter, and I've really been into gloss all across these days. I've really been into highlighting my whole face. I made that video about shopping my stash for spring summer makeup trends, and the drenched dewy face is the one that I've been wearing the most. It's like I haven't gone a day since I filmed that video without putting dewy stuff all over my face, including today. Everything else on my face besides the lip is Surratt. I'm still testing a bunch of Surratt makeup for a deep dive review coming soon. One of the things they sent me is pretty glowy. This interests me because I'm into glowy things, but also because when I went looking for interesting lipsticks at the drugstore, 2 of the glosses that I ended up testing were from Juvia's Place, and one of them really impressed me. And I have tried a few other things from Juvia's Place, notably Muted, the lipstick, in the video about searching for a dupe for Gone Greige. Gosh, I'm mentioning a lot. I feel like I've mentioned 5 of my former videos in the first minute of this video. I'll link them all in the description box down below, so you can go watch them all if you want. Don't fret, don't get discombobulated. What I'm trying to say is that Juvia's Place has intrigued and impressed me, and has done so recently, specifically recently. And so my antenna are a little bit more out for Juvia's Place than they were before, and now they've gone and released something that is the kind of thing I really love. I'm going to resist the urge to run right out and buy this. That's what's happening. I'm having the urge to run right out and buy this. And you know what I do when I have that urge? I fight it. I don't give into it. It's not going anywhere. It's not limited edition. I can't trust the first flush of passion for a thing like this. I just know very well from experience that what is likely to happen is that I'll wake up a week from now and I'll be like, why did I ever want that? Not like I won't understand why I've ever wanted it, but the feeling of like, that like, oh my gosh, I gotta try it. I bet it's amazing. Like that feeling will have faded and I'll have a much more clinical perspective. And from that perspective, I'll probably be like, I bet it's great, but I don't need it because I have Auric Glow Lust and all the other dewy stuff that I've been testing. And you know what I mean? I'll be a little bit more clear-headed. So if I order it today and it starts being shipped to me, what'll happen is before it even arrives at my doorstep, I'll be like over it, you know? So I'm not going to order it, but I am going to follow its future career with a little bit of interest. And if people are reviewing this and freaking out about it and everybody loves it, and I see it sometime when I'm at Ulta gathering products for a video to test, I might put it in the basket. That's where I'm going to leave it with this. New colors of Glossier Cloud Paint, Wisp and Soar. You know, this is mildly notable because I've made a bunch of Glossier content in the fast. I have done it fast because one of those videos was like 30 Glossier reviews in 30 minutes or something like that. Maybe it was, 26 and 26 minutes, but it wasn't in the fast. It was in the past. It's fine. I'm fine. Glossier Cloud Paint is a great product. It's a great formula. I don't have any of them anymore, any of the ones that I used to have, because they've all been I had a Dusk. Dusk was the only color I really loved. And I liked Puff okay. It's just they got unseated by more intriguing colors, muckier colors. And these two colors, Wisp and Soar, like a grape and a watermelon is what they seem to be billing them as. They've moved the shade range in the opposite direction of what intrigues me. I like duskier, more mixed, mucky colors. And these are both like clear, pure colors. I know that some people are going to be like, I've been waiting for a cloud paint this color my entire life. And so I'm not faulting them. I think that they know what they're doing in terms of choosing their new colors. It's just easy for me to resist because I have so much experience with this brand, with this formula, and I know what I like, and these colors aren't it. Oh, this is interesting. So this is the kind of thing I might be skipping if it wasn't such a slow news week. But because I was circling back on the new releases and thinking like, come on, Hannah, you gotta have something to say about some of these, I realized that I actually do have something to say about this. So this is Rhode, Hailey Bieber's brand. Rhode Skincare, right? She doesn't make makeup. Glazing Milk, a nutrient-rich, lightweight essence that boosts barrier function and provides immediate luminous hydration. So it's a skin prep milky essence, the likes of which have been flooding the market for the past several years. I think that this concept originated kind of in K-beauty. I do believe that the concept of the essence as a skin prep step did, and probably the milky essence too. The one that I really like, the one that I have actually bought for myself twice at this point, is the Make Beauty version of this. Their milky serum is such a beautiful product, and I have used it up twice. I've used up 2 big bottles of it. So, I don't want this because I don't really feel, I do not feel in any way more compelled by this because it's Hailey Bieber's brand. I haven't been bitten by the Hailey Bieber bug, nor will I be, I don't think. I actually feel like I'm probably a little bit more skeptical of this because it's Hailey Bieber's brand. I'm like, I would maybe rather buy from a brand that was made by people whose only job is making the skincare. Like that's their main focus and it's what they're trained in and it's what their life is about. You know what I mean? Like that's their job. I feel like she's got a lot going on. This is just like one thing that she's doing on the side. And maybe she's hired some of those people and who knows, maybe it's a great product, but I don't feel compelled. So that's why I was going to skip it originally. But I kind of kept coming back to it and I realized that the reason I was coming back to it is because I love this type of product. I love a milky essence for skin prep, but I can't always be relied upon to use the one that I have. So I have used up the one from Make. But if you'll remember, the reason I like it so much is because that bottle is really big and easy to use and easy to open. And I remember feeling like when it was on my vanity, I would just use it sort of by rote rather than skipping it, which is what I tend to do. This kind of thing, and this is the thing that I have to say to add to the conversation, this kind of thing, like a glazing milk for skin prep, I feel like it's the kind of saying you buy, and when I say you, I mean me. One buys it because one is allured by the promises. And then one has it on one's vanity and it just feels like a lot of work to use compared to something like a primer where you just take a pump and put it on your face. And it really creates sort of a layer, like a barrier between your skincare and your makeup. Compared to something like that, it's like process-oriented, multi-step patting it into the skin. It's so good for your skin to do that with something like this, but it just takes a lot of work. And so one ends up not using it as much as one thinks one will. I see this and the semi-grotesque marketing makes me want a milky essence. It doesn't make me want this one, but it makes me want to get one again, like to repurchase the one from Make Beauty, for example. But then I'm like, Hannah, will you really use it enough? Will you really use it assiduously enough to make it worth your $30? And I'm just not sure about the answer to that question. I'm just not sure. Brief mention, Katie Jane Hughes is launching product. She's a British makeup artist. You know, a lot of people launching brands, a lot of people launching products. Katie Jane Hughes is very good taste. And I think she's also extremely technique oriented. Like she's really in there on the micro level with demonstrating techniques and making use of products. So I am curious. I want to know what she's going to do. I bet it's going to be great. You know, there's a bit of a cult of personality around her. So there's always going to be the aspect of this that's being leveraged and it's going to cloud our visions of whatever it is she does create. I think it's good to keep a healthy perspective about that. But I can't say I'm not curious, especially because it looks like some sort of glowy goop. I don't know. I love a glowy goop. I love Glowy Goop by Katie Jane Hughes. Looks like whatever it is going to launch in September. Stay tuned. Okay, this is just, I need information from you. Well, no, I actually have multiple things to say. Boy Smells. This brand Boy Smells, very clever marketing. You know, the name, the packaging, the design, they're just on my radar. I try not to get too fetishy about stuff and like fall in love with stuff. So it's not like that. It's just, I keep seeing the name and the candle, and I actually went to get my hair trimmed recently and the stylist had like a Boy Smells candle in the restroom and I was like, Boy Smells following me everywhere. But I smelled the candle. It smelled good. It wasn't lit. I smelled it unlit, which is part of what I'm bringing to the table today. That's part of the question, which I'm going to save. I'll ask the question at the end. First, I want to address this Banana Pudding by Magnolia Bakery Boy Smells candle. I love banana pudding. It's not like I'm a big fan of banana, all things being equal. I mean, I like bananas. I've actually been putting banana slices into my eggy pancake lately, and that's been going really well. If you don't know about the eggy pancake, I'll link my saved Instagram story, which is about food, and that has the instructions to make the eggy pancake. I'll link that in the description box. But it's what I have for breakfast almost every morning. So I can get down with a banana in a baked good, like a cooked banana, basically. But you know, there are other fruits that I prefer, all things being equal, like peaches. I'm a very big fan of peaches. First peaches of the season at the farmer's market last weekend. That was a real thrill for me. I've been waiting. I've been like... So a banana is a good fruit, but again, not my absolute favorite, but I love banana pudding. I love the Magnolia Bakery banana pudding. Magnolia Bakery, in case you're unaware, is a famous bakery in New York, famous for their cupcakes, but the secret is, if you ever go there, also get the banana, I mean, don't not get a cupcake, but definitely also get the banana pudding. It's like the best in the world. I'm getting emotional talking about it. I would love to eat a Magnolia Bakery banana pudding right now. Anyway, I can't say I digress, but it's not a digression. I mean, this is what this is about. It's just, I've spent too long laying the groundwork. I love banana pudding and Magnolia Bakery banana pudding specifically. And the last thing I want is a candle that smells like it because I don't live in New York, so I can't get Magnolia Bakery banana pudding. If just talking about it, sitting here has made me pine, imagine what it would be like to be smelling it, to have a candle. I just think this is a terrible idea. Terrible. So that's my comment on this. And then I have a question about Boy Smells candles at large, which is, are they good? Have you tried them? Are they good? Because I am not above purchasing a fancy candle once or twice a year, as you'll know if you've watched my video about guilty pleasures, citing yet another one for the description box. And I have multiple times considered a Boy Smells candle as my candle investment for the next, 4 to 6 months. But then I go on the Sephora site and there are people in the comments like, this doesn't smell strong. Half the people are like, I love it. It's perfect. It's beautiful. It looks like Linda Linda Evangelista. It's a model. And the other half of the people are like, it doesn't smell strong. Like you light it and it doesn't have much scent throw, and I can barely smell it, and it seems like a shame for a $50 candle. Which one is it? I trust you all more than I trust just the people randomly leaving comments on Sephora. Can somebody tell me if I should buy a Boy Smells candle or if I should just stick to Le Labo? Either way, it's not going to be this Magnolia Bakery one. I might try to find a way to get some banana pudding soon. Okay, now we're getting into the good stuff. Refi. Doesn't this look like a lip and cheek product? It's just lip, but it's like this big chunky. It makes me think it's probably smaller than I'm imagining it is based on this imagery. It's solid and chunky, and it makes it seem like it's a big lip and cheek stick. But I think that it is just a little tiny thing, probably. A lightweight blurring formula that adds a subtle blush of color to enhance your natural lips. Kind of like that. Helps keep lips feeling moisturized and nourished. Contains blurring technology. It's interesting. It's not glossy. It's not trying to make your lips look shiny and glossy. It's sort of like a matte blurring thing. I am interested in this. Here's something that's happening sometimes to me. Refi seems, given my passionate relationship with the brow, not the pomade, but the gel, like the one that sets your brows, and the fact that I like glowy, gooey stuff, Refi seems like the kind of brand it would make sense for me to do a full review of. Like the cream blushes, the glossy cream stuff, the gooey, creamy gloss in a tube, all the other stuff they've released since they launched just like a couple of brow products back in the day. But every time I go to Sephora and I look at the Refi display, maybe it's just that everything's gross at Sephora, like all of the testers are just completely busted, but everything looks so small and dinky and unglamorous compared to how it looks online. And I look at it and I think like, I have no real interest in that. It just looks like it's not it. But again, it might be different if I had like the new clean ones in the packaging and I was actually testing the formulas. I feel like the effed up Sephora display talks me down off the ledge every time. And so I never have ended up trying anything from Refi other than that one brow gel that I think is really great. This release is once again making me think maybe I should review some more stuff from Refi. What do you all think? I do love the aesthetic. It's like full brow, no eye makeup, really rich, glossy, colorful cheeks, and now this sort of intriguing, moisturizing, but not shiny lip in very pretty colors. I like Bloom. I like all the colors, actually. I like all of the colors. Amber would probably go a little orange on me, but from the lightest to the deepest, I'd wear all of these colors. And you know how I am about color. Picky. Maybe I should do a full brand review of Refi, and the concept of the video will be, is it dinky and gross, or is it just what the Sephora display wants you to think? Oh, so I pulled that one up to discuss because I was like, this is right up my alley. This is a brand that I have an interesting relationship with, must discuss. Then I pulled up another thing that I maybe would have otherwise skipped. The Charlotte Tilbury Airbrush Flawless Lip Blur. You know I love to spot trends. This is like the same thing, but it's in a doe foot dippy tube, which I've realized for lip products lately, I like a bullet. Bullet's my favorite. I think if Refi had done their thing in a dippy tube with a doe foot, it wouldn't even be on my radar. I like a bullet. So Charlotte, I feel like, didn't make the best choice in that way. It's just interesting. It's the same thing, right? A matte meets moisture liquid lipstick. It's not the same thing. It's a liquid lipstick. Probably more pigmented, but it's like this soft velvet blur that is also, I think, a legacy of K-beauty. We've kind of seen it popping up everywhere for the past year in Western brands, but I think Refi is doing it right in a way that's a bit more of a departure from this soft blur lip cream thing in a tube that we've like seen everywhere, you know? The thing to take note of, I think, as someone who's trying not to buy too much is just that soft blur lip cream type things are bubbling under the surface, like sort of like that slow constant trend. So if you have one and then you are tempted by another thing like this Charlotte Tilbury release, the Refi release, being able to identify it as just like another release that's hitting the same notes as the one that you've already bought can help you get perspective on whether you really need another one. At least it works that way for me. Of all the ones I've seen, the Charlotte Tilbury is probably not at the top of my list because it says it's a liquid lipstick and it seems like it's super pigmented. More of a statement. Between the two of them, clearly I prefer the promises of the one from Refi, but I thought it was interesting to throw them up here side by side because they're kind of one right after another on the trend mood timeline. Danessa Myricks Yummy Skin Smoothing Serum Skin Tint Foundation. Is that really what it's called? Yummy Skin Soothing Serum Skin Tint Foundation with peptides and ceramides. It does it all, folks. It's everything. You know, skin tint isn't usually my favorite, and it gets me every time I see a release like this and I'm like, oh, be still my beating heart. I want skin like that. And then I have to remember that I almost never get along with a skin tint. I really never get along with a skin tint. I get along with foundations that are tint-like because they're really thin and lightweight, but they're marketed as foundations because they've got that high pigment load. Things that are marketed as tints, I almost invariably, no, I keep saying almost. I've never met one I liked. Let's be frank. I've never met one I liked. So there's nothing to make me think that I'll like this. The shades look beautiful. The lightest shade in the swatch imagery looks really pretty saturated in yellow, but the model in shade 1 her skin looks just like mine. So all of that is just to say I might swatch this in store out of idle curiosity at some point, but that's where I'm at with it. I know better than to rush out and buy it, even for review. Okay, here's the other thing that's coming from my wig. Looks exactly like the Refi thing, but I think is a cheek multi-use cream stick cheeks and lips from Summer Fridays, which is, it's one of those brands, one of those cool girl brands. The thing that's keeping me from rushing out and buying this is that, I don't know, the shades, they're really saturated. Dusty Rose looks like it could work for me, but it would be a basic saturated mauve cheek and lip. And I have gone through so many of those that I've tested and they just don't grip me because there's not enough nuance, right? These are all just like straight down the middle, bright, strong colors, which work for a lot of people. And I'm not saying there's anything inherently wrong with that. It's just that as a very desaturated person, it's kind of my saving grace if I'm trying not to buy something and it only comes in colors like that. I vastly prefer the shades of the Refi Lip Blur, again, from light to dark. So it's not even a matter of whether the shades are light or dark. I mean, with a cheek, it's easier for me to work with a light one because it's not going to overload me with pigment like super fast. But even a dark shade, like a deep, rich shade, if it's desaturated enough, like it has enough gray and brown in it, I can really make it work for my complexion. It's these extremely bright, saturated colors that I know will just never give me what I'm seeking. So it's kind of a shame. And the point is that even the deepest shades, Wine and Canyon of the Refi lip thing, they have that sort of desaturation. They're like mixed with brown, maybe mixed with a little gray. And Summer Fridays, not so with Summer Fridays. A beautiful looking product that I'm saved from wanting to buy because I don't know which color I would choose. And lastly, in a sort of similar realm, there's this really confusing post on Trend Mood. Looks like there are new Cheeks Out Freestyle Cream Blush shades. And then the caption says includes, and then there's a list of colors. Includes Big Melon, Peach Face, Pinky Promise, Raisin, Standards, Riri, but it says in parentheses, colors are not in pick. And then there's a picture of the shade range of the Fenty cream blushes, which I think must be of the existing shade range. And then underneath that, there's like the list of the new shade names that are crossed out and says out of stock. It's so confusing. I guess that they were announced by name, but they're out of stock somewhere, and that shows that they're coming soon. So they have the shade names, but we don't know what the shades are. And then that's what this post is about, but it's really confusing. When I first saw this, that brown shade second from the bottom in the swatch rainbow, I mean, that got me. It got me, gal. I was like, is that the shade that we're getting? Is that Raisin Standards? Because it looks so milky brown, and it really looks brown. And then I read the thing, colors are not in pick. I tried to investigate and understand what was going on. I went back and checked the existing shades of Cheeks Out Freestyle Cream Blush, and I realized that this is just a desaturated picture of the existing shades, I think. And that must be Rose Latte, which is the one that I had, that I tried. It's a really pretty color. It's just, it becomes much more rose on me than latte. It's really not brown the way that it looks in this picture. And I think that that really beautiful pale looking 1/3 from the top must be Petal Poppin', which again, in real life is just like a bright, strong pink. So they've tinkered with the colors somehow here to make them look different, maybe so that we would think that these were the new colors. And so we'd be excited even though they haven't released it. I don't know what's going on. It's just, this post just dragged me up, down, all around town and left me thinking, oh, we really don't know what the shades are going to be like. And if one of them is going to be my dream, like an actual milky brown based on the names. I don't know. What's Raisin Standards going to look like? Is it going to be a raisin color? I like the formula. I did a review of this so long ago, back when my channel was still incredibly crunchy. I don't know if we'll even link that one in the description box. I liked the formula. formula. It's just the same old story, right? There isn't a color among them that takes me there. And with so much cream blush on the market, I would rather just wear Phytosurgeon's Condensate, you know? That is it. That's the new makeup of note since the last time we spoke. Those are my hot takes about it. I hope you enjoyed this. I did. It's kind of interesting to have it be a sort of ho-hum week. I feel like it caused me to dig into a little more of theory about things rather than just zooming from release to release and being like, this is garbage, this is garbage, this is mildly intriguing, this is garbage. So maybe I'll see you again in 2 weeks. Maybe if my theory is correct about brands kind of holding off on new releases because of a sale season, maybe it'll be a similarly quiet 2 weeks and we'll have another sort of meandering new makeup hot takes again. Time for another episode of New Makeup Hot Takes. So much has been released or announced or posted about since I last filmed one of these. And the last one, it was like slow times. Like there was very little to talk about. So we did some deep dives. This is a total opposite. I was scrolling through Trend Mood 1, the Instagram account that I referenced for these videos. And it was just like, there's too much to even talk about. So I was able to just pick based on instinct the handful of things that I think are of note. And it all feels very juicy because of that. If you're new to my channel or relatively new, then welcome. I'm so glad that you're here. My name is Hannah. I make videos about beauty and fashion, but I try not to promote overspending. So usually when I'm talking about trends or looking at new releases, I'm trying to break down the consumer reaction, the consumer process. So if I'm drawn to something, I'm like, well, what's underlying that urge? Do I really need to give into it right now? And I'm often looking for a reason not to buy something instead of a reason to buy something. If you like it, I hope you'll subscribe. And now let us go ahead and get into the meat of the video. New makeup, hot takes, new makeup, hot takes. As I often do, I'm going in reverse chronological order. So just starting at the very top of the page, the Trend Mood page, which is the newest announcements, and going back through time. The Haus Labs Discovery Kit. Interesting. I mean, it's of note for a couple of reasons. One is that I reviewed shade 000, the pure white shade in this foundation. I actually ended up really liking it, and I've kept it in my collection, which is not usual for me. I review a lot of makeup, but I don't keep everything that I review. I don't even keep everything I like. I just try to keep the best of the best. Quality over quantity over here. But I've kept that Haus Labs foundation. It's a really good mix in. I like the texture a lot. I like the way that it sits on the skin. And it's a good mix in because it's pure white. It brightens things up. However, in my experience, both looking at swatches and models online and swatching like the lightest 10 shades of this foundation in store, it's super saturated with either yellow pigment or peach pigment. None of the shades even come close to like the desaturated pale gray olive of my skin. My impression has been that it's a pretty super saturated shade range all around. So anyone with desaturated skin at any depth, I think, is going to have a hard time finding a match in this foundation. This is all just to say that the idea of a try before you buy kit where you can pick 3 shades and then you only pay for it if you end up deciding not to buy a full bottle of the foundation, because that's what this system is. Oh, you have to pay for shipping. So you pay for shipping $5.95, you get the 3 samples. So essentially you have to pay $6 in order to try 3 different shades. And then if you decide to buy a full-size bottle, that's all that you would have had to pay. If 21 days pass and you don't purchase the full-size bottle, you have to pay $12 plus tax for the fact that you tried the 3 shades or that you have the 3 deluxe size samples and you haven't bought anything else. So maybe not the most elegant or the most user-friendly system, but also not the most inelegant system that I could think of. And it's an interesting approach. It's an interesting try at helping people find shades in what I think is a shade range, a particularly difficult to decipher and maybe unsuccessful for some people shade range. I guess what I'm trying to say is that based on my experience of all the shade ranges that need a system like this, the Haus Labs one is one of the ones that really needs it the most. So it doesn't necessarily surprise me that they're like, we need to come up with a way for people to actually swatch and try. And in that way, it's a little bit like you did it to yourselves, y'all. Like you did it to yourselves by not making better shades, kind of, when you first made the foundation and then like caused this to be necessary. But of course, at the the same time, I feel like they deserve kudos for this kind of innovation. At least they're trying something new. It's interesting. Okay, Fenty. Fenty has always been one of those brands that piques my interest no matter what they're doing. I think partly because at the beginning, the brand was so compelling and came out with so many really special, iconic products that got in amongst me in those early days of passion for makeup and kind of stayed there. And it's a notoriously groundbreaking brand, and I think deserves all of the accolades and the affection that it has for that reason. But as the years have gone on, I've found that the releases, that the actual fact of what's being released, and my sort of innate affection for the brand have grown apart a little bit. It's like lately everything Fenty releases, I sit up and take notice because it's Fenty, and then I'm like, oh, but it's just a little thing, like a little throwaway thing. I feel like they haven't come through with anything hard-hitting in a long time. It's just like little one-offs here and there. And this release is no exception. It is a single shade of Icon Velvet Lipstick, Pink Limousine, a vivid hot pink. And I think maybe it's a new formula, creamy whipped texture with intense color, leaves lips feeling plush and comfy, not dry. So this is in the exact same category as like those new Charlotte Tilbury. It's the whipped, what it is a soft matte lip cream coming through in every brand, like an iteration of that in every brand. And we've been seeing it. We've been seeing something like this pop up in every brand, like in every new makeup hot takes. So it looks like Fenty's doing it too. Maybe they already had some and it's just a new color, but it sort of seems like they're debuting the formula with just the one color. So like I was saying, sort of just like a little thing, like no heavy hitters, just one thing, one color. But the reason that I'm talking about this instead of just skipping it for that reason is that this reminds me so much of the exact color of NARS lipstick. I mean, I think it's Scap, that pink NARS lipstick that's called Scap that I had for a long time. But the origin of that color and colors kind of like it in my life is that, gosh, when must it have been? It must have been like 2013 or 14 maybe, because I think there were a couple of years when I had these NARS lipsticks and I wore them dancing tango all the time. And it was before I went to graduate school, and that was in 2014. So it must have been 2012, 13, that kind of general time. One year, and maybe some people know more, there was a J. Crew catalog in which the models were wearing a color like this and like an orange that was like this in intensity and brightness and saturation. And they just looked so amazing. And this was sort of before I got deep into makeup. Like I just wore some signature pieces of makeup and some signature looks just to dance tango, just to go out and dance. I would make myself up to go out every night. But I actually went to the J. Crew and I was like, what are these lipsticks? I went to the salesperson and I was like, do you know what they used? And the salesperson luckily said, I don't know exactly what it is. It's not like they credited the exact lipsticks in the catalog, but what I do know is that they're NARS. And so I was able to take the J. Crew catalog into Sephora and find the exact colors. And Scap was one of them, and it looks just like this. I can't remember the other one off the top of my head, although I can't believe that I can't remember it. Past Hannah would be horrified. But for years, this was like my signature lip, this type of thing, and one that looked exactly like this. It's really nostalgic for me. I see this and I'm like, oh yeah, even though a decade has passed, I still feel there's something endlessly editorial, striking, aesthetic, and chic about this as a lip color, especially on an otherwise relatively simple makeup look. It doesn't make me want to run out and get it again. It kind of does a little bit, actually. Part of me wants to run out and do this again. I don't know if I'd have to buy something, though. It might be that I could shop my stash or make a concoction or just use a color that's the closest to something vaguely like this in my collection. It just really dredges up a memory of a feeling, of a makeup moment from my long ago past, and I like that. Again, not a reason to buy it, but a reason to talk about it. Okay, Melt Cosmetics Glazed Skin Sheer Finishing Powder. I am giving a hot take on this for one reason and for one reason alone. It's a matte powder, right? All natural, lightweight, buildable coverage, soft focus finish, blurs, pores, fine lines, and wrinkles, giving a radiant glow for more youthful, fresh-looking skin. This is not a highlighting product in any way, and it doesn't have a glazed finish. It's a soft focus. I think it's that kind of like soft focus pore diffusing thing that makes everything sort of smoothed, and therefore they can use the term radiant in the marketing, but it is not, I don't think. There's no way they'd be claiming it's a soft focus finish that blurs pores. colors if it were illuminating, if it were in any way like glazing. And yet they're calling it glazed skin and they're using donuts in the advertising. It's just classic, right? It's like donuts and the idea of glazed skin are so trendy right now. I do think it's probably a really successful marketing bid, right? To use a donut and to use the term glazed and to use imagery of glazing. I think a lot of brands have chosen to do that. Probably the market research is that it is top of the top of kind of concepts for makeup sales right now. So that's probably why they chose it. And then the thing that they're using that concept to sell is just not glazing. Like, it's not glazing makeup. It doesn't make any sense. It's really square peg in a round hole. Like, they're trying to stop trying to make glazed happen when you're selling a soft focus pore blurring finishing powder. That's my hot take. The Patrick Ta new blush shades. It's just pretty. I had one of these for a while in She's So LA. Turned out that when I said that I needed a brown blush, I also meant that I needed something that wasn't orange at all. I never really ended up using it. I also didn't really like, now I'm remembering the formula, sort of a balm and a powder. But if I remember correctly, I liked the powder. I just felt that the whole kit and caboodle wasn't really what it was cracked up to be for me. Like, the two things working together didn't really work together the way that I wanted them to. This is all just to say, I had one of these. I ended up decluttering it, both for the formula and I think for the color. But the super blush draped image, She's Wanted, which is one of the 3 new shades. It's so great. It looks great. I'm going to say the same thing again, as I said about the Fenty lip color, Pink Limousine. I know what to do about this feeling. It couldn't be clearer, because especially in this case, it's like, I don't want this product. I had one and I don't have it anymore. I didn't keep it. So I know what to do about this feeling. Go into my makeup drawer and find something that I can use to create a look like this. Just wear more blush next time and glossy highlight. You don't need to buy this Patrick Ta blush to get your cheek to look like that. It's going to be so fun to do that because I haven't done that in a long time. And so this imagery is inspiring a desire to wear makeup in a certain way. It doesn't need to inspire a purchase. Okay, Makeup Forever new concealer. This is making it into new makeup hot takes because way back in the day when what was I doing? I think I had used up my one concealer that was Tarte Shape Tape and decided I wanted to buy something other than Tarte Shape Tape. I think this is what happened. I wanted to find a different concealer that was a little bit more serum-y, lighter, more skin-like. And so I went on a hunt for a concealer that was light enough for me at Sephora, swatching, like in person swatching, and discovered that most shade ranges didn't go light enough for me. This must have been 6 years ago. And at this point, I wasn't even thinking about olive undertone, desaturation, true neutrality. I was really just looking for something that was literally light enough to brighten my skin. And most of the beautiful new concealer formulas on the market, the lightest one was darker than my skin. And so there was just no way to make it work. And then I went to Makeup Forever and I found the Makeup Forever Ultra HD concealer, which was a pretty new release at the time. And not only did the shade range go incredibly light, but among the lightest shades, there was a choice between like a pinky leaning one, a more yellow leaning one, and a more neutral one. It wasn't even the very lightest one that ended up being the best match for me. I think it was the second lightest one. I used that concealer for a long time and the consistency was absolutely beautiful. If you've watched my early videos, you'll know it because that's what I was using at the time, I think, for some length of time at the beginning of my channel. This looks like a re-release or a new lot, not a re-release, but an update on that because it says it's an addition to the HD Skin family, the HD Skin Concealer. I mean, it might be even replacing that other one, and I just have fond feelings. However, once I actually figured out that I had desaturated gray olive undertones in my complexion, I started finding concealers like the Rose Ink Concealer in LX010 that are desaturated. I was able to see how bright and saturated the Makeup Forever one was, and I was able to start understanding that just having it be light, like just lightness, isn't enough, that there's more to it than just light or dark. So I don't have great hopes that there will be a shade like Rose Ink LX010 in this shade range. And for that reason, once again, I am not feeling like, oh, I need to buy it, I need to try it, I can't wait to see it. It'll be interesting to see it in store. Who knows? Maybe they have gotten the memo about saturation as well. But I'm mentioning it again because it pings those sort of old nostalgia bells a little bit in a way that I can stay a bit distant from, in a way that doesn't require me to buy anything. But it pings them nonetheless. Okay, this is just cool colors in this Valentino Liquid Rosso Liquid Rosso 2-in-1 Soft Matte Liquid Lipstick and Blush. That's the other thing that's interesting about this. So Valentino makeup, I don't even know. I don't know her. Like I don't think tried anything. Is it obscure? Does it not come out that often? Do we not hear that much about it? I don't know. When I first saw it, I was like, oh yeah, Valentino makeup, because I think there's Dior, there's Chanel, there's blah, blah, blah. And then there's Yves Saint Laurent. And then when I thought about it, I was like, yeah, but when have I actually really heard of Valentino makeup? Do they have an iconic product? Am I just forgetting right now? I have no context, basically. I dug into my Makeup Mind Palace and came up empty for context on Valentino makeup. But it is interesting that they're releasing a lip and cheek, a soft matte lip and cheek product. It says runway inspired. That totally makes sense to me. It is like that vibe. But it's in this doe, it's a doe foot into a dip tube type of thing rather than being in a compact or something. Usually you see a lip and cheek in a different format. It's not as though it's unheard of, this, but it's just maybe the least common format for a lip and cheek. So that's kind of interesting. But the most interesting thing is the shade range. And the most interesting shade is Highway to Plum. Although who named that? Seems like they could have workshopped that one a little more. Highway to Plum. But it's just this it's like NARS Pussy Control, that old stick color. It's such a cool color. Stick lip thing that they had, like lip crayon. NARS had a lip crayon in this color, but this even looks grungier than that. Gosh, the model, like the pictures the model's wearing it are really beautiful, especially when you can see that it's on lip and cheek. Highway to Plum. They really went there. And they know it too, because on the slide, there's only 2 or 3 colors that the models are modeling. And this one is the most heavily featured. I feel like they know it's kind of the attention grabber of the range. But there's some other really beautiful ones. There's some deep nudes, 3 or 4 different ones that are really pretty. There's a bright pink that's very much like that Fenty thing. And I bet the way that this goes onto the lips is very similar to this sort of soft matte lip cream that's everywhere right now. There's an orange. Yeah, I respect it. I see it and I respect it. I feel like they made some good choices in terms of colors, balance, the formula, the packaging, all of that stuff. They made some good choices. $40. So even as someone with a budget for reviewing makeup, it feels a little steep. It doesn't really make me want to do it. It's like maybe if we get to the end of the month and I haven't spent my whole review budget and I'm placing an order from a shop that carries this and I have $40 left over, like maybe I will get Highway to Plum and talk about it, like try it and talk about it. But I'm not going to place an order just for it because I'd rather just like appreciate what they've done. It's probably great. That's the thing. I feel like I don't necessarily need to try it to find out. Like you can tell the color's really cool. You can tell the execution is good. It's very beautiful. The packaging's probably luxe. It's not the kind of thing that's begging for a review. It's just begging to be talked about new makeup hot takes. Okay, just briefly, this is kind of like an of note thing just for people who've been around here for a long time. Glossier, who I haven't reviewed in a while, but I used to do a lot of reviews of. They used to have, to me, the greatest lip product ever created. It was the Vanillic Lip, which was really, Vanillic Lip was a bad term for it. It was really just like a semi-sheer, only semi-shiny, very wearable kind of demi-matte gloss sort of thing that was really nourishing, easy to wear, and smelled really good and came in beautiful colors. I can't believe they discontinued it. It was perfect. And the color that I absolutely loved in it was Pony. Pony in the Vanillic Lip. Greatest lip product of all time. It was so, so good. Anyway, they discontinued the butt out of it. Then they came out with the Ultra Lip, which is like super shiny. Like this is the product that should have been called Vanillic Lip. They got everything scrambled over at Glossier. This is a nice product. It's nice. I'm not usually the biggest fan of highly pigmented, super shiny, slidey things. I find them harder to wear. The thing about the Vanillic Lip is that it was so easy to wear. Always enhanced the lips and always looked flawless and never was a mess. Ultra Lip is sometimes kind of a mess. And when it launched, I think I remember the palest shade, the really, really pale shade that kind of washed out my lips. I remember really liking that. I wore that a lot when I first got it, but there wasn't a really good grungy color like Pony. Well, look what they've done. They've literally released Pony, the same color in this formula, which is fine. It's better than not having it. I still pine for the old Vanillic Lip formula, but I had to mention it. I couldn't not mention that the Ultra Lip now comes in Pony. What a gas. Oh, this is the thing I'm the most excited to talk about because I'm just interested in marketing, like the way things are marketed, aesthetics, slays, serves, unexpected things. Look at this. Look at the photography for this Chanel fall collection. Chanel Equinox de Chanel. So there are these eyeshadow powders, which is kind of interesting. There are blushes, really interesting looking blushes. And there are these lip products and nail polishes. The marketing, it's like, it's 90s. It's also kind of 70s with the colors. It's graphic. It almost looks like they took a leaf out of Issa Maya's book. And they took a really good long look at this kind of flash photography, saturated, grainy Instagram photography aesthetic. And they just leaned into it, almost like they reverse engineered the collection, like the colors from that kind of aesthetic. It's so cohesive. Like they knew exactly how they were going to market it, what it was going to look like. I love it when high-end, like inaccessibly expensive brands do this sort of grunge, accessible grunge thing. There's something so satisfying and tempting about it. I don't know if I would ever buy like one of these. This is the thing. It doesn't necessarily make me want to buy it. I love that. It makes me want to give a standing ovation to someone, the artistic director behind this campaign. That's what it makes me want to do. And I would so much rather appreciate makeup from that place than from a place of like desperately needing to always keep buying more, needing to own a piece of the collection because I think it's so smart. I mean, I wouldn't say no to either of these blushes, probably. The eyeshadow powders are intriguing. The lip colors are all of them very beautiful. And, you know, I could see myself seeing it in store in the fall and being like, oh, yeah, one or two of these would suit me. But that's just not the point. The point is look at it. So I was already going to talk about this. And then later down on Trend Mood, I came across another almost equally as sharp release from Chanel, but with a totally different aesthetic. So this is a makeup brush set and a mirror. So it's like tools, makeup tools rather than makeup. Interesting to see that from Chanel, but look at it. Like these beautiful, minimal, but brightly colored, like candy colored, juicy, covetable, glossy pastel lavender, glossy lipstick pink, like matched sets. It's just so aesthetic, but in a totally different way. And it's the same thing. It's like round of applause to whoever conceived of this. It's so fresh. It's so fresh for a brand like Chanel. It's like they had some really successful meetings, marketing meetings, and got some visionaries on staff. And they were like, we want to branch out into a little bit trendier, a little bit fresher feeling of a space. Let's pick a couple of different aesthetic directions and let's go in one of those directions with this makeup brush set mirror thing. Let's go in another one of those directions with the fall collection. And then they were like, all right, break. And they did it and they absolutely served. The Kevin Aucoin lighting stick looks really pretty. I really love this kind of thing right now, but it looks a lot like the Surratt one that I'm super into that I'm actually wearing today. I think that that's part of why it really, really looks like the Merit ones. So it's funny, having tried these other ones, even though it's like my favorite format for a highlighter right now. I think that's why it stands out. But I see it and I'm like, oh, looks like other ones that I own, or looks like other ones that I've already tried. I don't need to try it. I'm just like, oh, good move, but I can already do what this would do with stuff I have. So it's fine. Okay, new Natasha Denona mini eyeshadow palette. It's mauves. It doesn't really grip me. It's these, well, it grips me because it's grungy in its way, but it's like a very, very pale version of grungy. It grips me because it's desaturated. That's what it is. It grips me because it's desaturated. I actually like it. I feel like, especially because it's also very pale and I'm very pale, so it's striking me as very wearable for somebody with my skin. And not all the Natasha Denona minis are like that. A lot of them, because they're only the 5 shades, it's like they're all going to really pack a punch on someone as pale as I am. And so it's interesting to see one come out that potentially offers subtlety. Of course, that means that it might not work for everyone because it might be too pale. I mean, we'll see when people start actually trying it out. It will just depend on the way that the shadows register on skin. But the actual reason I threw this into New Makeup Hot Takes is because of that second shade from the left, which is, I guess, Galaxia, Shimmering Rosé Champagne. It's hard to be sure, but it really looks like it might be that really sheer Wet Look Shiny formula from Natasha Denona that I love so much. It might also just be a regular metallic. I'm very curious. I'm going to try to find out, hopefully by swatching this in store, not by buying it. But Kava and Sparks from the Gold palette were in this amazing super wet looking formula that I feel like we haven't seen before since from Tasha Denona. Wouldn't it be interesting if it just like showed up in this mini palette? Overall, this attracts me though, probably because I'm into more subtle eye makeup right now. I don't love pink and purple, but it seems like it might be soft enough and desaturated enough not to necessarily always read like that. Okay, briefly addressing the Isamaya palette because some of you have DM'd me about it. I reviewed Isamaya Beauty when it first launched. I mean, it wasn't when it first launched. As always, I was like really late to the game. Basically, long after it first launched, I bought most of the things from the collection and filmed a very thorough review, and I was really disappointed specifically by the eyeshadows. There was one thing from that collection that I loved, and that was the Black Veil gloss. So the new collection has 2 new colors in that gloss, and I think it's a great gloss. However, to me, one of the most compelling things about it is the color, and neither this peachy orange nor this like blackish gray looks better to me than the original Black Veil gloss. Like, I'm really happy with the one that I have, and that's fine. What I've been hearing from some of you is that the eyeshadow formula is different and that people are really loving the eyeshadow formula in this new palette. People are like, Hannah, we really want you to review it because it's different than the other one. I'm just scrolling through the pictures. Here's the thing. If I were a more dramatic, hyperbolic person, I would say the following sentence. I hate the color story. However, I try not to say I hate things. It's not really like that. Hate's a strong word. What I will say is that my gut rejects. I viscerally am repulsed by. I find this color story uncohesive and uncompelling. I always try to see the perspective of the person who put the thing together. You know, a lot of times the issue with color stories is that they're super boring. This does not have that issue. And a lot of times I see super boring color stories and they're like, oh, well, they were just trying to make something wearable. They were just doing what they like. They don't have a vision. It's fine. But with this, it's like half of the colors are amazing dream colors for me. A third of them are grungy, bronzy golds, just like the other palette. Individual colors in there are perfect colors for me. But then the shades of red, orange, green, blue, purple, and pink that Isamaya has chosen to infiltrate those other grungy colors, it just doesn't sing for me. There's just something about it. I think the shades themselves, maybe there's too much color, like too many different colors, but they're all sort of at the same register of grunge, except some of them aren't, and it just feels unbalanced to me. I'm sorry that I'm not being more articulate about it right now, but I think that that's what it is. I think that there's too much cool and warm mixed together. Like if you took out the 2 blues, the almost teal bright blue and the sort of soft grungy periwinkle, if you took out those 2 blues, it would feel much more cohesive to me. And that's still having greens and reds and oranges all mixed together. There's still some warm and some cool. I just feel like there's one too many colors, literal tones, and it just looks like a mess. And I felt that way about the first one too, even though it was actually the formula that ended up disappointing me. Because the reality is when you wear eyeshadow like this, you're just choosing an edit of them. So it's not as though the fact that the color story in the palette looks bad to me means that all the eye looks would look bad. I actually think that if I liked these formulas, I could make some really great eye looks with this palette. So it's not necessarily a reason to reject it whole cloth. It's just, it doesn't make me want to buy it. None of these things from Isamaya makes me want to buy them. So although I have faint academic interest in whether the formula has actually changed as much as some people say that it has, because I disliked the first one so much, it's not a strong enough interest for me to want to buy this, even for review. And lastly, Westman Atelier, coming through as always with something that makes me want to buy it, even though it's rabidly expensive. Liquid, super loaded, all over illuminator drops with vitamin C. It's just the kind of thing that I love. And here's what I always do with Westman Atelier. My knee-jerk reaction is, no, I'm not buying that because it's too expensive. And I just wait. And then what has felt like an urgent desire to buy the thing ever since I found out about it eventually fades, usually faster than I think it's going to, because I kind of get my head wrapped around it and it's like, oh, it's just another liquid illuminator and I have plenty of them. Obviously, I'll be curious to see what people say about this. It's going to be at Sephora, so maybe I'll get to swatch it in store at some point. The other thing that's being shown here is that they've released another shade, a deeper shade of their bronzer, which is fantastic. A deep, rich brown. It looks beautiful. So I just like it. I like Westman Atelier. I like the products that I've ever tried. You know, it's prohibitively expensive for most people. Always gives me pause for that reason. But I feel like they chose well with what they decided to do this time around for this release. And it always interests me enough that it makes me want to bring it up in New Makeup Hot Takes, even if I'm not planning to buy it. That is it. That is not, by any stretch of the imagination, everything that's been released in makeup in the past few weeks. It's just the stuff that I felt like I had something to say about. You know, I like to add to the conversation rather than just stating the obvious. And for a lot of what's new out here in makeup, there's nothing to state. There's nothing to state but the obvious, like Barbie makeup. Of course, makeup brands are doing Barbie stuff. It's obvious. Sephora sets, once again, I talk about them every time and how nobody needs a bunch of tiny little dinky things. It's obvious. So I hope it was enough. I hope you enjoyed your time here with me discussing new makeup. Again, if you're not subscribed and you think you're going to watch some more videos, go ahead and subscribe. I'll really appreciate it. Thank you also to those of you who are always liking and commenting. Time for another episode of New Makeup Hot Takes, but extenuating circumstances today. We do not know how long we're going to have to edit this one. These days, it's Joe who handles the editing for New Makeup Hot Takes. He doesn't do all the editing on the channel, by the way, since we're discussing it. Sometimes I will edit like an entire video and then everyone in the comments will be like, wow, Joe really slayed the editing. And I'm like, the fashion videos, for example, that is literally all me. But Joe does a lot. I'm not trying to say he doesn't do a lot. It's just that we share it. We share the burden of editing. And he has become the New Makeup Hot Takes editor. And as you'll know, if you watch this series, he really does the most. He really goes to town. He's really amazing at it. And he puts a lot of time into it. This has become a video that's kind of a big project every time it rolls around. A big project for him, a big project on our calendar, and we always make sure that there's enough time and space set aside to get it done in the way that it usually gets done. Right now, we don't know if we're going to have that time for this one. Anyway, I didn't want to not film New Makeup Hot Takes because we don't know how much time we're gonna have to edit it. So the solution that we came up with is this. I've narrowed it down to like the tippy top products of interest, which isn't that different from what I often do. It's pretty extreme in this case. It's gonna be like deep dives into a handful of products that are new to the market. And the editing might be a little bit less, how shall we say, elaborate than it usually is, depending. But in spite of all of that, I'm going to try to give you a makeup theory rich video. I will try still to deliver the meatiness for which I am known. I will try to look alive. I'll try to look a little more alive than I looked in that Refi video. If you happen to be new around here, I will tell you, my name is Hannah. I love talking about trends and aesthetics, and I love talking about what's new to the market in makeup. But I try not to promote overspending on my channel. In these videos, I like to unpack the impulses of desire to buy new stuff. I try to stay really grounded. I hope you'll consider subscribing if you're just checking me out and you end up liking this one. And now let us go ahead and get into the meat of the video. New makeup, hot takes. New makeup, hot takes. Okay, first on the docket, I want to talk about the difference in my reactions to two eyeshadow palettes, like the two eyeshadow palettes that have been announced since I last filmed one of these, both of which I think kind of have the same maybe issue or are sauntering out onto the scene with sort of the same character as each other with relation to the brands that are releasing them. But I have had a wildly different reaction to each one of them, and I want to unpack that a little bit. So the two palettes are the new Pat McGrath Mothership palette, Sunlit Seduction, which actually got announced right after I filmed the last New Makeup Hot Take. So this isn't exactly hot off the presses, but I haven't had a chance to talk about it on camera yet. I did pin a comment in my last New Makeup Hot Takes, and in that comment I said, really the only thing there is to say about this, which is, it seems like an April Fool's joke. It seems like an AI designed palette. It seems like a robot designed a Pat McGrath palette based on all of the other Pat McGrath palettes that exist. Like the lowest common denominator with no creativity or originality, but to the point of hilarity, like to the point of disbelief. What I'm trying to say is that it looks so much like something that's already been released. And we've been saying this for years, by Pat McGrath. We've been saying this for years about Pat McGrath, but I feel like every time everyone said, oh no, another rose palette, another pink palette, and I've always been able to sort of reserve a little bit of of understanding for why it might be this way. I've always been like, yeah, but I could kind of see how this is slightly balanced a little bit more towards this undertone or that, or it includes this, whereas these other palettes didn't. It seems to be offering something subtly different than the others, even though the color scheme is still pink overall. Like there's always been something to hold on to, a little bit of benefit of the doubt that we can give. And you know, I love Pat McGrath. I love the vision. I love the formulas. I love the Pat McGrath palettes that I own. I want to love what she does. I want to want her makeup. She's the queen. But there is just nothing to be said about that. Like there's nothing to hold on to. There's no explanation inherent to the aesthetics of the palette. I think that there might be a market value explanation. There might be like a market research explanation, and I'll get into that in a second. But just looking at it as a makeup consumer, as a makeup analyst, as a makeup lover, as a beauty YouTuber, as a person who consumes beauty content on the internet, looking at it as a member of our community, I literally would believe that it is an April Fool's joke. It is one step away from that mock-up of the Morphe palette where all of the shades are the same shade of brown that I think was an April Fool's joke or was something that the beauty news girls did at some point like that. This is literally one step away from that. So that is the first palette that I am discussing in this little moment, this part of the video. And I want to juxtapose that palette and my reactions to it to this brand new announcement, I think. Yeah, I mean, as I'm sitting here, it's like an hour ago. I'm sitting here and it was posted on Trend Mood an hour ago. The I Need a Nude palette from Natasha Denona. I saw this and I about fell out of my chair. I was like, how soon can I buy this with my own $67? I was like, oh, $69. With my own roughly $70, I was like, I mean, and this is not me. I don't know if I've ever said take my money before about makeup, like in a comment on camera. No, I do know. I'm not a take my money type of person. Out here, I'm not a take my money type of consumer. And you know, my life's about to change dramatically. I don't foresee myself buying eyeshadow palettes over the next couple of months. So I am talking about the feelings, you know what I mean? Not necessarily the actual act that I will take or the actual destiny. And I am a Natasha Denona affiliate. Maybe they'll send this out in PR. It's kind of a new development, like being an affiliate. So I don't really know how they handle these things, but I saw this and I was like, take my money. I want it. And here's the thing. When I became a Natasha Denona affiliate, they sent me some makeup and I chose a palette and I chose the Glam palette, which is the palette that this most resembles that's in her line already. There is an argument that at first glance, especially, that this looks very similar to the Glam palette and is sort of a repeat of what she's already done, especially if you look at the Biba, although I think Biba's a different story because it doesn't have any metallics in it. It's an all matte palette. It's just, there's a strong argument that's similar to the reaction to the Pat McGrath palette. There's a strong argument that this is just kind of a remix of what she's already done. And I'm sure I'm not reading the comments on Trend Mood because literally nothing makes me more depressed about humanity. Like I cannot handle the comments on Trend Mood. So much negativity. But I bet if I were to scroll down and read the comments on this, it would be like, yawn, how predictable, not again. Didn't she already release this? You know what I mean? Like I bet that that's what people are saying. But I feel like this was designed for me. It's cool toned, but not too cool toned. It's cool toned without leaning blue, which is my holy grail. It's got all of these mucky, dark, bronzy taupes. They're like bronzes, but they're bronzy taupes. A touch of warmth, but it's like a rosy warmth. A very, very dark, raisiny brown, some mid-toned matte taupes that look like they might actually be taupe and not orange. And so many of what look like sheer sparkly top coats. Like three sheer sparkly top coats. It's like Natasha Denona watched my channel and watched everything I've ever said about her in any of her palettes and designed this palette specifically for me. And it doesn't hurt that I've been using the Glam palette since it arrived, kind of defaulting to it for the most part, really enjoying using it. And this just seems like an upgrade even to it. Like it seems like a more Hannah version of the Glam palette, even though I've been loving the Glam palette so much. The question is though, why am I so excited about this remix, this Natasha Denona remix, and so incredulous about Pat McGrath having basically done the exact same thing? Even though all things being equal, I prefer Pat McGrath as a brand and I prefer Pat McGrath eyeshadows. Like I wish that Pat McGrath had done something like this. Like I want the Pat McGrath version of the I Need a Nude eyeshadow palette from Natasha Denona, and I would much rather buy that. One obvious answer is that these are my colors, right? I really love taupes, cool-toned eyeshadows that aren't too blue or that aren't blue at all, grungy bronzes, and I don't really want a pink eyeshadow palette. Never have, never will. Like, that's the very obvious answer. But the thing that it sheds light on to me is why Pat maybe keeps doing the same thing over and over. Because what I've basically said to you is this is the same thing over and over with a slight tweak from Natasha Denona, and yet I'm like beating down the door to buy it, even though I already own something very similar to it. The thing that is the most similar to it that she's ever released. I would happily buy this as well because it just feels so me and so right. And I don't usually feel this way about new releases and about eyeshadow palettes, right? It takes a lot for something to hit the ball out of the park so much that I'm sort of slavering, drooling. I'm like drooling over it. I usually hold on to my hat, you know? But it's because the colors are so mine and she does it so well and she's doing it so well. It's such a luxury brand and it's like the pinnacle. It just feels like a slightly reworked version of the pinnacle of the kind of thing that I like. So what I'm trying to get at is that I bet that there are a lot of people out there for whom this is the case, but with pink eyeshadow, like with the rose tones of the Pat McGrath canon. Oeuvre. I just bet that there are people who feel the way about rose and about Pat McGrath shadows, the way that I feel about taupe and about Pat McGrath and Natasha Denona shadows. And they have seen this new release from Pat McGrath and they're like, well, it's only a little bit different from the other palette or the other couple of palettes that I have from her, but it's different enough. And I love rose and pink and I'm sensitive to the differences and it's different enough and I love this kind of thing enough and I wear this kind of thing enough and I'm sort of a collector of this kind of thing enough that I want to buy it even though it could be an April Fool's joke. And maybe I'm just not able to see the opening for that in the world of Pat McGrath because a palette with this color scheme is the last thing I want. Whereas I'm able to see it for Natasha Denona because a palette with this color scheme is the first thing that I want. It's the only thing that I want. And I don't have time for any of these people who are like, oh, yawn, she's done this before, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, she's done something almost like this before, but this is even more exquisite than that. This is an upgrade on that. This is absolutely perfect. So leave me alone. Like that's how I feel about I Need a Nude. And it makes room for me to be able to continue to give Pat McGrath the benefit of the doubt in the face of the incredulity that I felt when that palette was first released. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk about eyeshadows on the market. Let's move on. I don't know how much I'm going to actually be able to say, like how much of a deep dive I'm actually going to be able to give on the Urban Decay Naked Metal Mania palette, but I just had to include it in the elite group of things that are being talked about in this video because I have questions. I have questions and I have statements. It's yet another conundrum to which I think the answer is probably market research on the back end that we don't know anything about, which is to say probably the reason that Urban Decay keeps releasing palettes and calling them naked, even though they're like the furthest thing from naked conceptually, is that the naked line sells. It must be that on the back end, the numbers for eyeshadow palette purchases are like through the roof for anything called naked compared to the numbers for eyeshadow palette purchases that depart from the naked line. It must be that that's the case because otherwise, why would they keep beating this horse and why would they keep trying to force it with concepts that don't make sense as naked? And I am aware that usually the formula has a kind of nudity to it. Like when a palette is a naked palette, it usually these days from my experience means that the formula is kind of watery, doesn't pack the punch that you might think it would pack based on how the colors look and based on the concept. It's like, to me, naked X means that you can expect a watered down version of X because of the formula. And as long as you know that, and you know that that's what you're getting, maybe you won't be disappointed. And maybe there are people who want a watered down version of Metal Mania, or like a watered down version of this color story. Again, maybe there are a lot of people who do. And I don't have the market research, but from where I sit, from where I'm positioned, again, as a beauty lover, as a beauty community member, as a YouTuber, as blah, 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 this just seems like a contradiction in terms. I cannot think of an aesthetic reason, a conceptual reason, a makeup artistry reason why they would go in this direction. And that is why I can only assume that it has something to do with what they know about their customer. So that's like my first reaction to this. But the other thing that I have to say is that it's a shame that they are so hemmed hemmed in by whatever is causing them to believe that everything has to be naked X. Because I think fondly of the Born to Run palette. Remember the Urban Decay Born to Run palette? That to me, it was ages ago that was released. And to me, that was like maybe their last great experiment in pouring all of their like brand aesthetic and their passion and their creativity and their ability to be visionary, like pouring it all into something that's not naked, something clothed. And it was so beautiful. I mean, if memory serves, everyone was so hyped up about it. It was so beautiful. It seems to me like the best thing that they've done in years. I don't know how the formula was. I didn't buy it. I never saw it in person. I never tried it, but I still remember it. And they've done so much weird stuff since then that I totally can't remember. But I remember the Born to Run palette. It seems like it stands in my mind for what Urban Decay could be evolving into if they would just let go of this albatross, the albatross of nudity that they insist on carrying, probably again because of money, like probably because of sales. But maybe I'm overly optimistic or don't appreciate how much that market research probably matters, but I just would love to see what would happen if they would let it go, push into the Born to Run direction or whatever kind of impulse that came from, like whatever place in their boardroom, executive decision-making, artistic team, like whatever corner of that Born to Run came from. I just wish they would revisit that corner and dwell there for a while and see what could happen to the brand, because maybe they're still selling well worldwide, but I feel like in the beauty community, Urban Decay is like dying and died off, and it's all because of this. Okay, I wavered about whether to include the Prada Beauty launch in this video, meaning like I'm only talking about a handful of things. So of all the things that have come out, is it worth it? The thing that pushed me over the edge and made me decide to include it is that my friend Stephanie, who's Beauty Unhyped on Instagram, you should definitely follow her. She's a really great makeup Instagram account. Stephanie bought a couple of pieces from this line and so far has said that it's just really exquisitely executed. Like the packaging. The thing that intrigues me the most is these little eyeshadow quads in which Stephanie says on Instagram, the pans are totally flush with the pan dividers and everything is just like really neat and clean, and even the little brush and the little, I guess, sponge tip applicator, they like fit perfectly into the receptacle so that they don't rattle around. I mean, apparently the execution is just flawless and very, very pleasing. And the colors of I guess they're trios, eyeshadow trios. The colors are, well, no, they're quads because there's like a bar across the top. I mean, they're intriguing. The imagery is really pleasing. And Stephanie has said that the execution is just as pleasing. There's a transparent matte green lip balm. It's that thing where every little touch, every little detail has been considered. It has just the right amount of quirkiness balanced with exquisite execution, exquisite design. Every detail has been thought of. It has been designed within an inch of its life, but in a very tasteful way. And I just love to see that. And that's why I'm including it here. There's another part of me that's like, all of the luxury brands are doing this. Like all of the fashion houses are starting to release makeup. I feel like when it was just Hermes, it was kind of exciting. When it was just Dries Van Noten, it was kind of exciting. I mean, some of the hardcore ones like Chanel makeup, like that's been around for years, but I feel like for years it was just the same couple of fashion houses that also did beauty, and a lot of them didn't do beauty. And then recently, a lot of them are piling on. Like a lot of fashion houses are jumping on that bandwagon. And sort of the cynical side of me that maybe has come from the side of me that sort of developed because of having essentially worked in beauty now for 6 years. That part of me thinks that this is happening because it has become easier and less expensive to produce makeup, because manufacturing has just become easier, and manufacturing fancy things for less is becoming increasingly easier. The fact that all of these luxury brands are starting to launch lines and all these celebrities are starting to launch lines of things, it makes me think that on the back end, like something has changed in terms of the cost benefit analysis of the risk of launching something like this. And thinking about it that way kind of cheapens it for me. You know what I mean? It makes it feel like it's not a passion project at all. And even though whoever actually was hired to do the design has put passion into it, and as someone who loves makeup, it's hard not to be intrigued. You know what I mean? Like I see it and I'm like, especially seeing my friend buy it and be like, yeah, I mean, everything is exquisitely done. It's hard not to be attracted to it. But there's just this little part of me that's like, is it about the makeup itself, like the quality of the makeup itself? Or is it about Prada just seeing an opportunity and taking that opportunity to sort of conceive of what the makeup version of their brand aesthetic overall would be and bring that into existence kind of as an aesthetic exercise, like kind of as an aesthetic project, but without actually really caring about the makeup itself and the performance of it and its destiny in people's lives and how it will help people and how it will feel to people and on their skin. You know what I mean? There isn't really like a human element to this. It doesn't feel like there is in the way that a lot of makeup brands these days actually do have. Like you can tell that people care, people making makeup. I feel like even some of the more high-end ones, like especially the ones that have been doing it for a long time, they're invested in the use value of the makeup for people. And some of the slightly newer ones, like I actually feel like Gucci is kind of invested in the use value of the makeup for people and the way that the aesthetic lights up your life, sort of. This just feels a little bit more clinical to me. And the more fashion brands that do this, that kind of follow this path, the more they all feel kind of clinical to me. But maybe someday I'll try it and it'll be spectacular and I'll take it all back. And if that happens, I'll totally let you know. Okay, an interesting, potentially, I didn't plan it this way, potentially an interesting foil to everything I just said about Prada Beauty and about fashion houses. It might surprise you that this is in here, but I feel like this is of note based on how some of my remarks in past and recent new makeup hot takes were received. Here's the announcement. Rhode, Hailey Bieber's skincare line, is coming out with something that it appears can be used as color cosmetics. So it looks like it's a lip and cheek, and there's a red one and a pink one, or maybe they're cream blushes that you can apply on your lips. It's hard to tell because it's like these screenshots of her just playing around with the product. So far, Rhode has only released skincare, and it was that skin milk that I talked about maybe in the last new makeup hot takes, or I think it was the one before actually. And I was a bit disparaging in that video of Rhode. I was kind of like, if I'm going to buy a skincare product like this, I was saying that I was really attracted to the concept of the product that she had just launched. And I was saying, but if I'm going to buy a product like this, I'm going to buy it from a different brand rather than someone who kind of has a lot of irons in the fire, who isn't necessarily all about skincare, but who's like a celebrity and she's just doing skincare on the side. That was sort of like the gist of my hot take on that skincare product and, you know, my hot take on Rhode by extension. And a lot of people in the comments were like, actually, my favorite kind of comment, actually, no, but I appreciate the information in this case. Actually, Rhode is really good. And some of you were like, you know, I only care about ingredients. And so I'm really interested in skincare. And actually, Rhode has really amazing ingredients. And some of you were even like, you know, I'm not sure Hailey Bieber actually has that much going on besides making her skincare line. Like she's just sitting around with this as her main project. And it actually seems like, because I don't know. Like, I don't know from Hailey Bieber. I'm not out here following her. I don't know. I actually don't know. I made a lot of assumptions in my hot take in that video. And some people seem to think that she actually does have a passionate interest in it. And it kind of is putting her all into it and actually developing quite good products. So I sort of sat up and took notice. I was like, well, I mean, I'm not going to rush out and buy a bunch of Rhode skincare, but I was like, well, I'll follow her future career with a little more interest than I had been following it before. And at that time, and this is why this is making it into this video, at that time, I read all those comments, I took a step back and I thought to myself, when she releases makeup, like when she starts releasing color cosmetics, then I will really take note. Because as a reviewer up here, I mean, that's the thing that really makes it time. That's when it's time to wade into a brand like this and start reviewing, giving feedback, and really taking a committed interest. And lo and behold, a mere month or so later, it's happening. And who knows? It's just interesting to contrast this to the Prada situation, the reaction to Prada. Intentionally, this announcement is so much more lo-fi. You know, it's like this blurry, messy footage of her just applying the product, but that kind of unpolished marketing, like that kind of vulnerability behind the scenes quality, that's what sells these days. Like that's what influencer marketing is. And she totally knows that. And that's what she's doing with this. And it's just interesting for me to see this and be like, oh, it does feel like there's a little more. And this is also based on some of your comments the last time we talked about Rhode. But emotionally, it feels like there's a little bit more authenticity and engagement with the reality of the tactile experience of makeup here than there is in that extremely impressive, beautiful nail polished luxury, and again, kind of slightly clinical aesthetic exercise that is the Prada launch. Both theoretically coming from the same place, right? A fashion house and a fashion person with extra money. And they're like, I'm going to use this extra money to make more money by making more stuff and selling it, right? That's both Prada and Hailey Bieber are doing that, but in such different ways. Funnily enough, even though I love beautifully designed luxury stuff, in this case, for me right now in this moment, I'm finding myself a little bit more compelled by Hailey over here. The only issue for me is like one's a pink and one's a strawberry red. If those are really the only two colors of this product, that's going to be a hard sell for me, but we'll see. Okay, lastly, I am going to talk about one complexion product. There are a lot of complexion products new to the market that I probably would have talked about had this been a normal New Makeup Hot Takes. But what I would have said about each one of them, I'll tell you what it would have been. Interesting for XYZ reason, and clearly the lightest shades are super saturated with pigment. There's nothing even close to an olive, a neutral, anything tinged with gray, anything desaturated in any of the concealer foundation lines that have been announced. And there have just been a couple. If you go to Scrundmood. If you go to Trend Mood and you scroll, that's why I was about to say Scrund Mood, because it was scroll. If you go to Scroll Mood and you trend down the page, you'll see what I'm talking about, right? And if you look at the swatches, you'll see that there isn't much pale neutrality being dealt. And this launch that I am going to discuss is actually not really, I don't think, an exception based on what I can see, but I have to talk about it because it's Glossier. And I've reviewed so much Glossier makeup over the years. It's also interesting because I genuinely think the Stretch Concealer is one of the greatest contributions, if not the greatest contribution that Glossier has made to the world of makeup. And until now, that's been their only real complexion product. I mean, they had the skin tint, but it was very, very tinty, like non-existently tinty. And it's taken a long time for them to take this step, which is releasing a foundation. What's it going to be like? They're calling it the Stretch Fluid Foundation. And of course they're doing that because they know how popular the Stretch Concealer is. And they're hoping that people will get it because they're like, oh, if it's called the Stretch Fluid Foundation, then it's probably just as good as the Stretch Fluid Concealer. But it's just a different product with the same naming. There's nothing to guarantee that it's going to be as good as the Stretch Concealer because they're two different products, two different formulas. Let's not fall for that old trick. However, it just makes it intriguing, right? Everything about this is interesting. It definitely is at the top of the list in terms of intrigue of all the things that have been released. Apparently also, they've expanded the range of the concealer. I need to take a look at it. Oh no, not the concealer, the Stretch Balm Concealer? I didn't know that they'd come out with a different kind of concealer. Oh no, it's the same concealer you know and love, now available in 32 foundation matching shades. They've just given it a new name. This is a fantastic product, the Glossier Stretch Concealer, but even in the newly expanded range, which it looks like they've expanded to match the shade range of the foundation, they have totally missed the memo on desaturation, right? They've got these very pale shades. I mean, the lightest shade is looking delightfully pale, like really, really inclusively pale in terms of lightness, right? Like going light enough to include everybody. But those light shades, they just look very saturated with yellow and peach pigment. The same is true of the foundation, and the foundation bottle, you can really see it in the pictures of the bottles, right? On the models, none of them seem to have desaturated skin at all. And they look great. They look lovely. Like the skin looks quite natural, but even. But the pictures of the bottles of those lightest 5 or 6 shades, they all look totally orange, right? They just look like different shades of peach. And again, this is the same complaint that I always have. And this is the same complaint I would have had about, or not necessarily complaint, it's just an observation. Like it just is what it is. This is where we're at this moment in makeup history, and at this moment in the evolution of like brands trying to provide good shade matches for people. We've got these relatively expansive shade ranges relative to how they used to be, many of which are really quite inclusive in terms of value. Like the darkest is quite dark and the lightest is quite light, but none of which are inclusive in terms of saturation. They're all like really saturated. It's just how it is. And this Glossier Lunch is no exception. So these are the things I wanted to say about it. Just because it's called a Stretch Foundation doesn't mean that it's going to be a hit, right? It's not necessarily the same in any way as the Balm Concealer. It could be. They have a good track record with this type of thing, clearly. But I just wanted to point out that that's just a marketing move. The second thing I want to talk about is the shade range. And the third thing is a good thing. I appreciate these super untouched photos. I appreciate that in the imagery on the website showing the different shades that I've been looking through, it's real people with real skin and real like creases and wrinkles, and you can actually kind of see product on the skin a little bit, but in the way that all makeup shows up on skin. You know what I mean? Like most all makeup looks like makeup on skin when it's up close and it's untouched, the photos, and they've allowed that to be what they're showing in the pictures, and I think that that gives a much more realistic sense of what you're actually buying, and I quite appreciate that. I think that it's cool that Glossier is doing that, and there's also more age diversity than there used to be and more gender diversity than there used to be in the imagery and in the models that they've chosen. Just in investigating this product and trying to figure out what it's all about, checking out the shade range, etc., I came across this aspect of the Glossier marketing that I really appreciate, and I wanted to at least throw them a bone for that because, as you can tell, I'm a little bit skeptical, but I can't wait to see how this is received. I'm really curious to know whether this will be a smash hit or a huge miss, because in my experience, that's what it usually is for Glossier. Very hit and miss, and the hits are big hits and the misses are big misses. So I will definitely be following their career with some interest. And that is it. I think I managed to do it. I think I managed to film a fully full length, like a usual length, and hopefully genuinely juicy new makeup hot takes that won't require Joe to screenshot and input like 150 images. I hope that I have pulled it off. I hope we'll get it edited in time. And if all of that has happened, I really hope that you enjoyed it. And I hope that you'll consider subscribing if you aren't subscribed. But no matter what, I hope that you're taking extra good care of yourself so that you can be the most effective version of yourself as you do your work in the world. I did it, and I didn't go into labor. So this is my first video back since grammar words, speaking to the camera. Hey y'all, hi. This is my first video posting since my 2-month maternity leave. Wow. And we're coming in strong with new makeup hot takes, the video in which I give my opinion about new makeup releases. And there's a lot to talk about because we have a 2-month backlog. So this is the first video that I'm posting, but it's actually not the first video that I filmed. Yesterday I filmed like a rambly, maybe kind of mumbly PR unboxing, kind of just to clear out the pipes and remind myself what it's like to do this. So you have that to dubiously look forward to. That'll be coming sometime this week. It might be kind of a mess. And I did ramble a little bit in that video about what it feels like to be getting back to work. But what I didn't do in that video, I realized after I filmed it, was the most important thing, which is to give a huge heartfelt thank you to those of you who watched our maternity leave content and commented on it. As some of you have noticed, because I've seen it in your comments, some of the videos performed unexpectedly well, like beyond our wildest dreams. And we are so relieved, Joe and I, that we managed to carve out a real parental leave for ourselves in this system that makes no provision for it, and that the channel survived and actually even kind of thrived. Everyone who watched and commented played a part in that, and seriously, you have our eternal gratitude. And then briefly, for those of you who are wondering, the birth went well and we're all doing well. Obviously, there's more to it than that, but this video is about new makeup hot takes, and I'm eager to get into that content. I'll be sharing more about the birth in an upcoming Patreon video, so if that's something that you're curious about, then check out my Patreon account. I'll link that down below. And I'll try to fit a What's Cheering Me Up right now into the schedule soon for more lifestyle content. But I did want to assure you in broad strokes that I'm healthy, the baby's healthy, and we're all doing well. And now, let's go ahead and get into the meat of the video. New makeup hot takes. New makeup hot takes. So I have pulled everything up, but I'm not quite sure what the order. I mean, I feel like some of these things, some of it's probably like 2-month-old news. It is all mixed together because I went in to Trend Mood 1, the Instagram account, and I started going through and just being like, aha, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about that. So bear with me timeline-wise. Bear with my disorganization. Speaking of which, my computer's about to die. All right, first up on my list, although who knows how new this news is, NARS holiday palette. I almost didn't talk about it, but the thing is still going on with me where it's like, will she, won't she with NARS? And what it is like, will she, won't she even want it? Like, will it, won't it even pluck her heartstrings? Because I'm always looking for a reason not to buy something, you know? And in this video, that's often what I'm doing. I'm like, let's come up with a reason why we don't need all of this makeup. I've been up, down, and all around town with NARS. I used to, and I say this, I'll breeze through it if I can, because I say this every time I talk about NARS and New Makeup Hot Takes. I used to be a real NARS girl. I was really into NARS. To me, they were like the pinnacle. Like NARS was the dream brand, and a NARS item was like the best of the best, tippy top version of any type of makeup. So a NARS face palette to me was like the best blush that I could imagine owning, the most beautiful piece of makeup that I could imagine owning. And I used to covet this stuff so hard and just owned a very few pieces of it and cherished it so much. And then over the years, I feel like NARS has lost me a little bit because the shades, which used to feel so innovative and relatively edgy in the makeup world, the tones and undertones, they've just gotten bland. It's like the pinks have gotten brighter and more mid-toned and more regular. Everything seems to be orgasm, which is kind of like that mid-toned peach. The shades have just gotten less shaded, less shady. The shades have gotten less nuanced, less sophisticated, and they're just losing me. And when I saw this, but then the rest of the story, I did a video after much ado, after hemming and hawing for like a year and a half, revisiting NARS. I purchased like a full face of makeup and I did a full video reviewing it all. I will link that down below. The verdict, if I remember correctly at this moment, was that the formulas are really great and that I actually am still a NARS customer, target customer when it comes to the formulas. It's like they really know what they're doing and who they're trying to make makeup for with the formulas, but there's just somebody uncreative at the wheel when it comes to colors. That was the result of my very recent exploration, re-exploration of NARS. So I just feel like I've given them a little bit more of an inch. I've given them a little more room to get in amongst me with the new releases because I have a renewed appreciation for the brand. And when I saw this, now we're actually starting the hot take. Are you still here? First day back, okay? I mean, almost. Second day back. So maybe we can all cut me some slack, including me. When I first saw this, I was like, oh, NARS, I kind of re-like you. The new me, re-NARS, like the me who has a renewed appreciation, kind of mixed with the very old me whose heartstrings would have been plucked by a thing like this. And together we were like, ha ha ha, you know? And then I took a look at the colors. I think it might partly be just, well, this looks all photoshopped. It might partly be that there are some what look like browns in here when you look at the palette. It looks like there's a brown and a tan, and the pink looks kind of slightly pastel-y, which I like, and so does the peach. But then the more I look at it, and when I scroll through and look at the swatches, I don't think that NARS is departing from their current mission to have all the colors be boring and have all the browns lean orange, basically. When I really look at it, I don't think they are. So I'm just letting it go. And I feel like this is actually a good opener because even though I rambled a lot about my history with NARS, this is a good example of something where I wanted to want it. That's what always happens with NARS. It's like I had this feeling like that old magic spark, that holiday palette excitement. It could be there if I worked at it. Like I could work that up for myself if I kept trying, and then maybe I would end up spending the $60 and getting this palette and I would have that thrill. But instead, I took a moment, I looked at it realistically, and the bubble popped and the desire died, and I just kind of like got off of that path. And it's exciting. Like when I find new makeups that I really am excited about or makeup that I really do love, it's exciting to want it and then to get it and then to use it and have it be amazing. If it realistically is the thing for me, you know? But in this case, it's just not. It's the fantasy that calls to me and not the reality. Okay, this, I know that it's been a while. Yeah, September 10th. So this was like, this was probably announced even as I was giving birth, and it launched right after I went on leave. So I kind of am crowdsourcing information from you about this Rose Ink foundation. So famously, the Rose Ink concealer in the lightest shade, LX101, is a perfect match for my very neutral, pale olive skin. Rare to find. For years, I have clung to it as the shade match, and I've publicly declared it to be the shade match, and it still is. I don't know why I'm making it sound like it's not anymore. It still is the shade match for me. And now Rose Ink is coming out with a foundation, and that's it's exciting because you would think that they would also make one for people with my exact complexion. You would think that they would make sure that there's a foundation for the people who have been using that concealer. But looking at the pictures, I don't know. I don't know. The lightest one, 1C, is a pale cool toned shade. That's not the same as the lightest shade in the concealer. That's not what they did with the concealer range. In the concealer range, the very palest shade is very, very neutral and kind of has that gray tint. And in this range, if I didn't know better, like if it wasn't Rose Inc and I didn't have history with the brand and that really great history with that one complexion product, I would look at this and kind of write it off because I would be like, 1C, the palest one, is rose colored. It's too pink for me. 2N, which is the palest neutral one, looks a little bit maybe golden, you know what I mean? And then 3N looks very peach. So it has that striation of pink, yellow, orange that the lightest three shades often have. It kind of looks like it has that. And it seems like maybe 2N, the second lightest shade, would be the one that they pitched towards people who are using the lightest concealer. I just don't feel confident based on these pictures that it is that color, that they didn't just slip into the trap. Actually, so scrolling through, it says 2N fair with neutral olive undertone. It says it. It's just my eyes. My eyes are not convinced. So if you are in my shoes and you have gotten ahead of me because you haven't been on maternity leave for the past 2 months and you've tried this or even swatched it or seen it in store or something, is it a match for the concealer? Should I try it? Should I review it? Should I even continue thinking about it? Tell me what you know. Okay, next up, I have to react to the Pat McGrath holiday collection because it's Pat McGrath and it's exciting. I couldn't talk about absolutely everything. It's probably going to be a pretty long video anyway, but I had to just pick the top of the top, you know? And I have to include Pat McGrath. It's like kind of the collection we've all been waiting for every holiday. It's like what we're all curious about. And so what I have is this reel that's like, it's a little video. It's showing all of the different things popping up. So I'm watching it go by and I'm able to give you my overall impression. And you know what it is. It's like the packaging isn't as luxe, but there are way more options and things are sort of packaged together so that you can get more for your buck, more bang for your buck because you're buying the holiday collection compared to regular Pat McGrath palettes and collections. Some people feel as though the holiday collection formulas are also different. It's not just the packaging, but also that the formulas aren't up to snuff. And she rarely, if ever, puts any of those really incredible baked special shades in these. So that's the overall picture of the thing. And it looks like she hasn't departed from that shape for the holiday collection this year. So all of that as a given, right? I'm not going to even really address that. Although if you're looking for a reason not to buy that, what I just said, like what Pat McGrath holiday is, might be a reason. Because I actually do think, thinking about that and looking at all this, personally, I'd kind of rather have a mothership. I'd rather just skip this, just turn a blind eye to it and save for a mothership palette and know that it's going to be the best and the specialist and the most luxe and the most perfected of her formulas, just to be absolutely sure. Last year, I did buy one of the little 5-pan palettes from the holiday collection, and I do really like it. But a year later, it's still my mothership palettes from Pat McGrath that excite me the most and that stand out the most. They really have stood the test of time in my affections in a way that that little cardboard palette hasn't, even though I really, really loved it and used it a lot after I purchased it. And I did feel like I had gotten my money's worth. What I'm telling you is a year later, it's the motherships for me. So if that tells you anything. So all of that aside, let's just talk about the concept and the colors. I like this pop of pastel green, this like mint. One of the bigger palettes has these these like mint shades. I like that as like an avant-garde holiday. They're just little things. Like one of the 5-pans has cranberry glitter in it. That's a really exciting, slightly less trodden holiday path. Same with the mint. I like these like blushes included in the palette. Again, I'm not planning to buy them, but it's nice. Like everything looks really pretty and I feel like is walking that line between the excitement of something that's dedicated holiday and that has holiday qualities and vibes and freshness, newness, avoiding cliche. You know what I mean? Like it's managing to do all of that. Some of it's boring. Some of the face palette, I can't tell if there's 1 or 3. I think there are 3. Yeah, there are 3. The face palettes look a little bit boring to me, although maybe it would be very useful for somebody. The colorful mascara is kind of an out there choice. I'm not mad at it, but it's not what's making me say that this looks good to me. It's like the colors in the palettes that have eyeshadows in them and the way that those are conceived of. I just think it looks good. It's eye candy. But I love that it's eye candy where I can be like, wow, nice work, Pat McGrath. No interest. Not buying it. It's the best kind. Okay, I'm just going to touch on this quickly because I have kind of a shallow, actually a true hot take rather than like a 5-paragraph essay like I've been giving giving on everything else. Kind of a shallow reaction. Harry Styles fragrance, not makeup. Let me tell you something. I am not really up on pop culture. I am not really following the people, the famous, the scandals, the People magazine. I don't know. I don't know from people. So I only know really what Harry Styles looks like and what his vibe is because of doing New Makeup Hot Takes. Like every time he launches a thing and he puts out some sort of picture of himself. And that's my entire context for Harry Styles. So really it's probably just like the marketing for Pleasing, his formerly just nail polish brand, or maybe like some sort of body care. I can't remember. Maybe not. But I am just within this very narrow context, I am kind of picking up what he's putting down in terms of his vibe, right? I like what he's doing out there, I think, because again, I don't have all of the context. I just have this. But I see this picture of Harry and I'm like, okay, I can get behind this. Carry on, Harry Styles, carry on. It's kind of how I feel. And then my comment on the launch, this was just a preview, a pre-announcement about him coming out with fragrance. And these are the 3 fragrances. Closeness, like that's the name of the fragrance. Bright, hot. The use of the comma though, Harry, I mean, it's just very literary. Bright, hot. It's not bright, hot, which I feel like is what most people would do. The fragrance is called Bright, Hot. Bright, Hot. That's the name of the fragrance. And then, as if that weren't enough, the 3rd fragrance is called Rivulets. Rivulets. This, to me, is very creative. Does this have something to do with his music? Am I missing something? Like, if these are references to his song titles, then that would kind of make sense how they got so creative or so sort of off the beaten path. If they're derived from something, then they kind of carry that strangeness with them. That's fine, but that would be a little less impressive. If that's not the case, and he or somebody on his team just came up with these names, like one's going to be called Closeness, one's going to be called Bright, Hot, and one's going to be called Rivulets. Like those are the 3 scents we've created. That's art. That's like artistic, and I'm kind of here for it. Am I going to smell the smells? Probably not. Buy them? No. I just am here to appreciate. Okay, briefly, the Rhode lip launch, Rhode's first foray into color cosmetics. I totally missed it after saying in the last New Makeup Hot Takes that I've just kind of been waiting for Hailey Bieber to do something with color in it so that it would make sense for me to review it or be interested in it. Now it's been like 100 years now since this actually launched. Have we all forgotten about it already? Was it a blip in the pan? I sort of feel like that. Now I'm looking at it and I'm like, am I going to go back and dredge up excitement over the Rhode peptide lip tint months later? Probably not, but let me know if you want me to. This has excited me of its own accord. Patrick Ta multi-dimensional eye topper. This just gives me old school makeup YouTube vibes and also kind of old school Hannah makeup vibes. This is the exact kind of thing that back before YouTube, when I was just a little tango dancer, making up her face every night to go out dancing, not really knowing anything from anything, never had heard of Jaclyn Hill, you know what I mean? Like way back in the day, I would find myself buy a thing like this, like one thing like this and use it up. You know, like I would get this and I would have it and I would put it on my inner corner and on my lids every night for dancing for like months and use it up. And then it would be gone and I would be like, I need something else to, it's like, this gives me like Stila Glitter and Glow vibes in terms of, I don't know what it is, because it's just a little square container full of glitter. I think like it's just a little sifter. Maybe it's the photography, what the beauty news girls used to call the potato photography, and I never even knew what that meant. In my mind, it was like the picture was taken with a potato, but I really don't know what's supposed to mean, but they would always call it that. These like bad product shots. I mean, not product shots, but photos that someone would get before the product shots had launched. The potato imagery of this sparkly thing, I want it. I want it, and I am likely to just get it because it's just one little thing. Because I'm minimalist now, and I try not to, just jump at every single thing that launches and buy it, but I try to be discerning, right? I try to just buy things I'm really going to love, and I try not to have my life overflowing with stuff, especially not stuff that I buy. This is how I feel. When I see a thing like this, it gives me those feelings, and here's the little rundown in my mind. I'm like, it's not very big, so it's not going to take up a huge amount of space. I have a little collection of this type of thing that's pretty small. It'll fit right in with them. I feel like I'll use it a lot because this is the kind of thing that I'm always just relishing enhancing my look with. I would even put this on my cheeks. I'm not above a little bit of glitter. I could just see it giving me a lot of joy and not languishing. And it's just one little thing. I don't know the price. Because it's one little thing, I assume it's luxury pricing because it's Patrick Ta, but I assume it's not like $50. It's not like Tom Ford pricing, you know, maybe $25 or something like that. It sort of checks all my boxes for a little holiday joy for myself. Now I'm saying all this and I might just forget about it and not buy it ever, and that would be fine too. But that's my hot take, actually. Oh no. I was about to say a rare positive hot take where the takeaway is just like, I kind of want it and I might buy it, which is rare in my defense, but I have the same take for the next thing. Although I don't think I will actually buy this. The Patrick Ta, I kind of think if I go to a Sephora and I see it, I might just be like, ooh, tee-hee-hee, this is the thing. This is the one thing that I was like, oh, I'm going to get it. And I might do it. The Urban Decay Moon Dust palette, the way that I feel about it is this. Bravo, Urban Decay. Well done. Touche. You finally did something that makes sense. This is what we've all been asking for. It's like, who asked for this? All of us. This is what we've been wanting. It's not naked. It's a throwback without being naked. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's already sold out. Like, we all want this. This is Urban Decay's best formula, the Moon Dust. It's so good. 4 beautifully calibrated, beautifully judged shades in this. One of which is Space Cowboy, which is probably the best thing that they've ever made. I have it in a single. I was wearing it actually when I filmed yesterday, the Chaotic PR unboxing. I was wearing it on top of Chantecaille Giraffe on my eyes. So first day back getting made up yesterday. And what did I do? I reached for Urban Decay Space Cowboy. So Space Cowboy's in here along with Star Cowgirl, which looks equally beautiful and is sort of a champagne-y white, and Cosmic Space Dust, which looks like it is, there are 2 of them. There are 2 different ones. Okay, so the one that I'm looking at is the Space Cowboy Moon Dust palette. That looks great to me. The other one is just the pink's too pink, the orange is too orange, and the other 2 look boring. But this one that I've been talking about, maybe I will buy it. It's so good. There's like a dirty taupey brown version of the Moon Dust shadow. The formula is just very shiny. It's really wet look, really beautiful. And to have 4 of them in a little palette and to have the colors be so good, I don't really need this because I love this kind of thing so much. So this is actually another really good tool for resisting the urge to buy if that's one of the things that you're here for. Just this sentence. I don't really need this because I love this kind of thing so much. So that means that I have this kind of thing, right? I have the single of Space Cowboy. I can just use that for anything that I would use any of these for. This is the kind of thing I tend to collect, the kind of thing I tend to keep through declutters. If I bought it, it would just be me indulging further in the love of a thing that I already have a lot of, which is fine. Again, if I wanted to spend some of my budget that way and it wasn't gonna stress my budget and it wasn't gonna make me feel like I have way too much and I can't keep track of everything, if it's in its place, the way that I was talking about the Patrick Ta being, it's fine. It's just, if looking for a reason not to buy, for me, that's the reason. It's like, I don't need this because I love this kind of thing so much and I have plenty of it. But it does tempt me, which is really saying something coming from Urban Decay. And honestly, I feel similarly about the Danessa Myricks Lightworks palette. I just wanted to touch on this briefly because Danessa Myricks is so great. It's just such a great presence and artist. I love the brand and it's so exciting for people when these Lightworks palettes come out. For me, I like the texture and the creaminess and the quality is all right up my alley. The extremely multicolored, rich colored palette, that's the reason that I don't need this for me. The thing I liked about the more neutral of the 2 Moon Dust quads from Urban Decay was that it was so neutral in color. And if Danessa Myricks would release a Lightwork palette like this where it's all like shades of bronze and gold and champagne and also deep grungy colors like grungy olive and charcoal and like shimmery black and stuff like that, I would be all over that. But this is all about color and I don't need it at this level, like this volume right now. Speaking of color, Natasha Denona Mini Trichrome palette, the blue, the Eve Clen blue on the end. It's so intense. Is that what this really looks like in person? I wonder, actually look that up really quick. Honestly, it looks great. And I don't need blue, like Eve Clen blue in an eyeshadow. Like that's okay. It's okay. You can keep it. I'm not saying it looks great for me. Although now that I've looked it up and I'm seeing the looks that people have done, I just know I've been there, right? I've done really elaborate blue, rich, deep blue eye looks in the past. They are fun while they lasted, but it's not what I want to be doing now. And it's just not the most flattering with my coloring. So that's what I'll be clinging to, right? But that aside, like the fact that it's not for me aside, I think this is fantastic. It's just beautiful. Such a full-on on delivery. Like there's no weak sauce in this palette, I feel. And I sometimes feel that way about Natasha Denona's little 5 pans. It's just like, sort of throwaway. People like get them to collect. But this, oh my gosh, some of this imagery is beyond. Like imagery from the brand of the eye looks. And I know that for some people, that rich, glowy, matte blue is just going to be like what you've been waiting for your whole life. So once again, I love it when I can say, this gives me all the feelings, but it's not going to cost me anything. I'm not going to acquire anything new. Feeling the feelings is free. Okay, here's something in which I'm lightly maybe interested. Revlon has released a tint serum. Usually this is the kind of thing I just skip right over because the lightest shades are usually that stripe of pink, yellow, and peach, and none of that will work on me, right? It's like painting pink, yellow, or peach onto my face. Should I use a thing like that? Especially at the drugstore, that's usually the case. The thing that's interesting is that it's not just the lightest shades. It looks like the lightest shades might be a little bit on the dark side for me, but whatever. It's like it's often the case with shade ranges of complexion products that there isn't a shade for me. But looking at the shade range of this, the colors look a lot more nuanced, more neutral, all across the shade range, from the lightest to the darkest. They just look more realistic. They have that sort of neutrality that a lot of people's real skin actually has, instead of looking all pink and yellow and peach all over the place, which so many shade ranges. So often when you see like the complexion swatches on the model's arms, and none of the swatches actually match the model's arms. They're all like too brightly pigmented in one direction or another for the actual skin of any of the models. I feel like we see that a lot in beauty. In this case, the swatch photo just looks really impressive. Like all of them look really neutral and natural and are blending into the model's skin tones. And I kind of just wanted to call that out, even though I think it doesn't go, there needs to be like a lighter arm for them to have a shade that would actually work for me. When I saw that, I was like, oh, I have hope. I have hope for the beauty industry because it looks great. And the blushes look kind of pretty too. I probably won't end up looking into this, but I wanted to bring it up because I have been a vociferous critic of the lack of neutrality in shade ranges, something that I've talked about a lot. So seeing a very neutral looking shade range, I just needed to talk about it. Desaturated. That's the word. The shades, pretty much across the board, they look desaturated. Speaking of desaturation, Natasha Denona has finally released the full-size Xenon palette. And I can't decide how I feel because what happened was I was so excited when the I Need a Nude eyeshadow palette came out because it was like finally an actually neutral toned or kind of cool toned neutral Natasha Denona palette. I got it and reviewed it and I do really like it. I do feel like it's a palette full of go-to one and done eye looks. It's so beautiful. It's not warm toned. It's not that situation where you think you're getting something neutral and then it's like all the browns are actually orange. It's not like that, but it also doesn't have that smoky eye grittiness, kind of like that actual cool quality that it could have had. And then she turns around and releases one that actually does have that. I mean, really gray. And it might be that these grays, these like gritty grays without the touch of warmth or the touch of sort of taupey warmth that most of the shimmers in I Need a Nude have, it might be that they actually aren't the best for me. I kind of know that actually, because when something gets this charcoal, it kind of tips over into blue a little bit, or they tend to tip over into blue, and then it won't flatter me as much. So probably I have the right one. What I'm saying is that I got that one and now I'm seeing this and I'm like, maybe I should have waited. Like maybe this is the neutral Natasha Denona palette of my dreams. But I actually think, no, I think I'm being seduced by the one slightly warm, shimmery taupey gray in the bottom right-hand corner. That I'm looking at that and I'm like, the shadow of my dreams. Well, guess what, Hannah? That shadow is in I Need a Nude palette in droves. And all the rest of these, they lean blue. They're like those charcoals that are gonna lean navy. And that actually isn't what I want. And it's true of the mattes as well. These really neutral grays that are kind of gonna lean seal gray. And that isn't what I want either. Boy, is it beautiful though. Okay, here we have a valid, like, should I review it moment. The Hermes eyeshadow quartets. I haven't been following. I imagine people are out here saying, I can't stand that they put round and square in the same package. And then other people are out here being like, why are you so bothered by it? It's not a big deal. I store my single shadows, often round and square together, when I build build little magnetic palettes of my own eyeshadow palettes, my own color stories, I will often put round and square together and they end up looking just like this. So I've come around to this. A long time ago I came around and I came to kind of like it and feel like there's something artistic about it. It kind of looks like a modern painting in a gallery, you know, it's really what Hermes is going for here. And I like it. I don't mind at all that 2 are square and 2 are round. And then it's Hermes and it comes in the orange box. And one of them, the one in the all the way bottom right-hand corner, those are those neutrals that get me every time. And I just love the idea of a neutral quad that's Hermes, that's this luxury, that's this interesting, that I can use just to pop on an eyeshadow look. But that's only true if the packaging feels really luxe and if the formulas are really good. And there's only one way to find that out. Actually, I guess there's another way, which would be to watch someone else's review. I could just do that. The product shots look pretty. The models look pretty, very polished, very Hermes. The model collage featuring the quad that I like is very pretty, kind of Terry Barber, that like shimmery burnt toast eyeshadow that I like. Shiny burnt toast. If there is a hue and cry for me to review this, then I will begin to maybe consider it. And until then, I'm just admiring. Oh my gosh, it's $108. One of them is $108. How? Why? I saw that and I had a moment where I was like, I'm definitely not going to be buying this. And then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, maybe that's more of a reason to review it, to be like $108. Is it just entirely beyond the pale? There's only one way to find out. The last thing I'll say is that I like the one with the greens in it too. I'm seeing this, I can't call it a trend if we've just seen it from Hermes and Pat McGrath, although maybe that's enough. Maybe they're heavy hitters enough to call it a trend. But this sort of vintagey green eyeshadow is a little bit avant-garde feeling for the time of year. I kind of like that. Maybe I'll build my own little eyeshadow palette out of singles to experiment with that theme. I don't need to buy something in order to feel the feels of that trend, that little mini trend that might not even be a trend, just something I like. So I'm exhausted now and I just have 2 more left. I'm going to just knock them out. The Westman Atelier Holiday Kit, I don't even know why I pulled it up to talk about. I think I just like red. I think I just like really bright, shiny red. And I was like, ooh, it's pretty. Like they've done a good job making it seem alluring. Also, there's a brown mascara in it. I like that. But it's Westman Atelier. It's going to be wildly expensive. It's just there's a lot to love here. I appreciate the choices. Let's just leave it at that. Juvia's Place Volumizing Gloss Stick. I pulled up for 2 reasons. One, I love a gloss stick. Like this is the kind of thing that I really love. So I looked at it and I was like, oh. And I feel like since the drugstore lip gloss lipstick search video, Juvia's Place has crept up in my estimation. I'm kind of picking up what they're putting down. And one of these basically looks taupe. And we know that Juvia's Place is capable of releasing a taupe, a truly grungy but not too dark, like taupe gray-brown lip product, because they did it. One of the things I came across in that video was that, one of the lip glosses. And one of these is that, and I want to try it. As you can tell, the nuance has drained away. I'm just like, it's pretty. I want to try it. Good job. And I think that that means that the video is over. Wow, I really went from 60 to 0 in a very short amount of time. I feel like I barely have it in me. I barely have it left in me to pull together an outro. And so all it occurs to me to say is just to thank you again for still being here, because it's been a long time. I was gone for a long time, the biggest break I've ever had to take. And it was scary. And now here we are on the other side of it. I mean, work-wise, career-wise, livelihood-wise, in this weird, unpredictable, unstable career. It was scary. And here we are on the other side of it. And I'm back and you're back and I'm still here and you're still here. And thank you so much for that. Time for another episode of New Makeup Hot Takes. Before I get into it, I think that this is the last video that's going to go up during the pre-order window for my book. A lot of you on the launch video, because the website crashed like a couple of hours after I posted that video and then it didn't get up and going again until the next day. A lot of you in that video requested that I come back and remind you while the pre-order window is still open. So I figured that I would do it at the beginning of a New Makeup Hot Takes because I know that a lot of you watched this one. And I wanted to stick it in right at the very beginning in case you click away. Not like any of you ever click away, but you know, just in case this is the one time that you click away. today. Consider yourself reminded. I'll put the links at the top of the description box. Thank you all so much for your support during this exciting time with the book. And thank you to everyone who has pre-ordered. It has just been the very definition of a dream come true. And speaking of definitions, should we kick it old school with the definition of a hot take in journalism? A hot take is a piece of deliberately provocative commentary that is based almost entirely on shallow moralizing in response to a news story, in this case a beauty news story, usually written on tight deadlines with little research or reporting and even less thought. I'm going to be giving you my hot takes on new beauty. If this happens to be your first time to my channel, I hope that you enjoyed this video. And if you do, I hope you'll consider subscribing. My name is Hannah. I make fashion, beauty, and lifestyle content. I love talking about aesthetics. This is a classic one because we're just talking about the way that aesthetics, trends, and marketing are interlaced. I live for it. Let's go ahead and get into the meat of the video. New makeup, hot takes. New makeup, hot takes. I live for it, but this has been kind of a hard one to get off the ground. Sometimes I come to looking at Trend Mood One, Instagram account that posts about new beauty. I come to it preparing this video and I get all excited and there are all these things and I'm like, oh, ideas to the left of me, ideas to the right of me, because I get worked up about beauty products. And then once in a while I come to it and I find myself a real bitter Betty on the inside. I'm just scrolling and scrolling and feeling like I have nothing and beauty is giving me nothing and I have nothing to give. That's kind of how I felt when I sat down to prep for this video today. I went to Trend Mood One. I started scrolling and scrolling and I felt like it was giving me nothing. And I was like, give me something that I can use. I was like, just give me something that I can use. I realized that that was how I was feeling. I was scrolling past all of these like huge collections of candy colored cheap things and yet another massive matte colorful eyeshadow palette and Kylie Jenner lip liners and stuff. And I was like, just give me something that I can use. And I thought I wasn't gonna be able to do the video, or I thought I was gonna be here. Like, here are the two things that I kind of feel like I can use. I ended up picking some things, and we'll get to them as I go through, some things to talk about that I picked because I was like, this feels like something I can use. But then as I kept scrolling and thinking, my bitterness wore off and I realized that there are actually hot takes that I have to give. Provocative, possibly. Prepared with a little research and even less thought, possibly. But at least I have them to give. And the first one, and this actually might be something that I could use. It just has to be said. I have to give a take on this. It has to be discussed. Issa Maya stepping down off the high horse, humbling herself, and offering this previously $100 penis-shaped lip balm for a perfect, beautiful $34. Exactly what this product should cost. Or was this not the one that cost $100? It was though. It was wildly expensive before. And now it's been reformatted to be refillable, which I love. And there are new shades, and some of them are fantastic. And it's not just the, I don't know, I can't even say scandalousness because it's too silly to be that, but it's not just the gimmick of the shape of the packaging, it's the execution. I kind of love it. I mean, I talked about it before, having somewhat mixed feelings about it, you know, but overall just appreciating the sculptural quality and that it's so well executed. Like, it looks really solid. It's elevated in a way, you know, and at the time I was like, I kind of want one. And you know, I love Issa Maya Black Veil, and there is a color in this range that looks like it's kind of the gloss stick version of Issa Maya Black Veil, and I love a gloss stick. And I also feel like this is a particularly giftable item. It just makes such a great gag gift, and it fits my personal requirement for a gift, which is that it's like an elevated version of a thing, again, because of the execution. It's just that the price point before was untenable, untouchable, and made it completely absurd. Made it feel like we were being trolled, made it feel like it was some sort of performance art piece, honestly. That is how I felt about this release before. However, at $34, still a luxury price. I mean, still a lot of money for a single lip product, but at least something we can even consider. At that price, this makes such a great gift and also such a great thing to get for yourself if you want a thing like this. And it is making me kind of want it. I was like, I have nothing to say. Give me something I can use. Everything's garbage. The first thing. I'm talking myself into it. I'm going to sit with those feelings for a while though. You know, I don't tend to immediately act on the desire to buy a thing like this. I definitely give it some time, and usually the desire fades and then I'm able to move on without buying the thing, and that's what I prefer. I'm just getting such a kick out of this whole thing. The fact that the price has come down so far, the fact that we're getting to revisit it again, the new marketing imagery, it's just beyond. Okay, here is something that came from my cri de coeur, give me something I can use. As I was originally scrolling and feeling like lost in the weeds, I came across some posts about this brand Fleur, and oh, now that I've said it out loud, I get it. Fleur, like flower in French. It's spelled P-H-L-U-R, and I had seen it, but I hadn't said it, and now I see Fleur. Okay, I get it, because it's a perfume house. I just have a very hot take about this. It seems like a relatively new brand. I've seen it all over social media. I seem to see a lot of people getting Fleur PR. It looks beautiful, and everybody's obsessed with, there was a scent called Father Figure, I think, with fig in it. Father Figure. Oh, that makes sense now. Wow, I've only been using like the tiniest corner of my brain to process my thoughts about Fleur. And now that I'm bringing it to the front of my brain, I realize what they're trying to do. The question is, for those of you who know, should I give it the time of day? Because when they first showed up, I thought it was just going to be a flash in the pan. And now I'm seeing them everywhere. And I do appreciate scent. They have some holiday candles. I love a holiday candle. I love like a balsam fir holiday candle. How do we feel about Fleur? Anyone? Oh, I have a hot take. I have a hot take about Tom Ford Azure Lime, another scent. So I was scrolling through all this Christmas stuff, holiday stuff, and then I came across Azure Lime. Captures the easy style and relaxed glamour of Mystique, a private island nestled in the Eastern Caribbean. And my first thought was like, this is incongruous, this is unseasonal. I was like, what are we doing, Tom Ford? Everybody else is like snowflakes and balsam fir, and then Tom Ford is like a private island nestled in the Caribbean. And then the other shoe dropped, and it occurred to me to say this as a hot take. This is the thing that cracks me up in beauty marketing at this time of year, and fashion actually. Most people are thinking about and consuming winter goods, but if you're really rich, like if you're like rich, you're on vacation in a tropical location, right? You're buying and wearing the resort collection from a fashion brand, and you're buying Tom Ford Azure Lime. So I feel like there's something hilariously ultra bougie and ultra rich about this marketing that has to do with its unseasonability, the time of year, and what the scent is and what it's for. It's coded. That's what it is. It's like this coded thing. It's like you wouldn't be wanting Tom Ford Azure Lime now in December unless you were that rich and you're going to be actually in the Eastern Caribbean on a private island this holiday season. Okay, this is like a trend spotting thing. I scrolled past these a couple of times and I was just like, no, give me something I can use. And then I was like, well, I do kind of like that kind of thing. And then I realized that I wanted to bring it up as a hot take because it's this thing where everybody's coming out with one. The category is clicky gloss stick. Like click up gloss stick where it's in, I have one right here. I have the Juvia's Place one. So I talked about this last time I did New Makeup Hot Takes. It was newly released and I mentioned it because there was this color that I saw and I was like, that's my color and it's so rare to find. I happened to be in an Ulta that very week and I purchased it and I'm wearing it today. It's a little bit sheer and it's a little bit darker than I thought. The product is darker than the packaging. This is the color Sugar Cookie, but it is a really lovely kind of grayish taupe situation. I'm going to use it to demonstrate what I mean by clicky stick. Did you hear it clicking? And it doesn't roll back down. I think all the clicking is to sort of signal to your brain that it's clicking up and that you shouldn't roll it up too far. You just click it up enough to have product. It's also I'm wearing kind of a thin layer. I mean, you can see the color of my lips through it. It's very plumping. It's claiming to be a plumping, volumizing gloss stick. It's very menthol. It's plumping with tingly, cold, mentholy feeling stuff. My lips feel cold as ice right now because of the tingly, mentholy quality. So brief review, my hot take on Juvia's Place volumizing gloss stick. I love the color though. And I don't mind the tingly thing. And I like the volumizing function. I think that the original of this was Marc Jacobs. Do you remember years ago, Marc Jacobs came out with a thing like this. It was like a gloss stick, a pigmented gloss stick in a little tube that clicked up and that didn't retract when you turned it back down. And it was the first time anyone had come up, I think, with this marketing idea of a gloss stick. Everyone was losing their mind over it, and then everyone was really mad that it didn't click back down. It was like the one drawback of the thing. It came and went, Marc Jacobs Beauty RIP, and now, years later, everybody seems to be doing it. So the other two that I see today are one from Tarte, which is in these really intense pearl and duochrome shades, like really intense. Indigo shimmer glass, pearl shimmer glass. They're just, it's a very distinct holiday, like snow bunny type makeup that I'm not going to be buying and using, but I'm kind of into the way that they've executed it. And then NYX is also coming out with a fat oil, which is a click stick that has a button at the bottom. I've seen this kind of packaging and this kind of product a lot in K-beauty as well. That's probably actually where it's originally come from. And am I into it? I think I'm kind of into it. The way that I feel about this sort of thing is that I'm into it when it's not too pigmented, because then it's just like this super pigmented slidey lipstick that doesn't fix very well. When the pigment level is sort of medium and you can sheer it out and it's easy to work with and it's not a mess, I'm pretty into this kind of thing. Does that mean I'm going to be going out and buying this NYX one? No, of course not, because I have one that does exactly what I would want this kind of thing to do and in a really unique color. And you know, I love that. This could definitely go in that video, desperately searching for interesting colors at the drugstore. When it comes to this being a hot take though, that helps us not overspend, I think this is one of those situations where it's helpful to spot the trend, because you're like, oh, gloss sticks are all over the place. So if that's the kind of thing you like I do, you can catch yourself when you're like, oh, I really want to try that, or I really want to try that. The NYX one comes out and you're like, oh, that's the kind of thing I really love. If it's the kind of thing you really love, you probably already have one. And if you don't already have one, but you want to try the trend, realizing that it's a trend can help you to survey the field and just pick one, which is actually kind of what I did. Okay, here are a couple of things that made it onto this list for discussion at the beginning when I was first scrolling and crying to the sky, just give me something I can use. Weirdly, this one kind of comes with a caveat. It's the Pat McGrath Nude Venus Lip Trio. I picked it because I can use this because I like these products and I like the colors, and I saw it and I was like, okay, of all of the garbage that we're scrolling through, here's something that I actually really like the looks of. Like it's this enchantingly kind of pale neutral pink. I usually don't like minis kits, and this was the caveat. This is what gave me pause as I began to talk about it. How mini are they? Yeah, they're mini. Okay, I didn't quite get that. I thought it was just like a kit of the 3 packaged together for holiday. If they were full size, this is the kind of thing I would love to buy, because it's like these beautiful products. This is a color that I can really use and it's wearable. That's the thing. I was just scrolling and feeling like nothing was really wearable. Everything seemed so flashy, but something that I might try once or twice and wouldn't really wear the butt out of. These seem like products I would totally wear the butt out of, right? But I don't like minis of bullet lipsticks. I find them really dinky. It's just like this tiny little piece of cream product shoved into this tiny little dinky thing. I've even had Pat McGrath lipstick minis before and ended up decluttering them because I was just like, I can't. I would rather just pay full price and have full sizes of these products. I love the colors that she chose for this little kit. That is something I can use, right? Maybe this just reveals what a boring bee I am right now. But I also singled out, for some reason, what's seeming really like something I can use right now are quints. The eyeshadow quints. 5 eyeshadows, 5 beautiful eyeshadows together. I'm looking at that and I'm like, aha, this is approachable. This is very beautiful. This seems like the kind of thing a person would buy and then use and use and use and use for real and really, really get good use value out of. I think my reaction to all of the holiday marketing where it's like buy, sell, stuff, is to really want to home in on. I got it wrong last time and many of you corrected me in the comments. I was scandalized. You home in on something like a homing pigeon, but you hone something like you hone your skills. And here I was all these years thinking it was hone in on. The holiday frenzy is making me want to home in on the few things that are in and amongst the frenzy that I recognize as being those pieces of makeup that I imagine a person with my tastes would really get good use value out of. Like you're still using it 2 years later. And it doesn't matter that you bought it during the holiday season, or maybe you bought it over the summer that year or whatever. It doesn't matter when you bought it. It doesn't matter what collection it was a part of, whether it gave you a holiday thrill or not, whether it was on sale or part of a kit or a set or something, doesn't matter. What matters is that you're still using it and loving it years later and you've used a lot of it and it's become really a good tool for you. And I feel that these quints, there's something about them, the neutrality, but the glossy shininess and the luxury of them. These Chanel quints, or maybe it's just the one, it looks a little different in these 2 lights. I think that that's the case. This is so pretty to me with that very dark kind of blackened brown in the middle and a glossy taupe. And then also this Byredo quint. I think any Byredo could potentially fit this description, but this one looks particularly usable. It has that balance of neutral everyday colors with some exciting colors. Looks very editorial. I just feel like these quints, it's giving me something I can use. Okay, then my last two hot takes are just straight up bona fide old school hot takes. Outlast lip stain from CoverGirl. It seems like it was dropped into the present moment from the mid 2000s, 2010, 2000 aughts, the aughts. It seems like it was dropped into the present moment from the aughts. Did I not see an ad for this on my television when I was watching Full House in like 2001? It's a marker that you use to stain your lips, but then it also has a slightly shiny finish and it's totally bulletproof. And the browns, my friends, the browns. I mean, the browns are what this has to recommend it, really. And that one plum color, Brazen Raisin. Wow, Brazen Raisin's kind of calling my name, actually. I started out just making fun of this, and now my interest is piqued. The finish also looks kind of wearable and natural. Non-drying, lightweight, vivid lip stain in a marker pen. And then the last thing is this quite compelling marketing from this brand Vacation that has made a lip oil that they're calling Chardonnay. It's a plumping, glossy lip oil with hyaluronic acids and peptides. It says it has a gourmand caramel vanilla flavor. I'm kind of into that. This golden color of the box and the background, and then the quality of the photography with the model, and then she's on like a phone with a spiral cord. It just caught my eye. I like the way in which this has been executed, but I wasn't even planning to mention in the hot takes, except that I scrolled down and I saw that the top comment says, "This is and I live for that. I absolutely live for that as the top comment on this post. And I just feel like nothing more needs to be said. The top commenter has given the hot take to end all hot takes on Vacation Chardonnay SPF 30 lip oil. And that's going to have to be it, my friends. I guess there were some things that piqued my interest. I talked about Fleur being interesting. What was the thing I kind of wanted at the beginning? Yeah, the Isamaya lip balm. I've actually already kind of lost whatever passion I was working up over it when I was discussing it. Overall, it feels like a bit of a lackluster time. And I wonder, in new releases, I wonder if brands brought out their big guns like at the beginning of November, and now there's sort of a lull where it's like we've released everything we're going to release for the holidays. Or maybe there will be another push right before the end of the year with new stuff. But it feels like we're in this sort of weird in-between time right now where nothing is impressive. But maybe that's just me. Thank you so much for being here with me and watching this video. Don't forget to pre-order the book pronto if it's something you're interested in, because the ordering window will close on December 10th, and then that's it until the book is published next year. And, I'm not sure if they'll print enough copies. I don't know how many extra copies there are going to be. I don't know how many copies on top of what people buy now they will be willing to print. So now is the moment. Time for another New Makeup Hot Takes, the video in which I talk about what's new to the makeup market, some of the things that are new to the makeup market, kind of by way of just talking about trends, about aesthetics in general, about consumerism. I'm often looking for a reason not to buy something, even if it's compelling, and sometimes examining my desire to buy something and asking whether that's something that might be good to review on my channel. But I'm pretty picky about what I discuss. It's not like a full comprehensive review of absolutely everything that's new. I kind of just talk about the things about which I have something to say, because, a lot of it's same old, same old. And then there are a lot of things about which I don't really have anything to say. Like, I just only want to talk about something if I feel like I can contribute to the conversation. So just a handful of things today. Hopefully it'll still be interesting. If you like this and you're new here, I hope you'll consider subscribing. And now let's get into the meat of the video. New makeup, hot takes, new makeup, hot takes. So I'm going off of Trend Mood 1, and the first thing that came up that is begging me to talk about it is the exact kind of thing I like to see when I'm scrolling, looking for something that I feel is distinctive enough to merit me talking about it in New Makeup Hot Takes. It's hard to do something new, and I'm not necessarily saying this is like a new concept. It's not necessarily a new concept, but it's refreshing in so many ways, and it's also very beautiful. I'm talking about the new Danessa Myricks release, which is the Groundwork Palette Blooming Romance. I guess it's the Groundwork palette in Blooming Romance. Has she had other Groundwork palettes before and I just missed it or don't remember? Or maybe this is the first one. It seems like this is a version of the Groundwork palette called Blooming Romance. Anyway, get a load of this. The Groundwork palette is a multi-use talc-free palette with velvety pomades and coordinating oil-absorbing shaping powders that easily define eyes, brows, cheeks, and lips. So not only is it very beautiful, a bunch of shades of like rosy neutrals going from rich and quite pigmented looking to some that are very pale. Gosh, the more I look at it, the more I kind of want it, especially because of the word pomades. It's containing pomades over here. I love a pomade for anything because I feel like pomade implies waxiness, and waxiness is a quality that I really love in cosmetics or beauty products in general, actually, but especially things that go on the face. I appreciate a wax. I appreciate the power of a wax. And yeah, the shades are just really pretty. But here's the thing. Eyes, brows, cheeks, and lips. So to me, that's a lot of different places on the face. Those are a lot of different categories of product. And this is like one simple palette to rule them all. This is going way beyond just a marketing gimmick of saying, oh, this stick product that looks like a cream blush also works on your lips. So it's multi-use. Or this thing that is clearly a lip gloss, you can also put it all over your cheeks and eyes, so it's multi-use. I mean, so many things are marketed this way, but I feel in this case that it's going beyond that trend, I guess, or gimmick, and really just removing the veil from all of our eyes in terms of what makeup is. So makeup is just pigment and medium mixed together. So, colorful powders or colorful creams, pomades, the firmament of beauty shopping, like the makeup market and the beauty market is divided into all these categories, and each product is marketed in such a way that I feel like we have started to think of a brow product as like an organic thing unto itself, like an element, and then lipstick is its own category. We like to categorize things. We like to have black and white thinking, and think that things belong just only where they belong. But really, all of it is just like pigmented cream, pigmented powder, and maybe some of those pigmented creams are formulated in such a way as to make them a little bit more ideal for lips, say, than cheeks. But there are a lot of lip products that another brand would categorize as a cheek product. Just the same exact formula, the same exact medium, the same exact polymers or whatever, And there are a lot of cheek products that a different brand might put it in a tube and call it a lip gloss. It's all just colored creams and marketing and packaging, right? And Danessa Myricks is like telling us that and leaning into it and basically saying, well, since that's true, let me curate a pomade formula and a powder formula and colors in those that are particularly suited for use in all of these different places and put them all together in a palette that looks very beautiful. I mean, it satisfies both the kind of artistic, the artist in me, the part of me that wants to put my finger in a bunch of different paint pots, and that's why I love makeup, satisfies that part of me, and it also satisfies kind of the makeup collector, not like building a huge collection, but the part of me that loves a piece of makeup for its own sake because of its inherent beauty. It satisfies both of those. Danessa Myricks is always doing something interesting, but I feel like this, to me specifically, is the most interesting thing she's done in a long time. And again, for her, that's saying a lot. Should I review it? Okay, Sunday. What's happening? Are you yawning in the middle of the day? I am late tired, though. I'm a bit tired this week, but we'll get through it. I'm feeling energized, actually, by Danessa Myricks' cool palette. I'm really into it, and I'm all fired up about makeup all just being art supplies. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Foundation and concealer are the same. Okay, Sunday, I think, is the brand. Oh, it's a UK exclusive, but I can still discuss it. I can still besmirch it. Wow. Instant karma. I think I even have to reapply my lipstick. This, by the way, this is one of the things on my list to talk about, the new Merit matte lipstick. And Tibby's. I filmed the swatch video of the century, the lip swatch video of the century. It'll either already be up, it'll be up very soon, of this new release. And I like this shade a lot. It's like a truly spiced spiced peach, like a grungy spiced peach. Okay, the brand I believe is Sunday, and what they are offering here to us is something that looks very much like a food product. Like, it really looks delicious and like it's meant to be eaten. It looks too much like food. It is confusing me. It is confusing my heart and my brain. I want to eat it. I've determined, after looking at this picture for a long time, that this dripping chocolate sauce, this chocolate syrup, is not involved in the product. That is just the way that they dressed up the bottle for this marketing image. But the whipped cream is, I think, the product. But it's just a little bit too much both. Like, you look at it and you're like, wow, that looks delicious. It's not as though it's not classily done. I mean, it's not garbagey. It's just a bridge too far, I feel, in the direction of the theme, because I would just want to eat it and it would make me feel disappointed every time that I wasn't having a chocolate sundae. I feel as though this is true. What it is shower foam. But here's the other thing. How many times can you wash your body? This looks like kind of a small bottle and it's all foaming. It's foaming, so it's like, I guess air gets foamed into it as you're squeezing it out, so maybe a little bit goes longer than you think. Like, the volume increases as you use it, because every time you squirt it out, it gets air added into it. So maybe I just see this little can of whipped cream and I see them saying, use this to wash your body. And I see it saying that it is hot chocolate themed and scented. And I just think I'd rather eat it, thank you. And also, how many baths and showers is that little thing really going to last me? That is how I feel. I think what I'm going to do next time I'm at the grocery store is buy some chocolate and eat it. Okay, I'm over here scrolling Trend Mood thinking, does this merit me discussing it? Does this merit me discussing it? Usually no. And then I came across this and I was like, yes, because it is new. This is the thing. It's new. So, and it's also just, I have a hot take on this. So Rhode, a phone case that holds a lip balm, not just any lip balm. This is the Trend Mood caption with no punctuation. Lip case, phone case that holds a lip balm, not just any lip balm, but the peptide lip treatment. And that's the thing. It holds a lip balm, not just any lip balm, but only the peptide lip treatment. So it is designed to fit only this thing from Rhode that I haven't tried, that I've heard mixed things about, but I still kind of want. Here's my hot take. It's just extra. And it's not like extra to own it. I'm not going to get it, but it really makes me want to have it because this would be so great to have a lip balm all the time connected to my phone, especially if it's a really good peptide lip treatment. Like, if the people who like it are the ones who I am to believe. So I could totally understand getting it, right? Or having it. But what I mean by saying it's extra is that it's extra. The brand is being extra. I feel like it's a very extra thing to do, to design this and come up with it and have it made. It's a very extra thing to do. And kind of clever. I mean, kind of smart. And it's cool the way that it looks. Like, this could have been executed in so many ways. And this way is cool. I want it. Sitting here in this moment, I want it. I'm just like, that goblin is coming up. My makeup goblin is coming out from under the bridge and is like, let's go order it right away. It'll be so great. Like, and why? I don't know. I think because it looks aesthetic. I think it's because it's reviving for me the promise of a really amazing treatment lip tint. It's reminding me about the product and it's making me want to try the product when before I thought I wanted to and then I just skipped over it. It wasn't good timing for me and then I forgot about it. So this is reminding me of it again, which is why this is smart marketing. Because one such as I, doing a new makeup hot takes like this, just assessing what's new, I feel like I couldn't not talk about this because again, it's very different. We haven't seen a thing like this before. So I'm talking about it. I'm regenerating interest in myself. I'm regenerating interest in all of you, in the product itself, not just the phone case, but the product. That is all working on me and it's making me want to buy it. But if I just cool my jets, cool my heels a little bit, I will have forgotten it again in 24 hours. I just know that. And so I'm going to wait on it and hope that happens. It's also just like every time anyone takes a selfie, a mirror selfie with this, it's advertising for the product. It is well conceived. I'm telling you, I believe it is well conceived. Oh, okay. Westman Atelier lipstick. So my friend Stephanie, Beauty Unhyped, I saw this first on her Instagram because she was like, I have to try this and ordered one. I'll link Stephanie down below. She's an exquisite Instagram content creator. I just got a text from a friend who bought my book and it just arrived and he started reading it and sent me a picture of one of the poems. This is like the kind of thing that's happening right now. And it reminds me I have my computer here because because I'm old and I can't use my phone for things. I feel like I cannot find my way around the world through my phone. It's like too small. So I have my computer here. And so I just saw the messages popping up in the middle of filming. Y'all, I should be saying it in every video and I just am forgetting. I have a hard time remembering doing. And it's a kind of publicity that I'm not used to, kind of publicizing that I'm not used to. And so it's just not coming quite as naturally to me as other things that I have been doing for a long time on this platform. But if you missed the memo, I published a book of poetry. My first book, it won the Anthony Hecht Prize from Waywiser Press. And the release date is March 12th, which might be just around the corner when you're seeing this. I think that that's what it'll be. I don't think that the release date will have passed yet. But the book is already available for pre-order on Amazon, and it'll ship right away when it's published on March 12th. And I'll link that down below. And I think it's also available on RuPaul's bookstore. I follow RuPaul, of course, and I saw this announcement about a new bookstore, a new online bookstore, and I went onto it and searched Julia Hungry, and it came up. And it's like, I guess that RuPaul's bookstore is stocking books that are available on the market. So, if you don't want to buy from Amazon, you could buy from there instead, or from bookshop.org. I'll link that as well. Available wherever fine books are sold. Anyway, had to take a moment, and I'm glad my friend's text reminded me to remind you. So Stephanie ordered one of these, and I saw it in her stories, and I was like, dun dun dun, because West Atelier always gets me where I live, and it does look incredibly beautiful. I love this giant bullet, giant chunky physical object. What am I trying to say? The packaging is this huge thing, and then the little bullet is just normal size. There's nothing. West Atelier, they just always do it. There's something about that that's really luxe to me right now, and I love it. However, and this is part of why this is making it into New Makeup Hot Takes. Do you remember last New Makeup Hot Takes when I held forth probably for too long about saturation, and I used the Makeup by Mario lipstick release as an example? I was like, this looks like a beautiful lipstick, but the shades are all so saturated that they would all be so bright and strong on me. And that sort of is usually an automatic no for, I just can't look further into something if there isn't a shade that's not going to be like a clown color on me. So on the cover, on the face of things, on the first page, it looks like half of these shades are quite saturated and half of them are a little bit more desaturated. But upon investigation, going through to the swatches on the arms, they just all look really quite saturated. The pinks look very pink. The reds and oranges look very red and orange. And then the ones that looked a little grayer on the first several pages, the brownish mauve looks a little orange. The purplish mauve looks a little bright pink. They just all look super saturated. So I just wanted to point out again, but not hold forth for as long. And maybe it's not as egregious as an example as the Makeup by Mario, but it's just an example of another situation in which I was interested in a product and then saw that all of the shades are just a little bit too close to center for me and then just moved on. The new Merit lipstick, on the other hand, the next thing that's coming up here, one of the reasons I like Merit so much is that they are so good at those desaturated shades, the mixed, the muddy shades. So this is actually a great side-by-side comparison because it's about the same number of shades. Is it even exactly? I think actually it's 10 from Westman Atelier. So 10 shades from Westman Atelier in a new lipstick, 8 new Merit shades. The shade range looks pretty similar, right? There's like a bright red, orange, brown, and then some mauves and neutrals and a couple of pinks. But most of those Merit shades are just a little bit mucky. They just have a drop of muck in them that makes them so much more wearable, I feel, for me. I mean, that's part of my personal interest. I love wearing those kinds of mucky shades, but I also feel it goes beyond that. It makes them more sophisticated as colors in the world right now, period. They're just more interesting colors. Like the pink, even the pink, which I didn't like for me from Merit. Which one? What is it called? Sunday. Even this pink Sunday is just a bit more sophisticated than Minx from Westman Atelier. To me, it's just the color. Like they're the equivalent colors to each other, and the color, it just has more dimension. I've said this before and I'll probably say it again, but it's like the Farrow and Ball paint version of color as opposed to just regular color. It seems like there are more pigments, more unique pigments, more depth of pigments, more depths of pigment. And I'm always referencing in passing my strong feelings about color in this way. And I feel like I always end up being a little bit abstract. I need to pin it down. I feel I need to make a whole video that's like, some colors are ugly. And here's why I think that. My personal philosophy, my conspiracy, allegedly. I need to do something like that. So forgive me for being less than that thorough today. I don't have anything more to say about the Merit release here because I filmed that whole video. So either go and watch it or stay tuned for it. I did a deep dive on the Merit lipsticks, but it's definitely a new release of note, so I had to include it in the video. Okay, Refi mascara with a weird wand. I did a whole Refi video. It's not a love-hate relationship. It's like a hits and misses brand for me. And some of their hits I feel like have hit it out of the park. I really do put stock in the ability of Refi and of the founder, Jess, I believe, to formulate good products, to have good judgment and follow through on some pretty lofty goals with formula. And color too. Actually, I really like the colors of most of the color cosmetics from Refi. The thing that I keep using, that I keep going back to from that review is the lip gloss. And I don't usually love a lip gloss. I love that Refi lip gloss, especially the shade Sepia. I've worn it so much. And every time I wear it on camera, when I'm editing back the video, I'm like, wow, what was that? And then it's always Refi Sepia. Anyway, Refi is great with brows, really great at brows. And lashes are kind of akin to brows. You know, it's a bunch of tiny little soft hairs on your face that you're trying to manipulate to do something super specific. So I followed the future career of this product with great interest. This is definitely something that I'm curious to try and maybe to review. The wand though, it's weird, but the images of these sort of long and still wispy lashes, that is what I'm after these days. So I have really taken note of this. Is it out yet? No, it's just revealed. Everything's either available now or revealed. Those are the only two ways that you can be according to trend mood. And this one is #revealed siren emoji. I'm gonna start using the siren emoji. That's what I should be doing to publicize my book. Released siren emoji. That's what I'm gonna do. Will you remind me if I forget? Okay, another thing that I had to remember. Another thing that I had to oh my God. Okay, another thing that I had to mention because I have a long and storied relationship with this brand, Glossier Cloud Paint Bronzers, which is what they should have done from the beginning. I think it's what they did do. So I reviewed the Glossier bronzers when they first came out, the original bronzers, and they were in slightly different packaging that had a doe foot and they had a tiny bit of shimmer in them, which I think was their downfall. I think because they put the shimmer in, that changed the formula enough so that they couldn't say that they were the same as Cloud Paint. But to me, the Cloud Paint formula is one of the best on the market, best thing Glossier has ever done. I mean, it's really, really the cream of the cream. And I've always kind of felt that way about those original bronzers. And I like the shades too. I mean, this is a really great bronzer. This pale one, Sail, is a really great bronzer shade for somebody very pale. And they had a similar shade, I think, before. Maybe not quite this pale. So I feel like they just flubbed it a little bit in terms of framing and marketing. They should have done this to begin with, just these straight up bronzer colored cloud paints, which they have now come back and come around and done. And I'm curious. I'm curious to try Sail because if it doesn't buff out orange, it could be my perfect blush. I bet these are great. There's just, if it's the cloud paint formula, there's no way that they're not great. I kind of want the middle shade too, Swept, because it's like a gray. It's like a gray brown. I kind of want that as a blush too. Once again though, I'll probably not buy them and then forget about them. And that'll be great. I love that for me. But sitting here right now looking at them, those are the surface level feelings. And lastly, oh, I wish this hadn't come up last. It's like a demoralizing ending. And I'm not going to dwell on it for too long, but it's just this, I feel like I always want to talk about the Pat McGrath palettes because they're so exquisite. My Pat McGrath palettes, I have two. They're like my favorite pieces of makeup. They're so luxe. They're so still infused with the excitement of the original first glimpse at Pat McGrath makeup when they first launched in Sephora. I just remember those first 4 palettes or whatever they were, just going into store and seeing them and being like, this is as good as it gets. Like, this is truly incredible. And at that time, it was like, there was no way I could possibly afford to buy one. And I just remember looking at them and being like, maybe someday. And those palettes, the original ones, one had like a really rich bright purple in it, and one had this crazy beetle wing green in it. And they were really artistic, unusual sort of runway related feeling color stories. And the formulas were absolutely off the charts. I mean, it was like true art in the middle of Sephora, you know? So whenever I see one of these posts with Pat McGrath palette, a taste of that old feeling kind of comes back. It's like I can smell it on the wind, you know? And then I clicked on this and I looked at it and it looks like she just re-released a pre-existing mothership in limited edition packaging, which is very beautiful, right? The packaging is incredibly beautiful. And so is the palette. So are the eyeshadows. So are the colors. But it was just once again this feeling of like Pat McGrath, the most magical makeup ever and the most magical makeup artist ever, which I still kind of feel that way. I still feel that way. And then clicking on it and having that letdown of like, oh, it was just new packaging or it's just the same color story as before or something like that. I'm still holding out hope that one of these days I'll have that feeling like a new palette from Pat McGrath and I'll click on it and it will indeed be like a brand new mothership in an extraordinary color story. I still am holding out hope. And so I just wanted to mention my experience seeing this Up on Trend mood to put it out there that I'm holding out hope so you can kind of like keep the thread alive in the event that that day comes. And now I'm gonna go. I hope you enjoyed this episode of New Makeup Hot Takes. Once again, click through and check out my book, which is about to be released, maybe being released into the world as we speak. And the videos, I'll link the videos in which I talk about the book. And follow me on Instagram if you're not already. That's another thing I should be saying every video, but I always forget. Thanks for watching. And don't forget to take extra good care of yourself so that you can be the most effective version of yourself as you do your work in the world. I think we got it.